Chapter 206 Subai's Advantage. They were now near his master's cultivation base and were not far from the Blood Moon Bar. Subai wanted to go to the Scarlet Wilderness quickly. If he missed the divine skill, he would really cry. On the way, he quietly changed his appearance. They arrived at Luyu district in a short while. Not far from the bar, he got off Purple Jade and walked over. He walked safely to the door of the bar without any trouble. Looking at its dilapidated sign, he strode in. He took one step in and came to the Scarlet Wilderness. He was immediately surrounded by endless wasteland, which looked no different from before. However, big changes had taken place in the sky. The blood moon, which was originally suspended high, was split at this time into 12 pieces. In the center of the 12 scarlet fragments, there was a blood-colored light cluster. Jade, go back to the contract book first. Subai looked at the blood moon, kept the cub into his contract book, and released the dragon. A force of teleportation appeared out of thin air as the dragon appeared. His sight went black, and when his vision was restored again, he found himself in a blood-colored world. Countless other pet tamers stood around this blood-colored world. However, they made no move to fight one another as their eyes focused on the blood-red light in the sky. This cluster of light looked very big from where they were standing. About 9 scarlet masks surrounded this blood-colored light to form 9 layers, seemingly protecting it. Upon a closer look, he saw some scarlet spots in each mask, which moved in random motions. Roar! That should be the origin of the Scarlet Wilderness. I feel the strong power coming from it, said Blood Dragon. Subai nodded and scanned the crowd. These tens of thousands of people all had blood pets higher than the monarch grade. Among them, the most terrifying and powerful were the 5 Dragon Kings who belonged to the 12 Dragon Slayers organization. The reason he was able to recognize these people was that he saw Wei Ya among them. What surprised him, even more, was the presence of several of his classmates and a few other familiar faces. Can you sense the state of those blood dragons? He pointed to a small team not far in front of him and asked his pet dragon. This small team was the most eye-catching here because all their pets were blood dragons. He recognized the person leading this small group. It was Xiao Yulong, the school's student union president and the Xiao family's young master, one of the top 5 top royalty in the alliance. The Xiaos also had the most powerful league of dragons in the alliance besides the Imperial Dragon Gymnasium. As for the 3 people following the guy, Subai knew them, too. They were the sisters who had once tried to seduce him before. They of course had pet dragons that were not weak. Roar! Those dragons feel like stitched monsters. Their blood is impure. 2 of them ate blood ashes and are now my blood subordinates. I can kill them with a single thought. The strongest one should be the black and red blood dragon next to the man as its blood aura is infinitely close to a real blood dragon. Unfortunately, without my approval and original feeding as the ancestor blood dragon, it'll never reach the point of a pureblood dragon. His pet responded using its spiritual voice. Okay, I understand. I'll teach them a lesson when I get the chance. Subai nodded lightly. It was of no surprise to him. It was this group of guys who had sent people to chase him several times before, trying to snatch the dragon. Now that they were here, he would have to leave a deep impression on them. When Subai was about to observe the situation of other people, he found that Xiao Yulong was walking over with a group of people. I finally witnessed the ancestor blood dragon. It's indeed worthy of its reputation. Its breath is deep and powerful, and its blood is pure and thick. Xiao Yulong looked again and again at the blood dragon next to Subai in admiration, his eyes mixed with complex emotions, including greed and jealousy, appreciation and dissatisfaction. In fact, his Bloodseeker dragon was about to become a pureblood dragon, an ancestor blood dragon at that, because it was the first pureblood dragon to have appeared. However, just when he was about to succeed, Subai's dragon beat his own to it. Any person would be pissed off by this. To such a powerful and authoritative existence like him, the result would be destruction and revenge. Brother, are you interested in joining our Xiao family? The ancestor blood dragon should be difficult to cultivate, right? If you join us, we can guarantee a steady flow of cultivation resources, as well as beautiful women, money, status, and anything you desire. As long as you agree, we can sign a contract right away. Xiao Yulong looked at Su Bai and said this. His attitude was sincere, without the slightest arrogance or dominance. Sorry, I'm not interested. I just like being alone without being bound. The other shook his head and took 2 steps back. What about joining the Imperial Dragon Gymnasium? If you think you won't obtain an important position in our family, you can choose to join the gymnasium. There's no such thing as bloodline hierarchy in the gymnasium. As long as you are strong, you can even become its director. How about it? He pressed on, his attitude was very sincere, not showing any disdain or uncomfortable look, which made people feel very comfortable. Thank you, but I'm not interested. If I'm interested, I'll definitely find you. Su Bai stepped back again and opened a safe distance between them. On the surface, he looked open and had no hostility in his eyes. All right, then. Xiao Yulong glanced at the boy, then turned around and moved to leave. Su Bai, enough is enough. Don't think that I wouldn't recognize you just because you changed your face. Why are you here? You've got to know that even if you have an ancestor blood dragon, it won't be able to overturn the heavens. You'll end up in a miserable state if you wait for a good offer. Few who fly solo have a good ending. Liu Yi glared at him threateningly. That's right, you can't hide anymore. Joining the Royal Dragon family or gym is the best choice for you, Di Fei also said. Both women were sent to seduce him last time. He remembered that Liu Yi owned a 5-clawed golden dragon. Di Fei was a mixed race with a fire-breathing dragon. She had an exploding figure which was extremely eye-catching. Su Bai. I don't know him. You must have mistaken me for someone else, he said simply, turning to walk over to Wei Ya. Yes, you've mistaken him for someone else. He's one of our dragon slayers. Wei Ya glanced at Xiao Yulong and his party and spoke with a smile. The onlookers shut up when they saw Wei Ya talking. Liu Yi and Di Fei also stopped talking and quickly went back. Wei Ya was a formidable existence, who was part of the strongest group present at the scene. No one dared to offend her. Su Bai raised his head and discovered that someone in the distance had been motioning him. He nodded in response. This person was Fang Yuan, the one from Fuyao Gymnasium who had a frost dragon. Senior Wei Ya, why didn't those powerful families come this time? He asked. At the scene, he did not see the powerhouse families. An example was Xiao Yulong. Even though he had an emperor monster in his hand, it was still incomparable with a pet tamer like her. Even though Wei Ya and the others could not release sovereign pets in this place, Xiao Yulong and the others were definitely no match for their emperor pets. Of course, they couldn't come here. The number of monsters in each space crack of Blue Planet has increased sharply. They don't have time to grab this divine skill. She smiled at him. This was done by your organization, he asked in surprise. Was the 12 Dragon Slayers organization already so powerful? Of course not. Our organization isn't so strong yet. The Card Queen shook her head. Let me tell you about the situation here. It seems that this world is about to close. When it closes, it will be the start of the fighting for that divine skill. You see that the cluster of blood-colored light in the sky has 9 layers, right? It means that there are about 9 stages to the test. The first person to pass the 9 levels can obtain the divine skill. No one knows exactly what each level is. Generally speaking, the proportion of strength in it is not particularly big, so don't be intimidated. Did you see the scarlet spots in those masks? Those should be spilled skills. They're treasures used by pets and summoners. You can collect as many when you encounter them. Even if you don't get the divine skill, you won't lose out if you grab those. Thank you, Senior. Su Bai nodded. This kind of thing was only known to Wei Ya, who had experienced the robbing of divine skills before. I don't know about the others because every divine skill test is completely different. It is the final test of the will of a world that is about to die. Before experiencing it, there's no way to understand the specific criteria. After Wei Ya finished speaking, she patted him on the shoulder again. Your life is the most important thing. Don't take risks and just do your best. I understand. He nodded. She then told him who might be a threat to him, and he diligently noted them all. After a few more hours, The blood-colored cluster of light in the sky suddenly grew bigger and shone more brightly. Subai then felt a force of teleportation sweeping over him. Be careful. Before leaving, Wei Yue exhorted again. His eyes went black, and he waited for his vision to recover. When his vision was restored, he found that he had come into a blood-colored world, which was shrouded in scarlet fog. The visibility was only limited to about 20 to 30 meters, and this made him extremely uncomfortable. This distance meant that almost all monsters above the commander level could attack and kill him in an instant. In the sky, the blood-colored cluster of light had disappeared. How far can you perceive? He asked. He did not receive any information about the assessment, so he could only explore here first. My perception is also compressed. I can't feel more than 200 meters away. Also, I found that I can't use my skills anymore. All my skills seem to be sealed, the blood dragon replied telepathically. This news made Subai more vigilant. If the dragon could not use its skills, then the danger level was increased by another layer. Can you perceive anything special? Is there anything weird? Nothing. The dragon lowered its head, feeling a little useless. It's not your fault, don't feel bad. Subai shook his head. Let's walk around first and explore. He tried to release Purple Jade but found that he could not do so. Try to feel where the blood moon origin is. We will head in that direction, Subai said after walking for a while. Huh! He gasped softly, for he saw 3 marble-shaped, blood-colored crystals floating around and circling the dragon. Raw. Arbai, this seems to be a skill jade. The dragon looked at these blood crystals and said. He summoned the contract book and prepared to give 3 blood skills to the blood dragon but found that there seemed to be no way of using the contract book. Take one and see if it works. He looked at these 3 elementary skill jades, namely the blood flame, blood pollution, and blood archery. It was possible for pets to eat jades and learn the skills contained in them, but the effect was not as good as incorporating them in contract books. The dragon nodded and ate the 3 skill jades. Raw. I've mastered blood pollution and blood archery, said his pet dragon. Okay, I see. Let's go deeper. Subai nodded. It seemed that all the skills that pets could use must be learned here, and only skills corresponding to its attributes could be used. However, it seemed like his action of transforming most of the Scarlet Wilderness monsters into the blood dragon's subordinates had a positive effect. These skill jades would automatically float toward his pet. Not long after, the dragon learned 2 more skills, both of which were primary bloodline skills. There seemed to be no advanced skills here. There's another one there. This jade is relatively large. Maybe the skill inside is good. He looked at a skill jade, which had appeared in his field of vision, and was about to get it when a blood-colored dragon shadow appeared and instantly swept away the jade. A slim figure then appeared in his line of vision. My luck is really good to let me meet you here. Today, I'll let you know what the strong are made of. Though you have the ancestor blood dragon, it is still useless if you don't develop it. The woman looked at him and spoke proudly. Her tone was as arrogant as her figure. This woman was Liu Yi, the one who had tried seducing Subai previously. Behind her was a huge blood-colored dragon with a body length of 100 meters. Its body exuded the breath of the peak high-level monarch, bloody and terrifying. This was a bloodsucker giant dragon. I'll give you another chance. If you join my Liu family, I'll willingly marry you. Provided that you remain loyal to my family, you can do as you please with me. If you don't want to, then I will just send you to hell with your ancestor blood dragon. Liu Yi looked at him arrogantly. In her opinion, he had no choice. The pet skills in this place were sealed, and the competition was based on flesh and melee. Her bloodsucker giant dragon, which was at the peak high-level monarch, had a stronger physical fitness comparable to the blood dragon, which was a low-level monarch. Moreover, a giant dragon had much stronger physical strength. Subai glanced at her dragon and asked in a deep voice, "Did your family also send people to chase and intercept me before? It doesn't matter, you should choose quickly. I don't want to ruin you, either. Just follow me, and you won't suffer. Plus, I'm still a virgin, no need, you can stay here today. You don't know what's good for you." Bloodsucker, shatter this man's arrogance. Liu Yi frowned and instantly flared up. Raw. The bloodsucker giant dragon's wings shook, and it rushed toward Su-bai with its huge figure. Just when its power rushed to Su-bai, its whole body exploded and turned into a large cloud of blood mist with a bang. Impossible. The Missy opened her eyes wide, her body stiff in disbelief. How could such a powerful and big dragon suddenly disappear? How had it exploded out of thin air? She could not understand how it had died. She did not expect this attack at all. It had exploded too suddenly. "Kill her," said Su-bai solemnly. Since there was already enmity and malice between them, he had no choice but to get rid of her, even though she was a pretty flower. Roar. His pet dragon turned into a bloody shadow which rushed over. No. Liu Yi yelled in horror upon seeing its sharp claws. However, at this moment, she also disappeared out of thin air. Her. She was teleported away. "I can't kill people here." He frowned. Could it be that the death of the blood pet had triggered the teleportation? He took a deep breath, feeling quite relieved. Fortunately, his current appearance was still fake. He could just deny it once he was outside and find another chance to deal with her. Su-bai already had plans on how to deal with her once he got out of here. As for why the bloodsucker giant dragon had died, the fundamental reason was naturally that it had eaten blood ashes and had been quietly transformed into his pet's blood subordinate. "Bai, my range of perception has increased to a distance of 500 meters. The blood dragon exclaimed in surprise. Su-bai looked at the 3 round moon patterns which had appeared on his arm and nodded. "It's related to killing a blood monster. Let's continue walking around." He understood that blood subordinates were also one of his advantages here. Now, the next step was to find someone to kill. "Bai, there are 2 people fighting nearby. I can perceive that one of these 2 is my blood subordinate." After some distance, the dragon spoke suddenly. "Let's conceal ourselves nearby and watch the fight. We'll wait until both sides are injured before attacking." Su-bai had collected many skill jades along the way, so the blood dragon already possessed preliminary combat power. The dragon launched its primary concealment skill to hide itself and him. It then quietly moved over. A blood scorpion and a blood sword spider of the monarch grade were in the middle of a fight. The fight between the 2 was indistinguishable, and it was hard to tell which one got the upper hand. Su-bai watched silently, and after checking the timing, the dragon rushed up to tear apart the body of the blood sword spider with its claw, killing it directly. F***CK. "It's a sneak attack," spat the blood sword spider Pet Tamer angrily. He released another blood monster, turned around, and slid away. The blood scorpion escaped without saying a word, having no intentions of fighting the blood dragon at all. It was about to flee when it turned into a blood mist with a bang. Su-bai looked at his arm. 7 round moon patterns were displayed after killing the blood monsters. "Time to change our plan and only look for blood subordinates. It would be easy for others to take advantage of him if he fought with them. Judging from the situation here, there should be many blood subordinates around. After all, the blood ashes were so powerful that most people should be incapable of overcoming the temptation, and there must be quite a lot of blood subordinates already." "Okay, Bai." The blood dragon followed his instruction with a nod. Half an hour later, with the silent death of blood subordinates, the full moon pattern on Su-bai's arm completed 12 rounds. At this time, the power of teleportation appeared out of nowhere again. "Let's walk slowly and look around," he said softly. He wanted to find a concealment skill. Although his pet had learned a basic concealment skill before, it did not seem enough in this place, where there were many strong opponents. He now had a light red full moon pattern on his arm. Obviously, the purpose of each layer was to eliminate other blood monsters until one accumulated enough to enter a deeper layer. He cautiously walked deeper, and so far, he had not encountered any enemies. It kind of made him wonder if everyone here had gone deeper. Roar. Bai, look at this. The blood dragon suddenly unleashed a spiritual force and grabbed a skill jade floating in the air. A hint of surprise passed across his face. This skill jade was as big as a baby's fist. This was a useful skill, too. It was called the Curse of Septicemia, which could make the target fall into a state of sepsis quickly. The blood of it would quickly become necrotic and it would collapse as a result. Eat this jade and see if you can learn the skill in it, he instructed. The blood dragon nodded and swallowed the skill jade. After a while, a red light flashed from its body. I now have a basic grasp of this skill. It's not difficult. Very good. Next. Before he finished speaking, the blood dragon suddenly spoke telepathically. Someone is approaching. At the same time, his pet turned into its full complete form and rushed over. The full body of the blood dragon was 500 to 600 meters long and was as big as a hill. Opposite it was a blood soul crocodile with a length of more than 50 meters, 10 times his pet's body length, and a dozen times its weight. His dragon lunged forward, biting the other like a tiger killing a small rabbit. The blood dragon bit on the neck of the blood soul crocodile and then coiled around it like a python. Blood burst in its mouth, and the curse of septicemia, which it had just learned, was invoked. Roar. The blood soul crocodile gradually lost all traces of struggle. Bang. The owner of the crocodile, a man in his 30s, knelt on the ground and stared at the mountain-like ancestor blood dragon. He sucked in a deep breath, stunned. F***CK. Could a monarch dragon be this big? Did this guy have a cheat code? With the death of the crocodile, the middle-aged man was teleported away with shock and fear in his eyes. Come on. Let's find the next target. Subai left with his complete ancestor blood dragon. Sister Di Fei, how many full moons are you short of? There should be 12 light red full moons this time. I'm still short of 3. The speaker was a man named Li Xing. He had a monarch blood flame dragon by his side, which was more than 60 meters long. It's not easy to gather 12 full moons. I want to see if I can find Subai and kick him out of the field so that he will know the fate of those who reject us, replied Di Fei blankly. She had been unsuccessful in recruiting Subai several times in a row and had been criticized by her family elders, who even reduced her monthly living expenses by half. This made her very annoyed, and she wanted to teach Subai a lesson. Sister Di Fei, is the ancestor blood dragon really powerful? I saw it today, and it's nothing special, yet the elders in the family cherish it as if it's rare. Li Xing asked, puzzled. Actually, I don't know, but I guess it is. I also think that the family elders overestimate the ancestor blood dragon's worth, but there's no way to this. They'll withdraw your resources if you don't obey. That's why I want to fight with Subai. It's to prove that his dragon isn't worth anything, she explained irritably. Exactly, I don't believe that his low-level monarch dragon pet can defeat the peak high-level monarch monsters in our hands. Li Xing did not believe it. As dragon attributes, even if their bloodlines were somewhat different, it would be impossible to crush the existence of an opponent 2 levels higher than them. Forget it. Since we can't find him, we'll just kill a few more bloodline monsters and go directly to the next layer. After searching for a while, Di Fei still did not find Subai, so she decided to go to the 3rd layer. After killing a few blood monsters, both of them gathered 12 light red moons. Sister Di Fei, goodbye. Li Xing waved his hand. They would be separated again on the 3rd layer. As soon as her eyes turned dark, Di Fei came to the 3rd layer, which was still engulfed in a scarlet mist. Here we go again. She surveyed her surroundings, then jumped onto the back of her 4-winged blood ice dragon. Go deeper slowly, check the situation carefully. Flee if the situation isn't right. The 4-winged blood ice dragon flapped its wings and slowly flew forward, but then it unexpectedly bumped into something. What's the matter? Both of them quickly looked up. When the blood mist dissipated, they clearly saw the existence in front of them. A huge blood-colored dragon was entrenched there, as thick and majestic as a mountain. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. The blood-colored dragon had already opened its basin mouth and bit down. Roar. The 4-winged blood ice dragon roared loudly and opened its big mouth to bite back at the opponent. Although it was not small, in front of the mountain-like dragon, it was like a rabbit facing a tiger. No matter how big it opened its mouth, the opponent's basin mouth easily snapped its head off in one bite. It was just as ridiculous as a rabbit wanting to bite a tiger who had its fangs out already. Even if the rabbit opened its mouth wide, the tiger could still kill and swallow it in one bite. With a snap, the head of the 4-winged blood ice dragon disappeared out of thin air. This is the ancestor blood dragon? Sitting on the back of the four-winged ice-blood dragon, a look of shock and fear flashed across Di Fei's mixed-blood face. Her beautiful eyes were as big as bull's eyes, and her hands trembled in the air. No. She stared at the approaching sharp claws in shock, but this time the teleporting force did not come to work. Di Fei turned into a blood mist under tremendous force. The ancestor blood dragon's mountain-like figure was still reflected in her retina at the time of her death. Let's continue in a different place. By the ancestor blood dragon's foot, Subai looked at the 8 rounds of dark red marks on his arm as he spoke. After entering this third level, the power of the blood dragon had increased sharply, and the reason seemed to be related to its origin. Even without Subai taking the initiative to collect skill jades, his pet was like a magnet that continuously attracted all kinds of them. From the third layer, the skills of the Pet Tamers began to be produced here, all of which were blood-colored crystal cards similar to cards. Subai did not study the skill cards for the time being and only collected them, though. Subai reached the 5th layer in a blink of an eye and had been around here for a long time. He looked at the 9, round, blood-colored full moon patterns on his arm. He was only 3 short of 12 and could complete it immediately. As long as he killed another scarlet monster, it would basically be accomplished, but this was already the 5th layer, so the weak had been eliminated, and all that remained were the strong. After the blood dragon's power increased, it did not seem to encounter an opponent that it could not completely defeat. Bai, Senior Wei Yue is in front. She hasn't noticed us yet, the blood dragon said at this time. Oh, no. She's fighting with someone. 2 emperors are fighting so fiercely, cried the dragon. The opponent of Wei Yue's 3000 skeleton pet was a 9-headed scarlet serpent. They were biting and gnawing at each other in an intense fight. Subai was a little irked, for his field of vision was very restricted, and he could not see what the blood dragon had told him. Thus, he could not make a decision at this time. He actually had a summoner skill card with a shared perception, but because the rules here blocked the use of his contract book, he could not use it. You can make your decision. Depending on the situation, you can sneak attack, he finally said. Roar. I will. His dragon suddenly rushed in the opposite direction, and when it came back, it had the head of the bloodtooth shark in its mouth. Subai. The owner of the bloodtooth shark was just as confused as Subai. What was the scarlet figure earlier? A bloodtooth shark, which was the size of itself, had suddenly disappeared so suddenly. Its head was bitten off so quickly. What the F***ck was this alternate world? The power of teleportation appeared on the 2 people at the same time, but the difference was that one was promoted, while the other was eliminated. Before being teleported, Subai tore a piece of cloth and covered his face before he turned the blood dragon into a 4-legged lizard. Originally, the blood dragon could not change its appearance, but thanks to the skill jade it had picked up, it could now change its appearance. They did this because Subai did not want to expose themselves. Although his current appearance was not his original face, because his disguise had been seen by Liu Yi and the others before, it was estimated that many people remembered it. Thus, he wanted to hide. The next layer is the 6th one, right? Will it be a boring fight again? Subai murmured just as he was about to be teleported away. On the 6th layer, as soon as he came in, there was a sea of blood around him, and a wave of thoughts passed through his mind. He only had to swim through this sea of blood in order to pass. He glanced at the sea of blood, where many people were already swimming inside. They were standing on top of their pets, and it seemed very difficult for their pets to swim. Come up, I'll bring you over, his dragon, with the appearance of a lizard, lay down and said. Subai nodded and jumped up. With a plop, the blood dragon jumped into the sea of blood. It stroked the water and swam out several hundred meters. It doesn't seem to be too difficult, murmured the blood dragon as it sped up. In a few minutes, it surpassed everyone and climbed onto the opposite bank of the sea of blood. What was that thing that just passed by? F***ck. Did I see correctly? It's swimming. Wasn't it flying? Couldn't it feel the intense absorption power of this sea of blood? Did it have a cheat code? The crowd of pet tamers in the sea of blood was stunned, with question marks all over their faces. What the hell? It was as if everyone agreed to row a boat with oars, but someone else just drove a diesel boat and breezed through. Their mentality was damaged. Especially the few people in front, their mentality was affected even more severely. Xiao Yulong, who was only a few hundred meters away from the other shore of the Sea of Blood, felt his mentality collapse instantly. His first place was gone just like that. He could only watch as this victory was snatched away right before his very eyes. "Who the hell are you?" he shouted with his hands clenched tightly, feeling unreconciled. In order to let the dragon kings of the other dragon slayers contain one another, their Xiao family had paid a lot of money. How could one of them suddenly come out like this? "I'm your father." Su Bai turned his head around and glanced at Xiao Yulong. He changed into a hoarse voice and yelled at him with disdain, just to piss the latter off. He had even changed his clothes and covered his face, so he did not believe that he could be recognized. Xiao Yulong. His mood at this time was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in his heart. Seeing the figure being teleported away, he almost went crazy. On the 7th layer, what appeared in front of Su Bai was a huge mountain with no top. This stage's test is mountain climbing? Why is it getting easier and simpler the deeper we proceed? Asked Blood Dragon doubtfully. "I don't know. Let's try it first." Su Bai jumped on its back. Roar. "Okay, I'll buy." The Blood Dragon began to climb the mountain, proceeding slowly upward. "How is it? Do you feel any supergravity or coercion like in novels?" he asked. Blood Dragon, "I don't think so." Su Bai. It blinked and only took 10 more minutes to reach the top of the mountain. It was the 8th layer in the blink of an eye. Su Bai appeared on a wasteland. There was a gale here, and scarlet winds blew fiercely. The Blood Dragon rushed in with him and still did not feel the horrors of this stage. Feeling as though he were dreaming, he came directly to the 9th layer. Oh, it should be said that he had cleared the stage. This was because not far in front of him were blood-colored light balls with a diameter of several hundred meters. Su Bai thought for a while, then summoned the contract book, and flew toward the blood-colored light balls. Without any accident, the contract book melted into the blood balls. After that, the light balls shone brightly and began to collapse from the inside. At the same time that it collapsed, many blood-colored cards formed and flew out. Simultaneously, from the ground, the blood moon split completely into 12 parts. The 12 territories of Scarlet Wilderness, which were originally independent of the void, also fell in the direction of the blue planet. The blood moon world completely collapsed at this moment. Quickly help collect these flying summoner skill cards. This is all money. Su Bai looked at these summoner cards, which were constantly flying everywhere, and felt anxious as if his money were leaving his pockets. Roar. "I can't collect all of them. There are too many," said his pet dragon. "Forget it. Just collect all you can." He exhaled and glanced around. About 10 minutes later, the huge blood-colored light balls disappeared, and his contract book flew back. "Hey, the contract book has been upgraded. It has reached 3-star gold." He touched his contract book, feeling surprised. Ever since its mutation into the contract book of life, it had not shown any advancement and there was really no relevant material to upgrade it. However, what Su Bai was looking forward to were the internal skills he had acquired this time. He opened his contract book and saw a blood-red blood moon pattern on the reserve side of the cover. He perceived it slightly and immediately understood that this was the divine skill. Wow, so the skill looks like this. It's really worthy of its title as a divine skill. Su Bai nodded with a satisfied smile on his face. Although this divine skill had taken a lot of effort, it was definitely worth it from the results. Xiao Yulong was extremely angry now. One reason was that Su Bai had shouted, "I am your father," to him, and this made him impatient to catch up with the latter to kill him. Of course, he did not know that that person was Su Bai, yet he still felt completely irritated. Another reason was that Wei Ya and the other dragon slayers were not reliable at all. The Xiao family had paid a big price to bribe them, but they started acting out once they reached the 7th layer. "Yu Tsunghai, keep your 9-headed snake, its tail is touching mine. Dragon Queen Purple, your bloody fox is too stinky, can you keep it? Why don't you talk about Dragon Queen Wei Ya? Does her 3,000 skeletons bloody smell good?" Dragon Queen Purple was a mature woman, who looked extremely coquettish with her purple hair. Don't pull me into this. Dragon Queen Purple, do you want to fight? Wei Ya glared at the purple-haired woman and flicked a phantom card in her hand. She was in a bad mood now because she could not find Su Bai. She had deliberately slowed down her progress in the previous layers but had still failed to meet the boy. This made her very anxious. It was fine if he just got eliminated, but if he died? She did not dare to think in this direction for a while. Me. Dragon Queen Purple snorted coldly, turned her head around, and went off with the others. All of them tacitly remained where they were, closely staying by Xiao Yulong's side. Seeing these arguing Dragon Kings, who were still not intercepting one another and were even blocking his path ahead, Xiao Yulong could not stand it and flared up. He directly shouted, "Can you all get lost? You already received so many benefits. Can you stay away from me if you're not going to be of any help? I beg you." He felt that he would really go mad. These people were obviously Dragon Kings and owners of sovereign pets. Could they not curse like elementary school students? No way. We promised your family that we would protect your safety. Dragon Queen Purple rejected bluntly. Master Yulong, if you are tired, I'll come over and give you a massage. We can't agree to your request. We must protect your safety. Yu Tsunghai also smiled. He was also one of the Dragon Kings. Yes, we can't leave. That's right. Bang. Xiao Yulong let out a silent roar and slammed his fist on the mountain. His fist instantly became bloody. He was hopping mad but could not do anything about these people. He just wanted to surpass them quickly and pursue the guy who might not be on this level anymore. In his opinion, the difficulty of the last level was extremely terrifying. Even if the opponent had a cheat code, it would be impossible to pass it instantly, so he still stood a chance. Perhaps because of anger, his potential unexpectedly exploded, and his speed of climbing the mountain suddenly became much faster. He suddenly overtook these Dragon Kings. After 20 minutes, he finally climbed the top of the mountain. Ha 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 ha. Wait for me, I'm coming for the 8th layer. He took a deep breath, finally able to express some of the unhappiness in his chest. So fast. Even the few Dragon Kings were shocked and quickly increased their pace. They could not really let Xiao Yulong obtain the divine skill, or else they might be punished. Just wait to eat the dust behind me. Xiao Yulong snorted coldly, waiting for the arrival of the power of teleportation. At this time, strong blood suddenly appeared above them, then countless cards floated past them in the air. The mountain under their feet disappeared along with everything else, and they were all sent directly to this Blood Moon Origin's 9th layer. The 9th layer, at this time, was empty except for the floating cards. The huge blood-colored cluster of light at the center was gone. It had totally disappeared. The origin of this Blood Moon world, which gave birth to the divine skill, was no longer there. F***CK. Who's so fast? This is impossible. How could it be? The first ones to curse were these few Dragon Kings. They had all seen the world and understood the difficulty of competing for the divine skill, but at the moment they were all dumbfounded. This was a test of the will of a world that was about to die. It would definitely not go easy on anyone. Those who wanted to inherit the bred divine skill inevitably needed to undergo strict tests to prove their ability. Arg. D***MN. Who the hell is it? Xiao Yulong beat the ground with his fist, further injuring his already bloody hand. He could not understand how this had happened at all. Could it be that this world went easy on that guy? On the other side, Su Bai looked up at the broken blood moon in the sky and exclaimed, "So this is the feeling of having a cheat code." He obviously had the blessing of the will of the world along the way, or he would not have accomplished it so fast. There was really no way to this. Who told him to transform most of this Holy Land's monsters into his dragon's blood descendants in advance? This was equivalent to the blood dragon being a collection of the vast majority of creatures in the entire world. Why would the world will not go easy on him? Roar. Bai, I can't suppress it anymore. I'm about to break through. The blood dragon's body burned with blood. It should have been promoted a long time ago, but because he had instructed his pet to suppress this promotion, it had been stuck to a low-level monarch. Following his contract book's upgrade, it could no longer control this promotion anymore. A thick bloody light appeared out of thin air, and its breath was like water bursting through the banks. The dragon then broke through to a mid-level monarch. It soon reached the peak of a mid-level monarch, but its aura just continued to climb higher. At this time, the blood-colored flames around the dragon's body grew exponentially, though it still lacked pure power. To discard the dregs and take the best. Even so, after the promotion, the breath of the dragon broke through again and directly reached the high-level monarch. It was only a short distance away from becoming an emperor. However, in the end, its breath stopped at the high-level monarch, and it did not advance further. Subai looked at the huge ancestor blood dragon, which now had a body length of over a kilometer, and was too shocked to speak. The originally endless wasteland did not seem to be that big at this time. He understood that the current blood dragon was already a mature one. For pets, it could generally be divided into juvenile, growth, mature, and ultimate phase. The existence of a pureblood existence like his pet dragon did not actually evolve in this strict sense. This was because it was an ancestral blood dragon and was inherently powerful. It would just continue growing until it reached the pinnacle. After the breakthrough, the dragon shook its body freely and soon turned into a bracelet, which wrapped itself around Subai's wrist. "Come on. Let's get out of here first." Subai looked at this world and spoke softly. A world like this kind of completely dissipated origin would merge into Blue Planet at an extremely fast speed. In other words, it would not be long before the Pet Alliance could no longer ban blood pets because, with the integration of time and the addition of blood rules, many blood pets would soon be born on Blue Planet. A large part of the monsters in the Scarlet Wilderness would run to Blue Planet, too. Some would be wiped out, and some would be contracted. What no one knew was that a large part of these blood pets were blood inheritors of his blood dragon, so their life and death were controlled by it. Looking at the little bracelet on his wrist, Subai turned and walked into a spatial door. When his vision was restored, he was already in the bustling downtown. He looked at the hurried crowd around him, feeling quite puzzled. Did something happen? However, he ignored this first and, instead, went to find a place where no one was around to restore his original appearance. Hey, 2 more space cracks have appeared near Liuyu district. Haven't they been resolved yet? I don't know. A lot of people died, and many more have been injured. They said that a lot of monsters ran out. Sigh. It's dangerous here again. I heard that 10 large space cracks had also opened accordingly. The original seal can no longer keep them out. Is it true? I'm getting married soon, but I don't want the monster invasion to happen again. Can the professional pet tamers give me some help and resolve the chaos quickly? Of course, it's true. My cousin is a professional pet tamer. They're saying on their internal network that half of the 10 large space cracks had opened on a small scale, and some large monsters seem to have run out. I heard that there are many new monsters that haven't been seen before. I advise you not to get married in the meantime. Use the money to buy a good pet to train and cultivate so that you can protect yourself in times of crisis. Subai. He looked at his. After bidding farewell to the villagers, the 3 turned and walked home. The village chief looked at Subai and stopped talking but finally decided not to say it. In fact, there were monsters in several places, and he wanted to ask the boy for help in solving them. However, the youth seemed uninterested in helping. They could only wait for the Pet Administration Bureau to come and clean the monsters up. Actually, I came out because I didn't think it's dangerous. I wanted to give my shadow hunting dragon some practice, said Father Su with a smile. The black shadow hunting dragon belonged to the kind of slender, angular monster type. It turned into a black shadow that wandered around. From time to time, it would chase Mother Sue's purple thunderbird, but it dared not to provoke Purple Jade even at all. Chmph. Your dad wanted to show off because there's no danger and let them see his pet. Mother Sue revealed this mercilessly before smiling in amusement. To be honest, it felt quite good to show off. Especially the backfeeding of my purple thunderbird, it made me feel like I was several years younger. Those villagers were incredibly envious of me. Subai. He no longer wanted to say anything when he saw his parents having fun. Don't go out and endanger yourselves, don't be stingy with money. I've already paid off our loan for this manor, so don't be afraid to spend money. Just focus on cultivating your pets, or else the order of Blue Planet might break down. By then, money would be useless. Subai nodded and then suggested. If you're really free, you can give us a sister at home. Didn't you two say that you always want a daughter? Father Su. Mother Su. We've started hoarding stuff recently, as the prices of things on the market have gone up, Father Su said. We also cultivated our pets according to the cultivation manual you gave us, so there's no such a thing as being reluctant to part with money for us. Yes, the two of us are very safe. A few days ago, your master asked someone to bring in a generator with superb defense capabilities. Now, the manor has 2 layers of protection and can even withstand attacks of monarch monsters for a while, so you really don't have to worry at all. Just take care of yourself. Safety is first. The place you run to is many times more dangerous than here, Mother Su exhorted. Added another shield? When was it added? Asked Subai curiously. 10 days ago. Your master sent someone over and told us to stay at home and don't go out, as if he knew that something would happen. Okay, I see. He nodded in response. Where did you say there are monsters that need to be solved? I happen to be going out, I'll solve them first. Don't worry. Let's have dinner later first. Go back to the villa and see the situation. Your mother and I have been away for quite some time, so we don't know what's going on there. Okay, then. I happen to be hungry, too. Subai nodded in acquiescence. Having not eaten for several days, just the mention of food made him feel famished. Once they were back in the manor, he glanced at the new shield. It was invisible from the outside and still looked like the original light blue shield. When Father Su took out a key and opened the door, Subai discovered that there was an extra layer of golden shield, which seemed to be many times stronger than the outer shield. Here is the key to the shield inside, keep it. Mother Su took out a card from her bag and handed it to him. He nodded and kept it. Walking into the manor, everything was still the same. There were various spiritual plants in the spiritual fields. In the distant spiritual grass pasture, the flower-scented dairy cows were grazing quietly. Several white water birds could also be seen on the edge of the reservoir, creating a rather beautiful rural view. Every time Purple Jade came into the manor, it would not want to walk on pavement and would, instead, always choose to walk on the lawn as it enjoyed trampling on the poor grass. Hasn't my brother come back even once ever since he left? Subai glanced at the cub helplessly before turning to ask his parents. No, I called him a few times. He said he's having a good time with your master and had even made great progress in his studies. Mother Su smiled. I'll go see him when I have the time. He sighed, having not been to his master's place for a long time. After returning to the villa where his parents lived, his mother went to cook while his father went to check the situation in the manor. Subai also opened his backpack and began to organize his harvest. This time, the harvest was mainly pet and summoner skills. Howl. Do you want my help? No need. You can drink your milk, you don't need to help. Subai shook his head. These were all blood skills. The illustration machine could not detect these, so he could only rely on himself. He had gained the most number of pet skills, with several 100,000 in total, but most of them were intermediate, and only about 100 were advanced skills. Because he had been in a hurry and had been too anxious to obtain blood skills, he had not managed to collect a lot of the skill cards. Fortunately, there's also a consummate skill, the blood curse trauma. Dragon, it's very suitable for you. I'll let you learn it after eating. We'll also look for a few more good skills that you can learn. Subai held a blood-colored crystal ball with a diameter of 5 centimeters in his hand as he spoke. This was the best harvest in terms of pet skills. Hearing his words, the dragon wrapped around his wrist and excitedly went in circles. After tidying the skill jades for pets, he proceeded with sorting out the summoner skill cards. Once he was also done with them, he felt slightly disappointed. The best skills were only average. It was alright, though. He chose a skill called hemostasis. This skill could be used when one was seriously injured. It could keep a severe injury from worsening until the skill lost its effect. Another thing that made him feel disappointed was none of these skills was useful to him at the moment. He set aside the few good ones first. As for the others, he would sell them if he could. It would depend on the situation. The summoner skills evolved from the Blood Moon world were still very impressive in terms of their life-saving capabilities. Of course, these skills could not hold a candle to the divine skill he had obtained. After all, these hundreds of thousands of skill cards and skill jades, which had flown out, were merely leftovers. Most of the power went to the Blood Moon divine skill. Come, it's dinner time. Mother Su brought out the dishes. Subai quickly kept these things and went over to help his mother. He called his father over after all the food had been laid out. Since he had not eaten for days, he easily emptied 3 bowls. This time, his parents wondered if he had run out of a dime and was too poor to eat. Fortunately, when the two took a look at their son's savings, the 9 figures in it reassured them. After the meal, he asked about a few nearby places where there were commander monsters roaming about and took the cub to deal with them. "Do you really not need me to come along?" his father asked. "No need. If you go, I have to pay attention to your safety, too. You'll just be a burden." Subai chuckled and waved his hand. "Father Su. Did he need to be this blunt? Howl. There are a lot of monster activities around here." The cub sashayed into the forest outside the fence and howled. "Let's wade deeper into the river ahead. Kill all the monsters you encounter along the way." Subai took out a potion specially designed to seduce monsters from his backpack and handed it to the cub. Normal monsters would be attracted by this potion. After finding a place, the cub poured out the potion. They waited for more than half an hour before a bunch of monsters appeared. There were nearly 100 of them, ranging from servants to commanders. Once they were close enough, the cub killed them all with its grass sword storm. It was like cutting melons and vegetables. Subai glanced at the corpses on the ground, opened his contract book, and released the blue sea kraken. Onum. As soon as it came out, it flicked its tail and launched water splash, which broke all the surrounding trees. It then floated 1 meter above the ground and looked at him. It saw the corpses in front and communicated telepathically how it wanted to eat those. Still, it did not open its mouth without Subai's order. Subai glanced at the 10-meter-long guy, jumped on its back, and said, "Eat. Let's go after you're done." Onum. Having gotten his permission, it quickly opened its basin mouth, where a deep blue whirlpool appeared. The monster corpses, along with branches, soil, and stones, were sucked into its mouth. "Subai. Let's go and continue looking elsewhere," he said, a little speechless. This blue sea kraken was really like a starving ghost. Many monsters were killed along the way. The cub killed in the front, while blue sea kraken killed in the back. This guy was already addicted to eating. It seemed to have acknowledged Purple Jade as its big sister and listened completely to the other. After more than an hour, Subai came to the river upstream. From a distance, he saw a strange breed, a 2-headed, 3-eyed pig of the commander grade. Upon seeing him, this pig turned its head and ran. Clearly, it did not want to fight as it sensed the terrifying aura of Purple Jade. Onum. Pee-Pee Kraken opened its mouth and attacked with water cannon. Following a bang, it gave the pig an untimely shower. Seeing the pig chasing it, the kraken turned its head and ran away. There was no use, alas. Howl. Why did you provoke it if you couldn't win against it? The cub glared at the kraken and rushed over to kill the pig. It did not take the existence of a waterwood attribute seriously. "Jade, don't kill it. Just grab it. I have some use for it," Subai said suddenly. Howl. The cub immediately changed its methods and directly opened its thorns domain. Numerous thorns rose from the ground and instantly tied the 2-headed, 3-eyed pig into a ball. The huge rattan ball burst forth with 2 psychic powers, and the pig stopped moving. In fact, in the face of the cub, which was a peak commander, most existences under that grade had no ability to fight it at all. "Arbai, what are you going to do? Are you eating pork?" The cub turned to look at him. Such an ugly pig is definitely not tasty. Onum. Blue sea kraken made a sound, eager to try. It indicated that if the pig was not tasty, it could settle it for them. Of course it's not for eating but rather for experimenting with the Pet Tamer's divine skill. "Jade, make sure that there's no one nearby," he instructed. Divine skill? The cub opened its forest's rhythm to check the surroundings carefully. It shook its head after a while. "No one's around. Subai released Little Tyrant, Mewling Fox, and Ice Phoenix. He let Phoenix fly into the sky and pay attention to the situation around them. Blue Sea Kraken, come over and I'll get you something fun. Don't resist later, you'll have a lot to eat once you are done. Although it had evolved, he still liked calling it Blue Sea Kraken. Onum. It immediately turned its head to look at him with its big blue eyes before nodding vigorously. Okay, come on then. He nodded and raised his hand to summon his contract book. After turning open, the contract book gleamed with golden light and a blood moon pattern appeared. Evolve. With a move of his mind, the contract book directly floated on top of the Kraken's head. Terrifying blood-colored light burst forth, and then a scarlet beam came from the blood moon pattern, which penetrated the Kraken's body. Onum. It raised its head to the sky and let out a roar, its body rapidly evolving in the blood and light. In a short while, it had grown to 100 meters huge, with mountain and sea patterns on its body. It was hideous and terrifying, ancient and mysterious, and a single roar seemed to make the mountains and seas tremble. It even directly evolved into a mountain sea monster kraken. Upon seeing this scene, all the other pets were taken by surprise. Their eyes widened and they could only watch this incredible scene in silence. Their master could directly evolve them now? Was this not too terrifying? Designated strengthening skill, water cannon. Subai raised his hand, and the page of the contract that belonged to Blue Sea Kraken appeared. He placed his finger on a line of blue runes, and blood was injected into Kraken's body again. Oh, it should be called the Mountain Sea Monster Kraken now. Onum. The big mouth of the Mountain Sea Monster Kraken opened, and blue stream gathered. The spiritual power of the water attribute under heaven and earth was mobilized, and the nearby river moved with it. With a roar, the Kraken hit a 200-meter high hill in the distance with its water cannon skill. Almost no obstacles stood in its way, so the dark blue water cannon easily struck the mountain, then a huge circular muzzle appeared. With a bang, the whole mountain was directly cut by the waist and turned into pieces of rubble. Mountain Sea Monster Kraken looked at the scene in front of it with uncomprehending eyes. Could a high-level servant emit such terrifying skills? Little Tyrant raised its claws and checked them, wondering if this was dreaming. It pinched itself. Ouch. It hurts. This was not a dream, huh? How could this guy perform things so easily when they needed his full strength to do? The other pets were also stunned. Quack. This world is really dangerous. The phoenix flapped its wings and flew higher. All right. Subai glanced at Kraken and collected the blood from it with a move of his mind. Like a deflated balloon, Blue Sea Kraken shrank from 100 meters to 10 meters quickly, and its body quickly degenerated from the Mountain Sea Monster Kraken to the Deep Blue Sea Kraken. It lay on the ground with a snap, looking sore and weak, its breathing labored. To it, there was nothing that could not be eaten. It would all be converted into energy, anyway. Subai, he did not mean to let it eat even the bottles. However, after eating all 5 large bottles of potion, it recovered a little. It could now float up and was no longer the same as the dead fish just now. Subai took out 2 more bottles of potion and threw them to it. Don't eat the containers. Arbai, is this the ability of the divine skill? It's too strong. Can I also try to evolve? The cub approached him in the form of a big cat and rubbed his cheek. Raw. I wanna try it, too. It's so abnormal, I love it. If I can evolve, I think I can smash that bigger mountain with 1 claw. The little tyrant patted its chest and roared. Both the mewling fox and ice phoenix also stared eagerly at him. Evolving easily was simply OP, and they wanted to try it, too. Don't worry, there are opportunities, but not now. After using magical skills to evolve, you'll have a period of weakness, just like the current Blue Sea Kraken. It isn't without consequences. He explained how it worked to his pets. The divine skill he had acquired in the Blood Moon world allowed pets to evolve again in a short time. Even if it was an ultimate pet at the end of its evolution, it could still evolve again. Moreover, after evolution, he could also designate one of its skill to be strengthened, allowing it to exert several times the original power. This was why the Blue Sea Kraken had managed to smash a small mountain with a single blow with its water cannon. Of course, this was not without cost. Although divine skills could be used countless times, pets would have a period of weakness after each evolution. During this period, forced evolution again would damage the foundation and potential of the pet. In severe cases, it might even kill the pet. Subai did not know whether this divine skill he had obtained was stronger or weaker than other skills in the alliance, but at least he was satisfied with it. Compared with Wei Ya's divine skill, it was really hard to judge. It could only be said that both were incomparable to each other because they worked differently. Howl. Okay, but I really want to try the feeling of direct evolution. The cub retreated by a bit. One could tell that it was frowning despite it not having eyebrows in its current form. Let's look around to see if there are any new things or monsters. Otherwise, let's leave. Phoenix, don't come down for now. Just act as a surveillance monster for us first and continue checking the surroundings. Subai opened his mouth to express what they should do next. Roar. Let me take the lead then. The dino raised its arms, and a large earth hammer appeared between its claws. It hoisted it onto its shoulder and looked ahead with its fierce, narrow eyes. It looked like a bully who was about to collect protection money. Subai jumped onto his pet kraken's back. Although it was very weak right now, he was still no different from an ant to it. Purple Jade and Mewling Fox moved forward side by side with graceful gaits. His pets were like ultimate bosses who were headed to a novice village, swaggering all the way while slashing all the monsters they encountered without difficulty. Just when the cleaning up was almost done and Subai was about to return home, the Ice Phoenix suddenly said telepathically, "Quack. Bai, I saw something in the northwest. Let's take a look." He glanced at the duck, which had shrunk into a ball, and patted the kraken. "Go that way. Jade, Fox, help check the specific situation, too." Mewling Fox was a fantasy pet that could learn most of the spirit attribute skills. It was, therefore, good at sensing nature. That seems to be a space crack. 10 minutes later, they saw the abnormality observed by the phoenix. Subai nodded. It was a space crack, indeed. However, he was not so afraid of space cracks anymore as his knowledge had already deepened at this point. This space crack was more than 2 meters high, half a meter wide, and appeared elliptical. The edges were recovering, and it looked like a temporary crack, not a permanent one. I can't sense it with my spirit detection. Mewling Fox tried and failed to perceive it. Purple Jade activated its forest cluster and turned a tree into a puppet, maneuvering it to go inside to look. The puppet is fine, it should be relatively safe inside. It told him after a while. Roar. Then I'll go in and have a look. Little Tyrant put away its hammer on its shoulders, ready to go in. It had a unique passive trait of the undead attribute, so it could not die and was also not afraid of dying. However, the cub still tied the dino's waist with a vine whip. This was so it could be quickly pulled out in the case of danger. The dino returned after a while. Raising its claws, it shouted telepathically, "There's no danger. We've struck gold. There are many ores inside." It turned and went in again after speaking. Subai, after mobilizing his contract book, he activated his internal breath skill and opened a shield for himself. "I'll go in with Jade. Fox, Phoenix, stay outside and stand guard." After entering the crack, Subai found that it was a small, dimly lit space, which was barely visible. It was about 1,000 square meters in size. For a space crack, this was indeed a small and inferior one. It was no wonder that this space crack was only temporary. By the time he came in, the dino had already used its spiritual power to dig a layer of the ground and had excavated many ores. The most important thing to Subai was the large 5-colored spirit crystal vein. This thing alone could definitely produce tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals. However, the dino was not particularly interested in the spirit crystals. It broke a piece, took a bite, and asked, "Bai, what to do about this spirit crystal?" "Well, let me use it to strengthen your skills, then we'll move the rest out," he thought for a bit and said. He was not short on money now, and it was obviously more cost-effective to improve the strength of his pets by making use of these things' attributes. This was especially so in this era when Blue Planet was suspected of undergoing drastic changes. Roar. "I'll go first." Upon hearing that Subai would use a mysterious method to strengthen them, the dino immediately concurred. Okay. Subai stretched out his hand and started to rub fire attribute light balls. When a handful of them was in his hand, he suddenly found that something was wrong. His skill seemed to have undergone a new change. After thinking about it, he tried to press the attribute light balls directly into the dino instead of into the fireball, which his pet had already produced. Unlike in the past, when it was almost impossible to press it in, it was easy to do so this time. The energy light balls were smoothly integrated into the dino. Can you feel any changes? He asked. Of course, all the power that you put in me went into my fireballs and didn't go elsewhere. I felt like it has permanently increased. The Purgatory Fire Thief scratched its head. It activated its basic fireball technique, and it appeared to be brighter and hotter than before. Really? Subai picked up a bunch of wood attribute light balls again and pressed them all into Purple Jade's head. Where did they go? He touched the cub and asked. Everything went to my vine whip skill. The effect feels permanent to me. Nodding, he took out his contract book and released the blue sea kraken. He returned it inside before taking it out again. Onum. The kraken rubbed its owner with a dazed expression. Could it eat anything it wanted here? Subai ignored it, grabbing a large amount of water attribute light balls and integrating them into its body. He continued to turn the water attribute, spirit crystal or veins into gray until they were exhausted of spiritual power. Can you perceive any part of your body has become stronger? Subai looked at his kraken and asked. He had a hunch that his ability might no longer be of small value. Onum. Stunned, Peepee Kraken flicked its tail to make a splash. A large wave of water hit his face, directly drenching him from head to toe. A pit of 5 or 6 meters deep also formed in the ground. Subai, the kraken, was also stunned. Had he become so powerful? Was this its original power? It fired another round of water archery before falling on the ground again. Unfortunately, it was still inexperienced. However, through this series of experiments, Subai basically understood that his ability had indeed improved. It seemed like he could randomly and permanently strengthen the power of a certain skill of his pet. Be it the general or specific use, further verification was required. Thus, he had yet to figure out how this skill had mutated. Was it because he had acquired a divine skill? If that was the case, could it mutate again if he obtained another divine skill? He shook his head and temporarily gave up thinking in this area. He would deal with the matter at hand first. After thinking for a while, he put the metallic energy light balls into the body of his fox. It failed and he could not integrate the light balls. He tried integrating the light balls into the dragon and it actually worked. Do you feel anything different? Raw. I feel something different about my claws. They've changed. Little dragon appeared from his wrist and cast its claw rip, directly causing a deep fissure in the ground. Amazing. Subai complimented. He wanted to try other light balls after they left this place. Still, at present, he determined that it only worked on all the elementary skills of his pets. However, it was good to fight opponents in this way. No one would imagine that elementary skills had power comparable to consummate skills, would they? After deciding to fight with basic skills, he suddenly felt invigorated. Raw. I finished packing everything I wanted to eat. I don't want the others. Little Tyrant touched its space pendant and roared. Okay, Peepee, the rest are yours. Eat as much as you like. Subai nodded. Onum. Blue Sea Kraken opened its mouth and immediately started devouring everything. It was eating earth ores at first, but in the middle, Subai realized that something was wrong. F***CK. You've eaten the space, too. Oh, my God. By the time he yelled, it was already too late. This space was already directly swallowed by Kraken. Fortunately, he did not fall into the void and fell on the original place of Blue Planet. He slapped his pet lightly. You scam. You swallowed the space without saying a word. Do you wanted to kill us? Onum. Although it was a little embarrassed, it still felt very aggrieved. He had obviously let it swallow as much as it desired. At this time, a spiritual vortex suddenly rose. Blue Sea Kraken opened its big mouth and sucked up the nearby spiritual energy at one go. It was then promoted to a low-level warlord. Subai, F***CK. It was as weak as a salted fish earlier, but it had still managed to break through. He simply wanted to curse. Nonetheless, this was a good thing. If the Kraken recovered quickly, he could use the divine skill more often. Once this pet of his grew up, its strength would be formidable. With a single swallow, many beings would have no hope of surviving. It could swallow whatever in one bite. There was a dragon bracelet on his exposed wrist. Behind him, little Tyrant ate or while Ice Phoenix practiced. Purple Jade, which was lying on the top floor next to the cat climbing frame, was squinting as it enjoyed the sun shining on its body. Mewling Fox was lying by Subai's feet, dozing. It seemed like everything had nothing to do with them. The panic and chaos of the outside world could not affect them in the slightest bit. It was akin to the life of a rich man, dull and boring. In fact, as long as he wanted it, he could enjoy all the services in the world that could be bought with money or even those that could not. What he had now was actually far beyond the vast majority of people in this world. Be it the Kraken's nest or this divine skill, as long as he took it out, he could have everything he wanted. The enjoyment of the rich was just a simple wave of the hand for him. The issue regarding the manor was almost solved, and with the shield, the general danger was no longer a problem, either. Subai had already inquired about Chen Ruoshua's parents from her, and they did not need his personal appearance to solve their problems. Once he emptied the cup of the black tea, he put it down, touched the head of Mewling Fox, and asked softly, "Have you given that thing to Senior 12-tailed Magic Fox?" "Yes, but I don't know if the senior has already seen it." His pet raised its head to look at him. Its telepathic voice continued to ring in his mind. "Do you want to subdue my senior?" "No, I won't force her. I just hope that she can help me guard the villa and protect my parents by staying with them when necessary." He sighed. "I can agree to your request, but can you really help me evolve again?" An ethereal and enchanting voice sounded from behind him. He turned his head and saw the huge 12-tailed magic fox lying in the living room. Its appearance shocked him and the pets. From beginning to end, they had not noticed it. "Of course, I never lie to people, nor do I lie to monsters and spirits," Subai calmed down and said. After speaking, he summoned his contract book and showed it to the senior fox. He had asked Mewling Fox to give this senior fox a mobile phone with the photograph of PP Kraken's evolution. It's indeed a divine skill. It can actually force pets to evolve. It's indeed a remarkable top-level divine skill. Still, this requires signing a contract with you and becoming your pet, right? The senior fox looked at him with a pair of dreamy eyes. It lifted its head slightly to reveal an elegant aura. "Yes, of course, but I think that this contract will have little effect on you. In comparison, the pros definitely outweigh the cons. The Pet Tamer's contract is balanced, and I can't force you to do anything you don't want to, right? Plus, the current appearance of Senior Fox isn't much different from after signing a contract with me." He spread his hands and explained. "I agree to your request, but you must not play tricks on me, or else I'll eat you, even if I pay the price of death." The 12-tailed magic fox glanced at him. A dreamy mist rose, and then it was gone. "Hurry up and become stronger. I don't want you dying on me even before you reach the requirements for signing a contract with me." "Okay. Senior, please be at ease as I won't let you down." Subai smiled slightly and waved his hand. This kind of thing was like telling his girlfriend that he would just hug her and not touch her at will. In the end, he would always have his way. "Ooh. Quickly cover your evil smile. It's disgusting." The cub opened its eyes and glanced at him in disgust. The other pets also nodded in agreement. "Our bai is too evil." Subai, after pouring another cup of black tea, he drank it quietly. He had already contacted his third sister, Li Shui, in the discipleship and told her that he would go to their master's place in a few days. At the same time, this contact was to let her know that he had come back alive. As for whether he had obtained the divine skill or not, he did not explain it on the phone. He wanted to take a good rest these 2 days. Immediately after, just as he had his breakfast, his third sister called. "Hello, senior sister. Are you still in Carp Town?" Yes, I am. Why? That's good. I'll send someone to look for you in a while. There's a space crack in Xiang Town next to Carp Town. Monsters are constantly running out. You can help suppress them. They don't have enough manpower. Merit points will be given to you. In a while, someone will go over and take you there. You, as well as a few others, will form an exploration team. Go in and explore the situation, and if the problem isn't big, help solve it. If there's a big problem, remember to withdraw fast. Don't force yourself, alright? Li Shui ordered over the phone. Okay, I got it. Su Bai nodded. He was idle, anyway, and since his senior sister had asked, he would just go. He could also test how much his pet's strength had increased. Roar! Bai, are we going out to fight? The Dino asked immediately after he hung up the call. In fact, all these pets had heard the entire content of his phone call. Yes, we are. Go back to the contract book first. After tidying up, Su Bai rode the cub and went out. Soon, they arrived at Carp Town. The people sent by his senior sister had also arrived at this time. A 20-something man, who was wearing a uniform and with a gun on his back, stood there. A wind attribute, green bird of the commander grade, was under him. Hello, comrade. I'm the person sent by Comrade Li Shui to pick you up. My name is Zhu Xiaopeng. The man jumped off his bird and gave him a military salute. Thank you. I'm Su Bai. Nodding, he kept the cub and followed the policeman onto the bird. After the bird took off, Zhu Xiaopeng said with a smile, we happen to lack a monarch in our force, which is the core of this exploration team. Comrade Li recommended you to us. We'll have to trouble you this time. Haha. It's okay. Just keep to your plan, and I'll follow along. Su Bai smiled back. He had truly not expected that the person who came this time would actually be a policeman. Thank you. Zhu Xiaopeng quickly thanked him. The man was relieved that this youth was so easy to talk to. He had been afraid of encountering some arrogant pet tamer. It's nothing. It's my responsibility. Still, I'm a pet tamer. I don't know much about investigation and exploration. Apart from me this time, are there others? Su Bai waved his hand. Although he had also studied investigation and exploration before, he did not think that he could compare to these professionals. He might learn a thing or two by following them. 5 of us are armed policemen, while you and 4 others are professional pet tamers with commander pets. The team has a total of 10 people. I have pets at peak mid-level commander. My teammates only have pets at the low-level commander and aren't strong enough, so we're hiring external aid since we can't handle the situation. Recently, space cracks have appeared everywhere, and there's not enough manpower. Zhu Xiaopeng smiled bitterly. Okay, I understand. Su Bai nodded. After flying for some distance, they arrived at Xiang Town. This space had a big crack, and the location was halfway up the side of a T-hill. Looking at it at this time, it seemed like there were no monsters around, which puzzled Su Bai. This space crack will periodically spew out monsters, and most of them are of the fire attribute, explained Zhu Xiaopeng. As they talked, the green bird flew down. A large number of villagers, with many teenagers among them, had gathered at the base of the T-hill. Some professional pet tamers could be seen in the crowd as well. Everyone, I'd like to introduce Su Bai to you. He's the pet tamer we invited who has a monarch level of fighting power. We'll go with him to check the inside of the space crack nearby and strive to close it, Zhu Xiaopeng said with a smile. Thank you. Thank you. The villagers cheered. Su Bai smiled back and greeted everyone. He then looked at the other members of the exploration team. Besides the 5 armed police officers, the other 4 were professional pet tamers, with 3 men and 1 woman. All of them were relatively young and did not seem weak. According to the situation explained by Zhu Xiaopeng, these 4 people were all graduating students of Can College. There was really a big difference between Tier 2 colleges and famous universities like East Capital Heavenly Abyss. Graduating students of the latter had at least high-level monarchs. I heard the police officer say that you're a freshman at East Capital Heavenly Abyss University. Is that right? Liu Baihe from Can College asked curiously. Oh, yes. Su Bai nodded. It was normal for these guys not to know him as not everyone paid attention to competitions. Hearing his answer, the 5 people had mixed feelings. They were all in their senior year but were not as good as this freshman. Do you already have a monarch pet? They said that you have a monarch-level combat power. Is that true as well? Liu Baihe asked again. I don't have monarch pets, but I think that I can beat ordinary monarch monsters, he replied after thinking about it. Upon hearing this, Liu Baihe and the others sighed in relief. It turned out he did not have a monarch pet. Hey, people like you are so lucky to be born with a silver spoon. You don't have to worry about the expenses of cultivating pets. We, on the other hand, have to run around all day long just to gather enough resources, Li Chao exclaimed. He immediately felt bolder after learning that Su Bai did not have a monarch pet. In his opinion, the so-called monarch-grade combat power was just tooting the youth's horns. It was not an easy feat to defeat a monarch monster with a commander pet. Have you ever experienced finding cultivation materials by yourself? Have you been to a monster wilderness before? Don't be angry. We just want to understand the situation and prepare for anything. Otherwise, it would be bad if any accidents were to happen on the road. By then, we could only lose our lives, another young man named Zhao Wei asked, not caring about Su Bai's monarch-grade combat power. Regarding this, he could also boast of having monarch-grade combat power by killing a bound monarch monster. Perhaps he could also boast the same by defeating a pet tamer with a monarch pet who had lost on purpose. These days, more and more people had been putting gold on their faces. Su Bai glanced at them, nodded, and said, "You don't have to worry about me, just take care of yourselves." He could understand their feelings. They were feeling inferior and ridiculed, just like how undergraduates could not hold their heads up in front of college graduates. However, he had never thought of showing off the superiority of his academic qualifications and had, in fact, always hated guys who thought that they were better than others. Okay. Now that everyone knows one another, let's set off. Be careful. After the brief introduction, Zhu Xiaopeng sent a small button walkie-talkie to everyone and announced their departure. Zhu Xiaopeng and his comrades formed a team and led the way. Su Bai and the other professional pet tamers positioned themselves to flank the sides of the group. Su Bai hung the communication device in the shape of a button on his clothes neckline and released the cub and the fox to guard the left side of the team. One female and male pet tamers positioned themselves next to him, while Li Chao and Zhao Wei chose to position themselves far away from him and on the other side. The crowd maintained space from one another, forming an inverted U shape as they advanced toward the space crack. Howl. It's so slow to travel like this. The cub complained. Just casually follow them. Su Bai comforted it. Soon, they safely entered the space crack. Immediately upon entering it, they felt an extreme heat wave. What greeted them was a tall virgin forest. All the trees were dark red, and the temperature on the ground was very high, almost burning their feet. Let's fly up and take a look. After informing the others through the mini communication devices, 2 people flew into the sky with their pets. One was a policeman and the other was a student from Can College. What an annoying world. These trees contain more of the spiritual power of the fire attribute. I feel like it'll be difficult to make puppets of them with my forest cluster. The cub raised its paw and howled. Then do you want to return to the contract book? No, I just said that the environment here will have an impact on my strength. It's okay. I'll also release Little Tyrant. He released the Purgatory Fire Thief. Raw tilde Arbai, I feel a strong sense of fire right in the depths of this world. The dino turned its head to scan the surroundings. After speaking, it dug a lava ore from the ground and bit it to pieces. Not far away, a small magma lake appeared on the left of Su Bai. The girl named Liu Baihe on the left of Su Bai saw the lake, too. Flint Dragon Lizard, quickly pick those few fiery red lotuses. She was afraid that Su Bai would snatch the few tier 3 fiery red lotuses floating on the magma lake and quickly asked her pet to snatch them. In her opinion, it did not matter even if there was a fire monster lurking inside. The Flint Dragon Lizard had high defensive power and high fire resistance. Su Bai shrugged. He had no intention of snatching those lotuses at all, but he could also understand that many professional pet tamers had their difficulties. Raw. Just when the Flint Dragon Lizard picked the fiery red lotuses and was about to leave, A large bloody basin mouth came out of the magma. A terrifying lava crocodile then directly rushed out and bit off the flint dragon lizard's tail. At this critical juncture, the dragon lizard could only throw a fiery red lotus to attract the crocodile's attention. It prepared to pull away before turning to fight. The strength of this lava crocodile was a bit beyond its expectation, as the former was actually a high-level commander. Roar! Purgatory Fire Thief rushed out and gathered its spiritual power. A golden earth hammer appeared between its claws, and its body shape also grew to 15 meters. After which, it ran forward. The earth hammer in its claws was more than 20 meters long while its width was more than 10 meters in diameter. Seeing it rushing over, the crocodile was stunned and turned to run back into the magma lake. F***CK. This Purgatory Fire Thief was obviously of a lower level, but why the F***CK was it so terrifying? The lava crocodile would only stand at a disadvantage by staying there, so it quickly escaped. Hing! A mind force appeared out of thin air, which made it freeze and be unable to move. With a bang, the lava crocodile's head was directly hammered into a pulp by Little Tyrant. There was even a hammer mark 5 or 6 meters deep in the ground. Roar! What a lousy monster! It glared at the dead opponent in disdain, then turned, and stuffed the fiery red lotuses that had fallen from the ground into its mouth. It then jumped into the magma lake. Before long, it fished out a fiery red crystal lotus root and a red fire spirit. Roar! Bye, I'll devour all of these. It gobbled up the fiery red crystal lotus root in one bite, and a 3-colored spiritual vortex suddenly burst out of its body. It broke through to a high-level commander on the spot. Roar! Hiccup tilde I must thank Lava Crocodile for delivering food. It hiccuped and waved its claws. Su Bai, must it insult a dead monster? Liu Baihe and Liu Feng, the pet tamers who had flown to the sky so they could investigate, both looked stunned. The Purgatory Fire Thief was too violent. Was killing a monster of the same level in seconds as easy as cutting vegetables? It even broke through as if it were just drinking water. It made them feel utterly uncomfortable. They finally realized how big the strength gap was. At this moment, they felt the horror from someone really strong. Was this the power of a student of East Capital Heavenly Abyss University? He was still a freshman. What the F***CK thank you, Su Bai. Liu Baihe was taken aback for a moment and quickly thanked him. The previous arrogance in their hearts had been smashed to pieces by Little Tyrant's hammer. You don't need to thank me, I only did it for the treasure. Su Bai did not even think about helping Liu Baihe, nor did he even order the Little Tyrant. Its actions were completely self-assertive. Liu Baihe, for a while, she did not know how to continue the conversation. It turned out that this guy had no intentions of saving a damsel in distress. By the time she returned to her senses, Su Bai was already far ahead. They continued walking a few kilometers and did not encounter any monsters. After walking through the forest, a lava river appeared in front of their eyes. Chapter 212 Little Tyrant's Evolution. Zhu Xiaopeng glanced at the other side, nodded, and said, "It seems that this world isn't big. Let's go and take a look. You two with flying pets, go over and guard the area. The rest will cross the river. Jade, build a bridge." Upon hearing that they were going across the river, Su Bai directly patted the cub on his shoulder. He had placed it on his shoulder because the cub felt uncomfortable being in contact with the hot ground. Howl tilde leave it to me tilde nodding, spiritual power exploded from the cub's body. Several vines emerged from the ground, quickly growing thick and long. They finally spread across the river of magma to form a huge vine-made bridge. Let's go. He glanced at the others and crossed the river first. Let's cross the river through this bridge built by Su Bai. Without saying anything else, Zhu Xiaopeng walked up with his pet. The others did not hesitate and followed them. HMPH. I can cross without this bridge. Li Chao, I'll bring you along. Zhao Wei snorted coldly and told the man who was with him. His pet was a water enchantress which could float. Okay. Li Chao nodded. Haha. They're really annoying. Arbai didn't even provoke them. I don't want him to cross using my bridge too. Be careful of being eaten by the lava crocodiles. The cub glared at the two people fiercely, very unhappy with them. They had been targeting its master ever since the start. Roar! Bai, do you want me to get rid of them? Little Tyrant was also very upset. No, just stay away from them. He shook his head, able to understand the men's rationale. Those who had an inferiority complex, the more generous someone was, the more they would feel that they were being targeted. After everyone had crossed the river, they dispersed to continue their exploration. Once the river of magma was behind them, they noted that the density of monsters had increased, but for these pet tamers with commander pets, these were all small and easy to overcome matters. Hey, why do you think that these monsters are completely inexhaustible and the space cracks are everywhere? What is going on? The universe is so big, why do they hold on to Blue Planet? Our world doesn't seem to have anything for them to covet. We even dig spirit crystals in another world, which means that these monsters are born in places wealthier and more prosperous than Blue Planet, but why have they been coming here for more than 100 years wave upon wave? Liu Baihe's puzzled voice rang through their communication devices. For a while, everyone was quiet as they thought about this issue. Exactly why? Was it not nice in another world with abundant spiritual power? Why did they want to go to Blue Planet? Su Bai had actually thought about this question a long time ago, but he still could not find the answer to the question. I don't know, he replied, drawing out a short knife to stab a color-changing snake that was attacking him. With a puff, the color-changing snake was directly pierced by his knife. For these servant monsters, he could now kill them by himself. No one knows the answer, and we humans probably can't find the answer ourselves. Perhaps the higher levels know it, or they are also looking for the answer. Let's concentrate on the task at hand, maybe we'll know when our status improves. Zhu Xiaopeng ended this topic. The others also stopped harping on this matter. It was too difficult a problem. At the end of the world ahead, there's a monarch monster lair. After 10 more kilometers, Liu Feng flew back on his green-winged dog and reported his discovery. Roar! With a roar from the depths, a double-winged monster resembling a red lotus Godzilla flew into the sky and pursued their group. It opened its mouth and spewed out a series of extremely terrifying flame tornadoes toward them. The Godzilla-like monster also absorbed the spiritual power of the fire attribute in heaven and earth to strengthen itself as it flapped its wings. Liu Feng and the other police, who were flying in the sky, were hit the worst. They were directly beaten down by a few attacks from the monster, while Su Bai and the rest escaped these flame tornadoes because of their positions. It's a mid-level sovereign flame lord. Su Bai, do you have a way to deal with it? No, let's find a way to withdraw. Everyone has more or less gotten the situation here, Zhu Xiaopeng asked quickly over his communication device. Let's just flee fast. This monster can't be beaten, it's too strong. It can fly, so there's no way for us to besiege it. Before Su Bai could speak, Li Chao took the lead to say, yes, let's run away and keep our lives. If we die, we'll die in vain. Has such a young master like Su Bai faced a monster in the wild before? Competition play is fatal here, we're putting our lives on the line by doing so. He even said that he has a monarch-grade combat power. Who would believe that? Who knows if he really has a monarch pet in his hand? This Flame Lord is so scary, I think that it's still more important to save our lives. Zhao Wei also spoke discourteously. I also recommend leaving, there is no need to fight, Liu Baihe also said. Who knew what Su Bai's monarch-grade combat power was based on? His claim was too vague. They were unwilling to take risks, especially since the monster was not one they must deal with. I can make it unable to use its fire skills. If you think we must leave, then leave, Captain. I have no problem with that, Su Bai glanced at the Fire Lord in the sky and said. At this moment, the monster fired a barrage of flame tornadoes. The power of its attacks became more and more terrifying, and it was difficult to simply dodge them all. We believe in you. Let's charge. As for Li Chao and the others, you guys can retreat first, wait for us later. Zhu Xiaopeng gritted his teeth and decided to believe in Li Shui. He did not believe that Li Shui would recommend someone who could only play competitively. Since he was Comrade Li's junior brother, how could he be easy to provoke? After speaking, he brought his other 4 teammates to Su Bai's side. Tyrant, go ahead. Su Bai instructed. The thought of fleeing had never crossed his mind. Roar. Hey, you in the sky, die now. The purgatory fire thief's figure soared to 15 meters in an instant, and its head popped out of the forest. A powerful elemental fire shot forth from its body, then blighted fireballs smashed into the sky. The power of every fireball was not less than an intercontinental missile. The dino possessed the attack might of a monarch. Flame Lord, which was faced with the attacks, had to flicker to avoid these. At that moment, the sky was lit just like a fireworks display. One fireball exploded after another, looking incredibly dazzling. Wow, his pet is so powerful. Is this his real strength? Others could not help but be stunned. No wonder he had a monarch-grade combat power. This fireball skill was scary enough, and none of them could handle it. What do you need us to do? Zhu Xiaopeng and the others leaned over and asked. Bring the monster down to subdue it. I can make my pet activate his fire theft skill so that the monster can't use its fire skill. I have other control pets here, you just have to lure it down, Subai responded. In fact, if they were not here to pull his legs, he could directly solve the battle by releasing the blood dragon. Don't worry, leave this small matter to us. Zhu Xiaopeng patted his chest. This kind of thing should be left for them to handle. After speaking, the 5 people rushed over with their pets and began to pull the enemy down. What should we do? Shall we go up and help? It seems like Subai really has a few tricks up his sleeves. Li Chao looked at Zhao Wei and asked. Zhao Wei frowned, his face gloomy. Do you dare to go into the Flame Lord's lair? Wait. You want to steal the gains from their hard work? Li Chao opened his eyes wide. This idea was crazy. Why? Don't you dare. Chempage. It's fine as long as we don't take everything and just take a few. If we hide our action well, it'll be impossible for them to discover it. Regardless if they fight or not, we can get half of the benefits. This is the lair of a monarch monster. I don't have to tell you what sorts of treasures there are inside, do I? Zhao Wei sneered coldly. Okay, let's do it. Li Chao gritted his teeth and agreed. It was crazy, but he was actually moved. Chempage. Even if we're discovered, no one owns any treasures in the wild. Whoever gets it first is the owner. We're not doing anything wrong, Zhao Wei sneered. He hid himself and set off toward the Flame Lord's lair. On the other side, the pets of Zhu Xiaopeng and others kept harassing the Flame Lord. Although their attacks were not fatal, they still managed to hurt and eventually anger the monster. Roar. The Fire Lord let out a terrifying roar. These several puny creatures dared to provoke it, it would tear them apart. Its wings shook as it swooped down, heading straight for Zhu Xiaopeng's Silver Moon Wolf. With a bang, it reached the ground. A paw then tore at the Silver Moon Wolf's back, almost cutting it in half. Fox, Jade. Following his order, the cub jumped from his shoulder and into the air. A green light flashed from its body, then it turned into the beautiful Limitless Beauty. The staff in the elf's hand was raised high as it unleashed Thorn's domain immediately, such that countless thorns and vines rose from the ground. It waved the staff in the palm of its hand again to activate Forest Cluster. Countless vines and the trees in the forest all turned into puppets, which rushed toward the Flame Lord. Realizing that it had been fooled, the Flame Lord tried to escape. Alas, at this time, the 6-tailed magic fox queen suddenly appeared not far from it. A dream bubble fell upon it, and its hypnotic and paralyzing skills worked in tandem to cause the monster's body to stagnate for a second. This 1 second was enough for countless tree puppets to reach the monster. When they engaged the Flame Lord into a scuffle, they steadily absorbed the latter's spiritual power, all the while pouring countless hypnotic powder and toxins into its body. Roar. The Flame Lord burst forth with infinite purple flames. For the sake of preserving its life, it did not hesitate to use its origin to ignite flames. This caused the flame's temperature around it to rise rapidly until they reached several thousand degrees. The tree puppets transformed, which had been using ordinary trees, were burned into ashes, and those transformed by vines also ignited into flames. They could not withstand this high temperature that was about to exceed 10,000 degrees. Zhu Xiaopeng, on the side, was surprised to see this scene, and they got ready to come and help. Don't come over, leave. Subai shouted. Just when the Flame Lord was about to break free, the Purgatory Fire Thief rushed over. A transparent fire flashed from its hammer as the dino pressed it onto the Flame Lord's body. It stole the latter's fiery fire and then vomited it out. Roar. Stunned, the Flame Lord roared in anger. Where was its fire? Why was it unusable? Ah. This D*MN creature. Your life has come to an end. Purple Jade raised its staff, and all the trees in the forest withered and fell at once. At the same time, the vitality of the Flame Lord also withered away. Roar. Your crystal nucleus is mine. Little Tyrant let out a roar. It approached the monster with its death collision activated and then hit the latter's heart with Crush Claw. Puff. Puff. Blood spurted everywhere. The dino grabbed the opponent's crystal nucleus before withdrawing its claws, not at all caring about the blood dripping on its body. With a bang, the eyes of the Flame Lord dimmed and it fell to the ground. Zhu Xiaopeng and the others were all stunned. Only at this moment did they come to know the terrifying strength this seemingly peaceful young man possessed. His hunting and killing techniques were perfectly sync. Even at one glance, it was obvious that he had experienced countless fights. Sure enough, East Capital Heavenly Abyss University's top student did not disappoint. Help, help. At this time, a miserable cry of help sounded in the direction of the lair. Su Bai and the others turned their heads over to see that it was Li Chao and Zhao Wei who were calling for help. Help! Su Bai, help! There are monsters inside. The two waved to him as if they were clutching at the last straw. Save us. You must save us. Why are they there? Su Bai, help me save them. Zhu Xiaopeng saw the two people and got up to save them. Sorry, my pets have exhausted too much energy. Su Bai shrugged without any expression on his face. He dug his ear with his little finger and then blew on it. Roar. Immediately afterward, a spider with 6 wings on its back flew out. A terrifying monster with a scorpion tail followed closely behind. The latter's hideous mouthparts sucked the two people, who turned into corpses with their pets and were blown away by the wind. It's the peak high-level monarch soul-crushing curse. Su Bai, quickly flee. After we separate, we must reveal this news. Zhu Xiaopeng's face fell and he shouted. This monster had a dual attribute of undead and spirit, which was 100 times more terrifying than the Flame Lord. Facing this kind of monster, if everyone ran away, they would all be dead. Hence, someone must stay behind. Zhu Xiaopeng and the other policemen must naturally do their part. The uniforms on their bodies did not allow them to escape first. Liu Feng and Liu Baihe, who had been rushing here in the distance, saw this terrifying monster and turned around wordlessly. Just when Zhu Xiaopeng and the others thought that Su Bai would leave, a cold icicle smashed toward the soul-crushing curse. Hey, come here. Su Bai stood on the back of the ice phoenix, hooking his finger toward the soul-crushing curse. Hit, the monster chased him without hesitation. A series of grey energy balls headed to the ice phoenix. Quack. It's so dangerous. So dangerous. The phoenix yelled while dodging the attacks. Su Bai, what are you doing? Quickly come back. We don't need you to sacrifice yourself. Zhu Xiaopeng yelled. He had never thought that Su Bai would stand up at this time. He actually wanted to sacrifice himself to let them leave. The 5 men were stunned for a while, and their eyes seemed to glisten. Don't think too much, I can get rid of it. Don't come over and make trouble for me, replied Su Bai through the mini communication device before instructing his pet to fly into the depths of this space crack fast. He was naturally not as noble as these policemen. He did it because he was confident in killing this soul-crushing curse. Soon, it reached the end of this space crack. A larger lava lake lay before him, and Su Bai had no way of escape. Coward! Let's see where you can escape to. Soul-crushing curse looked at Su Bai in ridicule, wanting to see his desperate look. The desperate mood before the death of prey was one of its favorite food. Tyrant, it's up to you now. Su Bai's contract book opened in the air, and little Tyrant's figure rushed out. It leaped high in the air and attacked the soul-crushing curse. Evolve. With a single shout, the contract book enveloped the little Tyrant's body with red beams. Its body instantly soared to 300 meters high, and then a pair of red lava wings emerged from its back which nearly blotted out the sky and the sun. Several meters of black sharp bones burst out of its joints. This was the evolved Purgatory Fire Thief, Lava Killer. Designated Enhanced Skill, Fire Thief Slayer. Subai slid his finger across the emerald page and finally pressed harder on a row of grey runes. A scarlet beam shot out and fell on the little tyrant. Roar! Give me your crystal nucleus. Lava Killer leaped high, and infinite power gathered on its claw. It then punched the soul-crushing curse once. The soul-crushing curse was directly smashed to the ground following a bang, its whole body broken into countless fragments. In the next moment, the characteristics of its undead system came into play, resurrecting it again. However, its aura had dropped by 1 level, and it was now only a mid-level monarch. Die! Little Tyrant beat it to death with a single punch. The claw contained an enhanced fire theft skill, so its life-taking power was magnified countless times. The unguarded soul-crushing curse had no chance to survive. It was resurrected 10 consecutive times and killed more than a dozen times by the dino. Finally, its breath fell to the low-level servant and died once and for all. The dino changed back to its size of 15 meters and lay motionlessly on the ground. Only its slightly turning eyes proved that it was still alive. The time it took to force the evolution this time was much longer than the last time the blue sea kraken evolved. The consumption was also greater and much more serious. At this time, part of its origin had been hollowed out. Return to the contract book to recover your energy. I'll heal you once we're back. Perceive your evolutionary feeling well, Subai touched its head and said before putting the dino inside his contract book. The reason why Little Tyrant was forced to evolve to kill the soul-crushing curse instead of directly letting the blood dragon defeat the opponent was that Subai wanted it to feel the feeling of evolving into a lava killer. This was another indirect effect of the Blood Moon divine skill. The skill could force pets to evolve untimely, which was actually a valuable experience for the pets as it had a greater effect on their evolution. This was why the 12-tailed magic fox had agreed to sign a contract with him. To those extreme pets, which had reached their peak and the end of their evolution, even they did not know what and how they could evolve. The forced evolution of the divine skill was tantamount to opening up a path for them. After keeping the dino, Subai released Purple Jade again. He went over and raised his hand to put away the crystal nucleus of the soul-crushing curse. This thing could be added to Little Tyrant's catalytic potion for its evolution. The soul-crushing curse was actually another evolutionary direction for the Little Tyrant. At the end of the evolution was Hell Soul Eater. The Fire Lord was just another evolutionary direction for the dino. With a different direction of evolution, the changes at the end would be even greater. Although the soul-crushing curse was no longer similar to the Little Tyrant, its crystal nucleus and the death stone in its lair were catalytic materials for evolving the dino into a lava killer. The crystal nuclei of such undead monsters would only appear when they were completely killed. As long as they were still alive, the crystal nuclei would be scattered in various parts of the body. In fact, even if the dino evolved, it would be impossible for it to kill the soul-crushing curse so easily. The main reason was carelessness and it being of the same origin as the dino. Did you really kill the soul-crushing curse? Zhu Xiaopeng asked incredulously. They really could not imagine how Subai had killed the terrifying existence of a high-level monarch. He was just a newly enrolled college student, too. Were freshmen so strong this year? For a while, they did not know what to say. He was definitely the youngest powerhouse they had ever seen in their lives. They had been so moved by him earlier, but now it seemed like he had just been confident of his abilities. Yes, I used my trump card. I don't want people to know of it, so please understand. Subai took the crystal nucleus and spoke with a smile. Ha ha ha. It's okay. Everyone has a secret. Yes, yes. As long as you are okay. Zhu Xiaopeng and the other 2 policemen nodded repeatedly, impressed by the youth. Okay, let's go into their lair to collect the battle gains. Subai stepped onto Ice Phoenix's back and invited the others. The den of these 2 monsters were on an island in the middle of the magma lake. You can take everything, we don't want it. Zhu Xiaopeng shook his head. I only want the monarch grade ones. There are a lot of commander-grade materials. Are you sure that you don't want them? Subai spread his hands and gestured to them. The ice phoenix took off under his feet and went to the center of the magma lake. Lots of fiery red lotuses are in the magma lake. Unfortunately, the dino has become too weak, and there's no way to pick the lotus roots below, exclaimed Purple Jade. Quack. Good Sister Jade, I can also get them. I'm not afraid of these flames, the ice phoenix responded. They saw an egg inside the nest at the center. The Flame Lord and soul-crushing curse were actually a pair. Uninterested in the egg, Subai walked over and found several monarch-grade dead soulstones, including a few fire attribute ores and purgatory flames. He decisively took them. After collecting the treasures on his end, the Ice Phoenix also dug out sovereign-grade Scarlet Fire Crystal Lotus Root and Scarlet Fire Red Lotus. Don't you want anything else? You don't want this egg, either? This is a good thing. If you don't want to take it, we can't take it, either, Zhu Xiaopeng said. Subai, he said helplessly, then I'll take it away. He prepared to go out and sell or give it away. After taking away the treasures here, they set out and were ready to go back. Subai originally wanted to use the magma's fire attribute light balls, but because the little tyrant was unable to move now and Zhu Xiaopeng and the others were there, he decided to give up on the idea. By the exit of the space crack, Liu Baihe and 2 policemen, who had gone out first, were evacuating the villagers when they saw 4 figures emerging from the space crack. You guys are still alive. How did you survive, Subai? Liu Baihe and Liu Feng asked one after another, their faces full of inconceivableness. They had actually survived the peak high-level monarch soul-crushing curse. This was completely impossible. The 2 policemen and a group of villagers were also dumbfounded. There's no need to evacuate the villagers. The 2 monarch monsters inside have been killed by Subai. This space crack is basically safe now, Zhu Xiaopeng announced. When he finished speaking, he motioned for the youth to produce evidence. Subai raised his hand and took out their crystal nuclei from his backpack. K-killed. How's that possible? Liu Feng looked at the 2 crystal nuclei with wide eyes. If not for the blood and traces of the initial volatilization on the crystal nuclei, he really wanted to suspect that they were fake. Subai, how strong are you, really? Liu Baihe took a breath and asked. The youth had completely refreshed her understanding of East Capital Heavenly Abyss University. This kind of person was actually just a freshman. It was simply outrageous. No comment, he glanced at the girl and replied indifferently. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please go to the village and let us do our best to host you. Thank you so much for helping us solve this crisis. Our village still has some funds. Let us show our appreciation, so please accept them. The village chief came over to thank him repeatedly. There's no need for dinner. You can transfer the appreciation gift to my account. Subai took out a paper and pen to write his bank account. This was what he deserved. He had refused the commander-grade materials earlier because he admired the policemen and wanted to give the materials to them. Okay. The village chief was stunned for a moment. It was the first time he had seen such a straightforward person. Officer Zhu, there should be nothing wrong here anymore. I'll take my leave now, we shall meet again if destined. He turned around and stepped onto the Ice Phoenix's back. Goodbye and thank you. Zhu Xiaopeng and the others quickly stood at attention and gave a military salute to him. This time, Subai had helped them too much. This young man would be remembered by them forever. Goodbye. Waving his hand while on the Ice Phoenix's back, he quickly disappeared from their sight. Liu Baihe and Liu Feng raised their hands halfway and put them down again. Indeed, having fled halfway through, they were unworthy of saying goodbye to Subai. Both of them felt quite bitter, having come to the realization that the figure gradually moving away was at a height they would never reach. You think he is a rich second generation, right? Zhu Xiaopeng glanced at Liu Baihe. Isn't he? She asked rhetorically. He shook his head slightly. No, his family is in Carp Town. He only paid 1 million for his beginner material. What do you think? The 2 fell silent. If this was the case, then they really had nothing to complain about. Li Chao and Zhao Wei deserved their deaths. In terms of his fighting skills and commanding ability, He has definitely experienced more than 10,000 battles and isn't like what your classmates suggested. Origin and education have never been problems. The problem is that many people are overly arrogant. Zhu Xiaopeng shook his head. I'll truthfully report the deaths of Li Chao and Zhao Wei as well as you two's performance. After speaking, he went to do other things. Liu Baihe and Liu Feng exhaled. When Li Chao and the others mocked Su Bai, they kept silent because they actually agreed with what they said deep down. They thought that Su Bai only won because he had better family conditions. Now, they deeply felt how ridiculous they had been. He fed it the potion, made from the monarch scarlet fire red lotus and its lotus roots. This should be enough to restore its energy. Okay. Now, you can rest inside the contract book. He ruffled the dino's head and kept it inside his book. Compared with the external environment, the environment specially developed for it in the page of the contract book was undoubtedly more suitable for its recovery. Howl. Bai, when will you let me experience the feeling of evolution? I can always absorb spiritual power when I open the Thorn's domain, and my recovery speed is very fast. Maybe I'm more suitable for breakthroughs compared to the others. Purple Jade squatted on the sofa in its cat form and howled at him. The Ice Phoenix and the Mewling Fox also looked pitifully at him, their faces full of eagerness to experience the feeling of forced evolution. No need to feel envious, you'll have your turn in a few days. He glanced at these few pets of his and spoke helplessly. He did not really care about this, for the divine skill could be used countless times. Since all his pets wanted to experience it, he decided to find a time to let them all experience the skill. With the help of the feeling of forced evolution, they might even evolve faster. Howl. Thank you. Hing. Bai, you're so good to us. Quack. Sighing and shaking his head helplessly, he walked over and took out all the pet potions and medicinal cakes. He placed all these on the table and said, "This is your food for the evening, you can eat whenever you want to. I'm feeling a little tired, I'll go to bed first." A little exhausted from the battle, Su Bai just wanted to take a good bath and then lay down on the big, soft bed to sleep. It was a pity that Chen Ruoxue was not by his side, or else he could still be massaged by her. He showered for 15 minutes and fell asleep in bed. His pets stayed in the living room and played by themselves. Su Bai was still unaware of the big things happening in the Pet Alliance. The first was the problem caused by the Blood Moon divine skill. The previous information about it in the Alliance was top secret. Very few people knew about it. However, because of the special nature of the Blood Moon world, it became the lair of the 12 Dragon Slayers, and a lot of criminals hid inside it, too. These people directly exposed the divine skill to the public. At this time, most of the professional pet tamers had realized that there was still such a divine skill existing in the world. Although they had never seen one yet and only knew that it was conceived by the origin of a world, they understood that it would not be weak. The most puzzling thing was that no one knew who had obtained the Blood Moon divine skill this time. For a while, the entire circle of professional summoners was full of noise, and the momentum was quite huge. However, no matter what they did, they could not find the possessor of the divine skill. It seemed that the person who had acquired it had disappeared into thin air. Shortly afterward, when people were still fixated on the matter, the Liu and Dai families of the Imperial Dragon Clan, as well as the 3 branches of the Imperial Dragon Gymnasium, were attacked. The Imperial Dragon Gymnasium's few pet tamers with Emperor Dragon pets were lost. The Liu and Dai families had it worse. Their family members were almost exterminated. Especially the direct ones who had dragon pets, they were all killed mercilessly. Moreover, the family's dragon pet breeding bases were completely ransacked. When this thing happened on Blue Planet, be it the Pet Alliance or the various countries, they were all shocked. They acted quickly and arrested the possible culprits, the 12 Dragon Slayers. The Blood Moon Bar and the various strongholds hidden in different places were directly seized and searched. It was a pity that no core members, who actually belonged to the 12 Dragon Slayers, were apprehended, and only the small fries were caught. This was the second action of the Dragon Slayers after a lapse of decades. Although it did not destroy half of the dragon pets in the Alliance like last time, the feat of directly destroying 2 first-class royal pet families was still shocking. Most professional pet tamers did not feel sad about this. Rather, they were shocked by the fact that this hidden terrorist organization was so powerful. Some people even applauded, thinking that the two families deserved it. Finally, the Lifeless Pet Alliance could move more freely, giving them some room for improvement. This incident immediately covered news of the divine skill even to the Pet Alliance. They put their focus on resisting the invasion of monsters and the 12 Dragon Slayers' sieges. Since the Blood Moon world had become integrated into Blue Planet, their master world, the spatial gate was no longer controlled by the 12 Dragon Slayers. The Alliance's united front directly formed an expeditionary force to go to the Blood Moon world for the purpose of exterminating the Dragon Slayers. Outside the Blood Moon world, a black dwarf planet floated in the cosmic nebula of the endless starry sky. There was a large building complex of pure black, hidden by a special protective cover. In this complex's main building, 9 people sat around a table in a huge rectangular conference room. All of them were expressionless like statues. After a while, 3 people riding cloaks came over and occupied their designated seats. These 3 were permanent Dragon Kings of the 12 Dragon Slayers. Now, let's talk about the harvest during this event. From our original plan, it can be concluded that we have achieved remarkable results when it comes to our trip to Blue Planet by destroying the Liu and Dai families and wounding the Imperial Dragon Gymnasium. A total of 85 dragons were obtained. Of them, 30 are above the Emperor level. Thanks to everyone's cooperation, all can get 35 Dragon Marrow Crystals. The Black Dragon King sat on the main seat, took off his black hat, and smiled. Hearing this, the other Dragon Kings laughed. The Dragon Marrow Crystal was the exclusive special material in the 12 Dragon Slayers' internal department. These were extracted from dragons and were very effective on these people. The second matter, however, fell short of expectations. The Blood Moon divine skill, which originally belonged to me, had mysteriously disappeared. This is really interesting. As Black Dragon King spoke, he glanced at Wei Ya and said, "It doesn't matter, though. As long as you don't let the old guys in the Pet Alliance obtain it, it's also fine. As for this divine skill, whoever finds it can keep it." The words of Black Dragon King surprised Wei Ya and the others. For the first time, he did not punish those who had failed. Let me talk about the third matter, that is, the Dragon King's seat is going to expand. 12 more Quasi-Dragon King seats will be added. The Blood Moon world is about to be occupied by the Pet Alliance. Although we managed to move in time, our overall strength still declined by a lot. The Dragon King seats are added to win over some people. Your original share will not be divided. Please be rest assured that you are the core members of the organization. Next, we have 3 main goals. First, find the first dragon hidden in the Alliance. The Dark Children we have transported for so many years can be used. As long as one of the first dragons is killed, the main contributor can obtain a permanent seat as a Dragon King. Second, look for information on the 4 major creation pets and prepare to capture them. Although the whereabouts of the creation pets is uncertain, their strength should be in a low period now, so this is the best time to capture them. Third, we must be ready to leave this planet at any time. I think that everyone understands what is up with this planet, so we must make early plans and everyone should act quickly according to them. The next period will be our best opportunity to act, the Black Dragon King said slowly. As long as one of the 3 things is done, the organization will give a huge reward. I hope that everyone will take it seriously. Once he finished speaking, it was time for everyone to start a discussion. Many of the people present were stirred up by the Black Dragon King's words. The meeting ended, and the rewards were distributed. Everyone separated from one another and left this dwarf planet. Unbeknown to others, the core of this dwarf planet was actually a bloody heart the size of Pluto. The space at the center of this planet was densely packed with many dragon corpses, which were immersed in transparent liquid, with each one being a kilometer in size at least. Almost all kinds of dragons in the universe could be found here. Upon closer inspection, these dragon corpses were actually still alive, but they were motionless due to the bloody tubes attached to their bodies. These tubes, which were directly connected to the huge heart at the center, would transfuse blood from time to time. Suddenly, a tall, black figure appeared in the underground space. He was the firstborn black dragon king with double horns. He looked at the huge scarlet heart and then raised his hand to open his contract book. 85 more bound dragon monsters appeared. Blood pipes then drilled out of the huge heart and inserted themselves into these dragon monsters. In just an instant, more than 50 dragon monsters were sucked dry until they turned into corpses. The remaining 26 emperor dragons were soaked in the special liquid and sealed in transparent glasses so that they could continuously deliver blood. It seems that success is near, we just lack the blood of some first dragons. I'm really looking forward to the 10,000 dragon corpse god, the Black Dragon King whispered before turning to leave. No one would imagine that such a humongous planet was actually a man-made terrifying monster. Howl! What's wrong? The cub raised its head and asked. Subai looked at his phone and quickly returned a message. It's nothing. Let's go out to eat. He shook his head. Wei Ya had just sent him a message, asking if he had obtained the Blood Moon divine skill. He naturally answered no, indicating that the divine skill had suddenly disappeared while he was in the 6th layer. He was not stupid enough to tell the truth over the phone. When he arrived at the living room, he prepared the pet's meals. He then ate the meal delivered by his parents. The little tyrant carefully gnawed on an oar, having almost fully recovered. After this evolutionary experience, it felt like it was nearing evolution. Hurry up and eat, we have to go back to school after eating, Subai looked at the pets and said. The school suddenly summoned them back, so he had to return as quickly as possible. Howl! Why do you want to return to school? To kill monsters. After drinking the potion, the cub jumped onto the table and asked. Maybe. He did not know, either, because the school had not revealed more details. After the meal, he kept his pets in his contract book and found his parents to inform them of his departure. Okay, pay attention to your safety. Remember what I said before, restrain yourself. You already have a girlfriend, think on behalf of Ruoshue. Mother Su exhorted with heartfelt words. Don't worry, Mom. I won't be reckless. Subai nodded. This is something for your little brother, take it to him. Father Su handed him a space backpack. Okay, I'm leaving. Pay attention to your safety and send me a message if anything happens. I'll reply as soon as I see it. Subai waved his hand and turned to leave. After exiting the gate, he released Ice Phoenix and asked it to take him to his master's manor. The cub turned into its kitten form and sat on his shoulder. Hello, senior sister. Just after landing on the villa, he saw his third sister, Li Shui. You're pretty impressive, aren't you? You even killed high-level monarch monsters. It seems like your harvest was not small this time. The woman winked at him. It's all thanks to you, senior sister. The harvest was indeed good. He grinned and nodded. Hee hee. Let me see if you have time. Li Shui immediately understood what he meant and spoke with a smile. No problem. I'll let you look when I have time. Okay, I'll take you to find your brother first. Oh, it should be our little junior brother now. You're not the smallest junior now. Master has accepted my brother as a disciple. Of course, he has a talent in pharmacology, which the master sings praises about. When Subai came to his master's laboratory, he did not see Jiao An and only saw Suyu pouring medicine alone. Go ahead, I won't disturb your reunion, Li Shui said with a smile. Thank you. Brother, you're here. Suyu stopped what he was doing when he saw Subai and greeted the latter with a smile. You're doing such a good job right now. How is it? Are you now used to it? Subai patted his younger brother on the shoulder before handing him the backpack. Our parents asked me to bring you this. They are all for you. I was a little uncomfortable at first and missed my classmates, especially the girls in my class. I missed the days when I took them to play games. Suyu smiled and resumed speaking. However, after seeing the vast starry sky and the boundless knowledge here, I stopped missing such things. Forget girls, they'll only distract the speed of my research on medicine. Ha ha ha. Impressive. Subai could not help but laugh. His brother was still the wanton and unrestrained boy. He chatted with Suyu for more than an hour, played 2 chess games, and exchanged stories on what they have experienced thus far. Subai gave him some of the things, including the egg, he had found in the wilderness. Suyu gave him some potions. Okay, then I'll be on my way now. Remember to call me if anything is wrong. Bye-bye. Finally, Subai patted Suyu on the shoulder and got up to leave. His master had gone to collect materials from other planets in the Gulf of Space, so he could not see him. Okay, senior sister, let's go. He looked at Li Shui, who was in a black sailor suit. Come on up. She hooked her fingers. He jumped onto the body of the light and dark bone mantis king. Shall we continue playing poker? She took out another stack of cards. Subai. Subai. Chapter 214 Unlocking New. What is it? Is it about the destruction of the two imperial dragon families, or is it about the Blood Moon divine skill? Subai glanced at the other. He already learned about these two things on the way back to school. Yeah, isn't it a big deal? Even several masters of the Imperial Dragon Gymnasium were killed. Lu Shuang looked at him with a surprised expression. He was quite speechless about Subai's indifferent attitude. How could he be so calm? As for the Blood Moon divine skill, it's impossible for us to get our hands on it, especially when only one in the entire alliance can have it. This incident is truly a big blow to the alliance. You should know that the Liu family's patriarch is the Alliance Alien Exploration Division's head. This incident has left a lot of vacant seats in that division, Liu Yong said excitedly. It's a pity, though, that it has nothing to do with us. Feng Ming spread his hands. So, what's there to be excited about? Subai glanced at Lu Shuang and Liu Yong. Let's think about the next thing. The school's task this time isn't easy to complete. Our class's task is to guard a space crack. Yes, the entire university had to go to the Heavenly Abyss space crack to guard it. As long as they did that, they could earn merit points. Each person should be able to earn 100,000 merit points, which could be exchanged for all kinds of treasures in the Alliance Hunting Hall. Fortunately, teachers and strong men from various gymnasiums were also involved. The 12 Dragon Slayers organization was very arrogant, but the Alliance found it difficult to chase them down, for they could hide in the numerous space cracks appearing everywhere on Blue Planet. The Alliance could only deal with small bandits, but who knew if they could even eradicate the small fries? The world was too chaotic right now, especially since the Dragon Slayers had too many places to hide themselves in. As such, it was only right for the Alliance to prioritize closing the top 10 superspace cracks as soon as possible. Once these were dealt with, they could focus on solving the smaller space cracks and then finally deal with these criminals once and for all. This was the right way to go about the problems. Also, because of the long period of peace, most of the ordinary pet tamers had lost their fighting spirits, and some had even died while living idle lives. In a way, this series of incidents also served as a wake-up call to the people and gave Blue Planet more chances of improving their fighting force. Subai could almost understand the thoughts of the Spirit Alliance and the other countries this time. After all, in the environment they were in, it was easier to get hold of internal news. At least, it's still helpful to us. If we perform well in the task this time, some big bosses might even fancy us. Lu Shuang insisted on his perspective. Subai shrugged. It did not matter to him. He took out something and said, "You guys keep talking, I'm going out." Feng Ming, why are you going out? Bring me a snack if you're buying something. He shook his head. No, I'm going to find my girlfriend. Lu Shuang, Liu Yong, King Ruthless. The hearts of the three people were pricked hard, and they felt incredibly uncomfortable. The most annoying thing was that they had found out about Subai's girlfriend. She was another big shot who got a perfect score in the college entrance examination. This kind of envy they felt was incomparable, and they even doubted their self-worth and began to think if they were rubbish. These big shots could obtain full marks while dating. What else were they if not rubbish? Subai left the dormitory and went straight back to the off-campus house he and his girlfriend were renting. Today was Friday. He had 2 days off on weekends. It was also an opportunity for the students to prepare. On Monday, he would go to Heavenly Abyss. He returned home to see Chen Ruoxue and to prepare some things. Soon after, he reached Hope Community and opened the door to the rented apartment to find his girlfriend cooking. "Do you want me to help?" He walked over to her and asked. "Bring out the other dishes and wait for me to eat. This is the last dish, Chen Ruoxue glanced at him and replied. Okay, that's easy. He chuckled and nodded before beginning to serve the dishes. Did you obtain the divine skill? She batted her eyes at him. Yes, all thanks to my previous arrangement, or else it would be hopeless. He nodded. If you have time, let me take a look. Apart from my masters, I haven't seen any other divine skills yet, she said after taking a bite of rice. You can see it now. Mewling, it's your turn. Su Bai glanced at his pet fox, which was currently drinking milk. Weep weep, it nodded and unleashed an illusion, forming the scene where Blue Sea Kraken was forced to evolve into a mountain sea monster kraken. Wow, it's amazing. No wonder it's a divine skill, Chen Ruoxue exclaimed in surprise. Compared to Wei Yai's divine skill, her boyfriend's Blood Moon divine skill had more obvious effects and was very suitable for him, too. Of course, yes. Unfortunately, this divine skill can only be used on my pets, or else I'd let yours experience the feeling of evolution, too. Su Bai spread his hands and explained. It's a pity, but it doesn't matter. The divine skill can be passed on, anyway, so you can just pass it to our children in the future. She batted her eyes at him once more as she smiled. There were two ways of inheriting divine skills. One was through direct inheritance, which was to kill the owner of the divine skill and swallow their contract book. The other was via blood inheritance. There was a certain chance that the descendants of someone who possessed a divine skill would have a weakened version of it. It depends on luck. In case of bad luck, our child may not gain anything. Su Bai shrugged. Are your two dragon commanders already? Yes, they were promoted. Joining the Imperial Dragon Club let me obtain many dragon treasures. It's not bad. Chen Ruoxue nodded. I called Zhu Lingen over to deal with some things. You can tell her what you need and let her bring them together, explained Su Bai. I don't need anything. Okay, then. After eating, the two had afternoon tea. At 3 or 4 o'clock, Zhu Lingen came over. How is it? Are you used to staying here? She sat down next to Chen Ruoxue and asked. This house is really good, we both like it very much. Smiling, Chen Ruoxue poured the other lady a cup of jasmine tea. In that case, I can sell this house to you for 100 million yuan. How about it? Zhu Lingen took a sip of tea and asked with a smile. 100 million. Isn't that too little? We can't take advantage of you like this. How much is the original price? If not, then we would rather not buy this. Chen Ruoxue took Zhu Lingen's hand and shook her head. Yes, we'll purchase it at the original price. We can't take advantage of friends. Su Bai also agreed. If things could be solved with money, they were extremely unwilling to owe favors. Once the favor was owed, it was difficult to pay it back. Okay. You two are really united. It's scary to have money to burn. I'll sell it to you guys for 800 million, then. Are you satisfied? Zhu Lingen said helplessly. She had failed to buy some favors from these two. Of course, we're very satisfied, Chen Ruoxue said with a smile. Thank you so much. This house should have some significance to you. We're so grateful that you're selling it to us. Renting and completely owning a house had completely different meanings for people. In a way, it has some significance, but it's nothing much now. I hope that the house can be a witness to a couple like you two, said Zhu Lingen with a smile. Thank you. Su Bai and Chen Ruoxue expressed their gratitude sincerely. These are the items you asked for. I brought them back here. The lady took out a space box from her bag and handed it to Su Bai. He opened the box and looked at the 10 grey spirit grass encased in a crystal glass inside. The leaves were sharp, their surface was grey, and the back was black. These were a kind of undead spiritual plant called death soulweed. After inspecting the grass, he nodded and asked, how much for these? The condition is very good, one is 30 million, so these grass blades 10 amount to 300 million, Zhu Lingen said. Okay, we'll transfer the money together later. Thanks. Su Bai had no objections to this and found the price to be very reasonable. He and this woman had traded multiple times before, so it was impossible for her to cheat him on this one. It would only seem so if he was petty over money. You said that you have a batch of skill jades and summoner skill cards here, Zhu Lingen asked. In fact, if it was just a deal for 10 death soulweeds, she would not have come over personally. Her main purpose for coming was of course the skill jades and summoner skills this young man had mentioned. Everything's here. The skills I acquired in the Blood Moon world, especially the summoner skills, should be non-existent on Blue Planet. Subai put a spacebox in front of Julingen and said. Except for some of the relatively good skills he kept, he took out the rest for the woman to see. The reason why he dared to take these out was that they were not something unique or hard to obtain. These items could be obtained as long as they participated in the fight for the Blood Moon divine skill. It was just that he had obtained a particularly large amount of them. My gosh, there are so many. Did you rob someone or did you actually obtain the divine skill? Julingen was stunned to see the abundant items inside upon opening the box. It was far beyond her imagination. Oh, I forgot that you have the ancestor blood dragon. Did you really acquire the divine skill? She asked again with a look of realization. Do you think it's possible? Subai laughed. Although I have a blood dragon, I'm only a low-level monarch. How could I defeat those dragon kings? I just understood that there's no hope of snatching the divine skill, so I decided to collect skill jades and cards, instead, with the idea of not making a loss. He spread his hands and explained. The fact that he had the ancestor blood dragon was seen by so many people in the Blood Moon world. In fact, he could no longer hide it, but he would not take the initiative to admit it and would only say that he had a blood dragon. You can really restrain your desires, then. Who wouldn't want to fight for it at that time? It's amazing that you resisted the temptation. Julingen thought for a while and found it impossible but still exclaimed in admiration. It's just that I'm poor. Tell me, how much are these worth? He shrugged. I can't count them now, I'll take them back and count everything at home. I'll tell you when I'm done counting, okay? There are just a lot, I didn't expect there to be these many at all. She was a little helpless. No problem. You can write a proof afterward. Subai nodded. Julingen's eyes widened. Does the relationship between us still make you think that I'll cheat you, or is it that you've never regarded me as a friend? I believe in you, but I don't believe in your family. If not for you, I wouldn't let you take these things away and count them. What if they're secretly replaced? Subai expressionlessly spread out his hands and shrugged. In fact, he did not believe that Julingen had met him by chance on his way to East Capital and felt that this was deliberately arranged by her. However, he would not say it out since he had no evidence. Would it not be embarrassing if she was genuine to him? He would just keep an eye on this. Julingen, taking a deep breath, she nodded and said, You're right. I'll write a proof, then. She listed the items and handed them to him. In fact, there was nothing wrong with this procedure. Subai called and asked the bank to transfer 1.1 billion yuan to the woman. You can check it, it should arrive in your bank account soon. The real estate certificate can only be handled by you. You can write down the names of me and Ruoshua. He shook his head. I received it. Don't worry, I'll handle this matter soon. Julingen nodded. She drank tea and chatted with Chen Ruoshua for a while. They even made an appointment to go shopping together another day. In the end, she got up and turned to Subai. Can you show me your ancestor blood dragon? It shouldn't be a secret now, right? It's just an ordinary little blood dragon, not an ancestor blood dragon. He shook his head. B*LLSH*T, Julingen spat dryly. Please show me your ordinary blood dragon then. Okay. Subai released his pet. In fact, people only knew that he had an ancestor blood dragon, but they did not understand what it was like or what skills it possessed. Roar! The dragon stared at Julingen. This was the first time it had seen a human other than Subai and Chen Ruoshua at such a close distance. It's pretty cute, can I touch it? Julingen stretched out her hand. With a slap, the blood dragon turned around and slipped away. Okay. I'm leaving. Goodbye. She sighed and got up to leave. After she left, Subai turned to Chen Ruoshua. Are you happy now? We have our own house. Of course, I am, but leave decorating the house to me. You don't have to worry about that. She picked up the teacup. Okay, then. Cheers. Subai clinked cups with her. He understood her intention. She also wanted to contribute something to their house. Only then would the house have meaning. If everything, from a house and a car down to the smallest things, was paid for by the man alone, was it still called a conjugal property? After drinking tea, he got up and went to make potions. With the death soul weeds, the ingredients for making a catalytic potion for the evolution of the little tyrant were complete. It took more than an hour for him to complete its production. Come on, tyrant. Drink this potion and see if it works. After making the potions, Subai handed a bottle to the dino, which was eating ore in the living room. Raw. Thank you. It hugged the bottle and emptied it in seconds. After a bit, the breath on its body deepened. Raw ~RBI, the effect is very good. It's much better than the catalytic potions I've drunk before. I think that it may be the reason why I have evolved once, little tyrant said in surprise. I see. That's great. Subai nodded. In this case, the 10 bottles of catalytic potions should be enough for his pet to evolve. This blood moon divine skill was really magical. Its indirect effect was probably its most fundamental effect. That evening, the two ordered a takeout. Subai then eagerly took a bath and went to bed. When he saw Chen Ruoxue coming in wrapped in a bathrobe, he could not help but hug her. Her fair and tender skin was pink because of the hot shower, and she had a shawl over her long wet black hair. Although the bathrobe concealed her curvaceous figure, just seeing her exposed long and straight legs, he could imagine what an alluring figure was underneath. Don't move. Be obedient. Chen Ruoxue took his hand and said coquettishly. Wait a while. Let me dry my hair first. Okay then. He took the towel and wiped her hair. Once it was dry, he chuckled. Is it all right now? Help me adjust the balance of my yin and yang. Okay. She nodded gently. He turned off the lights and kissed her. Tonight, the experience gave him endless aftertaste. He was reluctant for it to end and just wanted to experience it a billion times more. Early the next morning, he woke up from his tender dream and saw his girlfriend next to him. He hugged her slender waist and went back to sleep. Anyway, he did not have to go to class today. Get up and cook. Chen Ruoxue pushed him away. Let's order a takeout. We can sleep some more. Subai blinked. Okay, then. She leaned her head on him. It's an unknown number. Maybe the caller got it wrong. I don't want to bother about it, Subai said casually. Okay, then. What are you going to eat? Let's order a takeout in a bit. Chen Ruoxue moved her head to the side of his, and the two of them leaned against each other. Do you want to eat glutinous rice balls? Okay, I haven't eaten one of those in a long time. Nodding, she reached out her white hands to hug him. Follow me to the mall to shop later. It's already autumn, let's buy some clothes. I want to buy 2 sets of couple outfits. Of course, it's my wife's orders, I don't dare to disobey. Subai smiled and hugged his girlfriend. When he was about to kiss her, her phone rang, which killed the mood. She took the phone in confusion. Huh. It's also an unfamiliar number. Huh. This number was the same as that number of that caller from moments ago. Subai took a look, his volume a little louder. The same caller called them. This was not explainable by a harassment call. Okay, I'll pick up. Chen Ruoxue decided. She then answered the call and turned on the loudspeaker. Hello, may I know who is calling? May I ask if you are Ms. Chen Ruoxue? It was a mature female voice. Yes, what's the matter? I'm from Yulong Gymnasium. I want to talk to you about something with Mr. Subai. Do you have time? I'm inside the cafe inside East Capital Heavenly Abyss University. If possible, please come and have a talk with me. Chen Ruoxue turned her head and glanced at Subai. She then replied, What's the matter? Please tell me clearly. Yes, we want to invite you two to join the Yulong Gymnasium. For now, we haven't considered which gymnasium to join, she responded. Before this incident, the gymnasium had also invited them, but it was not from this place but rather some clubs established by the gymnasium in school. This was the first time this gymnasium had approached students directly. However, the pair was not in a hurry. They were not short of money, and there were still more than 3 years before graduation, so they had no need to hurry. Taking a step back, even if they had to choose, it was not a must to join the Yulong gymnasium. Many gymnasiums were more than willing to poach them. Sorry, we have no intention of joining any gym for the time being. After the couple made eye contact, they unanimously decided to refuse. Some things are hard to say over the phone. Please give me a chance. It won't take you long. Believe me, it definitely won't disappoint you too. If you still refuse then, just treat me as if I didn't say anything. I apologize for the trouble. Okay, then. Goodbye. We'll be hanging up, Subai said directly. Aren't you curious about what she said? If it's a great thing, don't you think it'll be a big loss? Chen Ruoxue glanced at her boyfriend. She was quite curious about what the woman wanted to talk about. Thai was because, from her tone of finality, it did not sound simple at all. Subai pinched her small face affectionately and chuckled. First of all, based on my experience, there's no such thing as free lunch in this world. If a person gives great benefits for nothing, then they must want to get a greater return. It doesn't matter whether you hang up or not, they'll find you again and offer higher benefits as your firm refusal shows that you really don't care. Once you show that you don't care but they do, then you'll have already gotten the upper hand in the upcoming negotiation. This is what it means by the resilience to thousands of cliffs comes from the absence of desire. Chen Ruoxue batted her eyes and hugged him. She then rolled over and lay on his chest. It makes sense, and it seems to be very useful when applied to love. Are you talking about me? I can't do without you, though, I have endless desires for you, said Subai. Chenpage. You're such a sweet talker. Giggling, she pulled the quilt and got up to put on her clothes. Subai lay in bed and watched her get dressed. This was one of his favorite things to do in the morning. She rolled her eyes at him but did not stop him, nor was she as shy as she had been at the beginning. She put on her clothes openly and threw her bra at his face in the end. Enough is enough. Get up quickly, I'll punish you by letting you wash my bra. Glancing at him, she walked into the bathroom. He took off the bra on his face and smelled it. There was a special fragrance that he knew very well. He would smell it every night when she was fast asleep in his arms. Putting it aside, he got dressed and went into the living room to feed the pets. Girls were always slow to get ready, so he chose to feed the pets first. Hal tilde Arbai, it's time to change the flavor of the energy medicinal cakes. I'm so sick of the orange fruity flavor. The cub took a sip of milk and complained while looking at the orange jelly-like energy medicinal cake on its plate. Mule Arbai, I feel the same way. We've eaten this flavor for half a month already. The mewling fox also nodded in agreement. Here, Jade, I can help you digest it if you don't want it. Chen Ruoxue's super big demon came to purple Jade with a ferocious grin and guffawed. With a snap, it was swept away by the cub's vine whip. Get lost. You haven't paid back the energy medicine cakes you owe me. The cub glared at it. Here. Don't you be angry, Sister Jade. I don't have any money, I'll pay you back when I have some. Super Big Demon was shameless. Subai said, be patient. This month, I'll ask my brother to change the flavor. Tell me what flavors you want, and I'll let him make some. He had stopped making these basic potions because his master was providing them now. Su Yu was in charge of making the potions for his pets. Howl tilde I can eat anything as long as it's not spicy tilde the cub howled. I want something more creamy with a chicken flavor. Mewling Fox raised its head. What about you two? He turned to ask Little Tyrant and Ice Phoenix. Raw tilde I don't care about the flavor. The more medicinal cakes, the better. Little Tyrant raised a small claw. Little Blood Dragon, Ice Phoenix, and Peepee Kraken formed an alliance of gluttons with it. They did not care about the flavors of food at all. Quack. I'm going to break through to a high-level commander. I just lack a high-precision potion, Ice Phoenix said telepathically, though its aura was still calm on the surface. Okay, I see. Subai wrote this down one by one and then went to wash up. By the time he came out, Chen Ruoxue had already brought in the takeout. She opened the package and waited for him to eat. Hurry up and eat. When we're done, let's go shopping. She hurried him when she saw him. Okay. The glutinous rice balls and pork buns, as well as the cold dishes, They bought yesterday and left in the refrigerator made for a perfect breakfast. The two were ready to go shopping after having their breakfast and cleaning the house. However, as soon as the pair brought their pets out of the community, they were blocked by someone. Of the two people blocking the way, one was a blonde in her 20s who looked like a big shot, and the other was a man in his 40s with a stubborn face and a cigarette in his hand. The blonde got out of a black Porsche and stood before the pair. "Hello, I'm Chin Miao from Yulong Gymnasium. I called you this morning. If it's convenient, let's go to a coffee shop not far from here to have a talk. Don't worry, it won't take a long time." Su Bai and Chen Ruoxue looked at each other. They nodded and said, "Okay, then. Let's talk." They ordered 4 cups of random coffee at the cafe. Chin Miao pointed to the middle-aged man next to her and introduced, "This is Chen San, he's also from our gym." "Hello," Su Bai nodded at them, asking, "What can we do for you? Please speak. We want you to join the Yulong Gymnasium and fight for the position of the new curator on behalf of our faction." The blonde was silent for a moment before saying. Her words were beyond their expectations, and they could not help but open their eyes wide. "So you want us to be the curator only in name? What benefits are you going to give us in return?" he asked. Although it was said that the museum inheritance was not focused on bloodline, it was unlikely that the position of a curator would be occupied by an outsider. In his view, even if he went, he would only be a curator in name without real power. Those who worked for others for nothing did not actually have any real power. "No, it's not just in name but with real authority. We'll spare no effort in helping you become a curator." Chin Miao shook her head. Su Bai looked at the woman and then at Chen San. "Why? You should have heard about the attack on Yulong Gymnasium a few days ago by now. The young and powerful in our faction who had pureblood dragon pets all died. No one else has a pureblood dragon pet, and none of them has the ability to compete for the curator post. This is why I'm asking you to join us, as you're the owner of an ancestor blood dragon. In fact, I got the recommendation from Ms. Hu Jie. I've also done a detailed background check on you. I think that it's also a very good thing for you. After exposing the ancestor blood dragon in the Blood Moon world, you need a force to protect you and your pet." The woman explained slowly. "You still have contact with Sister Hu? Do you know where she is?" Chen Ruoxue asked aloud. She and Su Bai had always been concerned about their teacher's whereabouts and wanted to help her. It must be lonely and uncomfortable for a person to escape in an alternate world alone without any friends to talk to. "Sorry, I don't know. She recommended you to me before she left. I also want to know where she is and help her out in any way." Chin Miao shook her head. "Okay, then." Chen Ruoxue was a little disappointed. Su Bai was also disappointed. At the thought that she had paved the way for him before leaving, he could not help but feel like he owed her more. The ridiculous thing was that he could not help her when she needed help. "What faction are you in? Why do you have to let me, an outsider, help you fight for the curator position?" He adjusted his mood and decided to get to the bottom of this matter at hand. "We advocate the independent faction of the gymnasium, and we are partial toward the country. The power in the gymnasium is relatively weak, but there is support from the country and the Spirit Alliance. The main faction is the current curator faction dominated by the Zhong family. They have been tied to the Xiao family of the Imperial Dragon clan for several generations via a marriage alliance and want to make the gymnasium private. Hence, it'll be difficult for you to compete for the curator position this time. However, if you succeed, you'll be the curator in the truest sense. The reason we've sought you is that your ancestor blood dragon has a large potential, and you have enemies inside the curator faction, as well as contradictions with the Xiao family. How does it sound? Do you want to ask anything else?" Chin Miao looked at Su Bai and asked, "Are there any resources? What resources can I get by joining?" he asked. "We don't have many resources. To tell you the truth, the situation isn't looking good. The independent faction was okay in the past, but over the years, the curator faction has almost eroded it. Your only advantage is that you have the support of the alliance and the country is behind you, but it's also a secret. After all, this is an internal matter of the gym. Neither the alliance nor the Pet Administration Bureau can intervene on the surface. This time, it was Chen-san who spoke. This is the specific situation. You can decide by yourself. We won't dictate your choice. Once you're done making your decision, call me, if possible, by tomorrow morning. I'll come pick you up to go to Yulong Gymnasium. After Qin Miao finished speaking, the two got up and left. They paid for the coffee on their way out. Subai and Chen Ruoxue were left to dwell over this astonishing news. Yesterday, I said it's not my business. Now, the Yulong Gymnasium has come to us directly. Was it because of my big mouth? Subai murmured, a little curious about what his roommates' faces would look like when they learned about this. What are you considering? Chen Ruoxue took a sip of coffee and asked. Of course, I'll join. It doesn't seem to have any cons. Even if I fail, I can pat my butt and leave. He shrugged. What about you? Do you want to join me? He had long understood that people needed power to survive. This thing might be of little use to him, but it could help the friends whom he cared about. When he had some power in the Yulong Gymnasium, he could help Hu Lan with political rehabilitation and push him to become the Hu family's patriarch. That way, Hu Jie would no longer need to keep hiding. I'm going to join the Imperial Dragon Clan's Fuyao Gymnasium and give you some outside help. Chen Ruoxue nodded. She did not want to be in the same gym as her boyfriend because his light was too bright and she might become just a pretty face again. Anyway, Fuyao and Yulong were both located in East Capital, so they could still meet every day and complement each other. That's good. I heard that the headquarters of Yulong Gymnasium is also here. It seems to have been connected to the Imperial Dragon Clan's Fuyao Gymnasium in the early days and was part of the split. Subai nodded. The most impressive gym in the world was naturally Fuyao, which was established by Fang Ziyu. This gymnasium was only split into forces to form the Yulong Gymnasium and the Hunting Hall, the two top forces in the world. The big forces and some other top gyms had also received direct or indirect help from Fuyao Gymnasium. Subai also heard a legend that he did not know the truth of. Rumor had it that Fang Ziyu was not actually a human on Blue Planet but rather a powerful existence traveling in the boundless universe. He was just passing by Blue Planet coincidentally when he saw this place being invaded by monsters. On a whim, he sealed a part of the 10 superspace cracks that humans were helpless about at that time. He casually founded Fuyao Gymnasium and the Pet Alliance and then gave out the inheritance before leaving. The legend also said that Fang Ziyu, besides the Frost Dragon, had a 9-colored willow tree, which led directly to heaven and earth. Supposedly, he also had a cat-eared maiden with thousands of clones and a terrifying round-faced fat chicken that devoured everything. It was said that he was actually followed by a bunch of alien interlopers. This legend had spread far and wide in the circle of professional pet tamers. Subai did not know if it was true, but it was indeed possible. The reason was that Fang Ziyu looked to be in his 20s when he appeared more than 100 years ago. Logically, he should be able to live a long time, but after the establishment of the Pet Alliance and Fuyao Gymnasium, no one had seen him again. It was also said that he had actually gotten seriously injured in one of the sealed superspace cracks and had been recuperating in Fuyao Gymnasium without seeing anyone all this time. Subai was very interested in Fang Ziyu. He originally wanted to join Fuyao Gymnasium, but with Yulong Gymnasium's invitation this time, he did not want to give up such a good offer. Since Chen Ruoxue would be joining Fuyao, he could know some internal affairs through her. This made up for his regrets, which was a good deal to him. Then let's go shopping for clothes. Chen Ruoxue stood up and took hold of his hand. Let's go. He nodded, planning to buy some silk stockings for her. Hee. Silk stockings, beige stockings, black stockings, sailor suits, and so on. He liked them all. To him, the joy of buying clothes with his girlfriend was all concentrated here. She was also wearing a black bow tie and a black pleated skirt on her lower body. The skirt ended at her mid-thigh. In addition, she had a pair of black stockings covering her legs. Altogether, she looked extremely beautiful and irresistible. It's very beautiful, very suitable for you. He nodded quickly. I'll buy this set for you. Wait. I'll go and change back. Chen Ruoxue batted her eyes at him and giggled. She did not wear this kind of outfit unless she was with Subai. Don't change. We're paying for the clothes, so just go back while wearing this. He grabbed her. Yes, it's beautiful. You look really nice in that outfit. The sailor suit brings out your appeal. The saleswoman agreed with this assessment. Chen Ruoxue pouted and looked at her boyfriend. Okay, then. He smiled and cut off the tag for her. He then went to pay for it. She packed her original clothes, waited for her boyfriend to pay, and then dragged him away. Su Bai liked the feeling of buying his girlfriend's clothes, especially sexy ones. Okay, let's go, Chen Ruoxue said. Would you like to buy more? He blinked and asked. Buy stockings? Buy a sailor suit? She looked at him with a playful smile. Yes. I'm honest, I deserve praise. Su Bai nodded and confessed to this. Get lost. Let's go home. She rolled her eyes. This guy was shameless. She already bought 10 pairs of stockings, but he still wanted more. Every time she used her feet to do needlework for him, she would feel exhausted. She would be sending herself to her deathbed if she bought more. Hee. All right, then. Su Bai hugged her shoulder as he gave in. After having lunch on the street, the two watched a movie and then went home. He took advantage of her new suit and cornered her to the wall for a kiss. That evening, he experienced the benefits of the new stockings he had bought for her earlier. He could not help but ask her to do needlework 3 times. In the end, he concluded that he should never be stingy in buying clothes for his girlfriend, especially silk stockings, for they were to his benefit. The better the quality, the greater the pleasure. In the blink of an eye, it was early the next morning. He could not enjoy the gentle touch anymore as he had to get up. It's really annoying. I wish I could keep sleeping without waking up, he complained. You might even be tired of it then, Chen Ruoxue said while putting on her clothes. Su Bai looked back at her and said with a smile, if this were someone else, I would get tired, but I won't ever get tired of you, you're my future wife of 1,000 changes. Chempage. You just like a wife that can change faces 1,000 times. How could I be so superficial? Of course, I like you. If my wife isn't you, I won't like it, either, he said with a solemn face. Just keep lying to me. Chen Ruoxue rolled her eyes at him. Hurry up and wash your face. I'll feed the pets. Okay. The two washed their faces and had breakfast. Su Bai was about to call Qin Miao when he received a transfer of 580 million yuan. He picked up a call from Zhu Lingen. I've transferred the money to you, remember to verify this. I'll also send the specific details to your mobile phone, so check it yourself. Okay, thank you. He thanked the lady. It was definitely not necessary to check it. He knew exactly how much those things could sell. 580 million was definitely a high price. Has the money been transferred to you? Chen Ruoxue asked. Yes. He nodded. He picked up his phone again and called Qin Miao. The blonde woman seemed to have anticipated this and was not surprised. She just said that she would pick him up in half an hour. Do you want to go together? He looked at his girlfriend. Go by yourself, I have to wash the clothes, clean the house, and prepare for the things that we will bring to Heavenly Abyss spacecraft tomorrow. Chen Ruoxue shook her head. Okay, then. After half an hour, Su Bai took Purple Jade and Ice Phoenix downstairs. Quack. According to Zhong Wuji's last statement in the Heavenly Sword and Dragon Saber, the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous it is. Let's sit in the back row later. The Phoenix suggested while it looked around vigilantly. You're right. He nodded. Your duck isn't normal. At the gate of the community, Qin Miao leaned on the car while she smoked a lady's cigarette. When she saw him approaching, she turned around and spoke with a smile. He spread his hands. It's just an ordinary duck. Qin Miao was wearing a khaki-brown windbreaker and black tights. She had long, black hair, flaming red lips, and faint perfume. The aura of a big boss exuded from her, and she was brimming with dominance. Let's go. She dropped the cigarette, stamped it out, and got into the car. Su Bai nodded and sat in the back seat. Qin Miao was stunned for a moment. She looked at him before starting the car. The speed instantly went up to 105 kilometers per hour. You'll be fine like this. He shook his head. It's okay. 2 or 3 of my cars have been detained already. I don't lack this one. Plus, What's the point of driving if I don't race? She said indifferently, drifting around while talking. Subai. Later, in the gymnasium, some people might be dissatisfied with you and would want to challenge you, she said. What level? Town hall level with monarch pets. That's all right, leave it to me. They'll regret challenging me. He shrugged casually. All right. The speed increased by another notch. After a few drifts and cornerings, they came to a suburbs near the Heavenly Abyss space crack and drove more than 10 kilometers. Not far from the crack, they arrived at Yulong Gymnasium. Here, Yulong Gymnasium and Fuyao Gymnasium looked across the river. The two gyms formed two unique gathering places. Two dragon statues, one of a giant and of a god, stood at the entrance of Yulong Gymnasium. Both of them were lifelike and exuded a power of coercion, which only a real dragon could, making them seem even more lifelike. The gym is divided into two divisions, called Giant Dragon and God Dragon respectively. Although the places of residence are different, they haven't been selected according to this standard at all in these few years. The disciples of the two divisions are mixed with pets of the Imperial Dragon clan. The actual difference is that those in the God Dragon division are all ordinary disciples who have no well-known background. We also pursue to have capable people in various positions here. On the other side, in Giant Dragon division, they mainly advocate for a curator. Most of the main positions are occupied by their people. It's difficult for foreign disciples to enter the core positions. Over the years, they've come to make it their goal to unify the entire gymnasium. While the younger generations haven't agreed yet, they might be ready to do it directly. However, in recent years, the God Dragon division has steadily been suppressed. Even the spots for obtaining pureblood dragon pets from the nest have been set aside and occupied. I'll take you to register first, and we'll jointly recommend you to become a core disciple. When the registration is over and if you have time, I'll take you to meet the masters of the gymnasium. Although they are no longer in charge, they are the treasures of our gym. Qin Miao got out of the car and explained as she walked. Okay. Subai nodded. The situation in Yulong Gymnasium seemed more complicated than he thought. Shaking his head, he followed the woman silently. He thought that there would be a lot of people in this hall, but he only saw a few along the way. The gym has many disciples, but most of them aren't here. Generally speaking, some other disciples can only get the right of residence here if they reach a certain level. Qin Miao saw his doubts and explained. You want to test my dragon pet later, right? Are you sure it's okay to take her out, though? Subai asked again. In fact, he was still worried, in case this was a conspiracy against the ancestor blood dragon. However, when he asked Zhu Lingen and his third sister to help investigate the specific situation yesterday afternoon, they all said that there was no problem and that Qin Miao was a reliable person. Nonetheless, he was still quite skeptical. This place was the real dragon's den. Even with the Blood Moon divine skill, he could not kill his way out to escape. Don't worry, look at this. The Alliance has just passed the certificate. Qin Miao produced proof that the Pet Alliance had included blood dragons as pets, which indicated that they were out of their control. There was not only the seal of the Alliance but also the seals of several national pet management bureaus. I see. He immediately felt relieved upon seeing this evidence. As expected, it was simpler to do things with the support of the Alliance. As they came to the center of the gymnasium, the number of people gradually increased. Some people noticed Subai, who was following behind Qin Miao, and looked at him curiously. In the administrative building, Qin Miao took him to register as a disciple. She directly took out a piece of paper and handed it, along with his Pet Tamer license, over. Help him go through the registration process. This is a joint recommendation letter from the God Dragon Division. We directly recommend him as a core disciple, the chief disciple of our division. Senior Qin, wait a minute, I'll go to my granduncle's personnel department, I can't make this decision. The female disciple at the front desk first glanced at Subai in shock and was a little curious about who he was. It was remarkable that Qin Miao was asking the God Dragon Division to recommend him directly. However, an ordinary disciple could not make the decision for this kind of thing. Go ahead. Qin Miao nodded and took out a cigarette. After thinking about it, she did not light it. How is it? Are you nervous? She glanced at the young man beside him and asked with a smile. Back then, Hujie deeply praised you, strongly recommended you to me, before she left. I'm all right. This is no more than a small test. I'm not bothered by it. If he wants me to fight, he can send someone to be my opponent. It doesn't matter if that someone is 1 or 2 levels higher, either. He can't possibly send a title holder Pet Tamer with an emperor pet, can he? If he's that shameless, then I'll just lose. Subai spread his hands and said. Just your indifferent attitude makes me believe in you a bit. Qin Miao smiled. As the two talked, more disciples gathered in the hall. This was originally a hall for task handover, fee payment, and reward redemption. There were usually a lot of people. In addition, Qin Miao did not avoid them when speaking. Those who heard her naturally called their friends to gather. Everyone knew that 2 pure-blooded dragon disciples, including the 2 seniors and the chief master of the God Dragon Division, were all destroyed by the 12 dragon slayers a few days ago. They thought that the future curator would not need to fight this time, but the God Dragon Division had unexpectedly arranged their candidate. All of a sudden, the disciples' desire to watch a show was evoked. Not long after, Wei Liang, the head of the personnel department of the gymnasium, came over. He was a man in his 30s. Wei Liang glanced at Subai and then frowned at Qin Miao. Did you find an outsider to compete for the curator post of the gymnasium? Outsider? It seems that you've really forgotten the essence of the gymnasium. Why are there any outsiders in the gymnasium? The gymnasium is all-inclusive. As long as he enters our gymnasium and meets the conditions, he can be a formal disciple and has the right to compete. Is there a problem with the qualifications for becoming a curator? She sneered at Wei Liang. The middle-aged man glanced at her, knowing that this must be the choice of the entire God Dragon Division and that he could not change it. Why must you struggle on your deathbed? Isn't it good to follow the crowd? He sighed and looked at the youth. Don't think you're at an advantage. It sounds pretty good and glorious, but it's actually very difficult. Now that you are here, come over here for the test. If you want to become a core disciple, the first qualification you must have is a pureblood dragon pet. Do you have it? Walk on the square outside the hall to take the dragon pillars test. You can release your dragon and try it first. Okay. Subai nodded and walked out, feeling quite excited. After more than a year, he could finally take his pet dragon out in the open. The square outside the administration building was very large. It was square-shaped and close to 1 kilometer in length and width. At the center was a huge crystal stone pillar, which was divided into 9 sections with different colors. Only when 3 of the 9 knots of the dragon column lit up could it be regarded as a monster with a dragon bloodline. If 4 to 5 knots lit up, it could be regarded as a subdragon. 7 to 9 knots was a pureblood dragon that was a true dragon. He could then become a core disciple according to the regulations and compete for the curator post. Generally, anyone could join Yulong Gymnasium if they owned a subdragon. In fact, most people in the gym only had subdragon pets, and it was rare to find an owner of a pureblood dragon pet. Release your dragon and let it exhale dragon's breath with a trace of origin on the dragon pillar. If the light exceeds 6 knots, it means that your dragon's bloodline has reached the level of a pureblood dragon. You can register here then. At this time, the director of the Giant Dragon Division, who had received the news, arrived. He was a handsome uncle. There were also some other seniors, including the curator, who were far away, in the gymnasium observing the situation here through their own means. The disciples of the gymnasium were a little excited, too. They whispered among themselves about the extent of the dragon of the newcomer. Most thought that 7 knots would light up at most. It was good enough to find a dragon that could reach the pureblood dragon level in such a short time. Surprisingly, Subai did not summon his contract book but directly stretched out his wrist. The blood-colored dragon-shaped bracelet wrapped around his wrist seemed to resurrect, turning into a blood dragon 2 to 3 meters long. Blood dragon? It's a species I've never seen before. The blood dragon that the families are engaged in? Have they reached the level of being pure-blooded? Is this a dragon traitor? The appearance of the blood dragon shocked the disciples. There were no legends related to the blood dragon before. If it had not been for a lot of things exposed during the Blood Moon Divine Skill Contest, they might not have known about it yet. While the disciples conversed, Wei Liang and the director watched with heavy expressions. The mood of the masters in the gym quietly watching from a distance was also different, but they all understood that the dragon in front of them was the legendary ancestor blood dragon. Roar! Little blood dragon opened its mouth and exhaled a dragon's breath. The dragon's breath flashed with a dazzling 9-colored light without entering the dragon pillar. In an instant, the bright 9-colored light spread and nearly blinded everyone. It's a 9-colored light, it's an ancestor dragon, my gosh! Is that the legendary ancestor blood dragon? The disciples all sucked in a deep breath and watched with wide eyes. Their hearts were shocked as if thunder had struck them. F***CK. The God Dragon Division actually managed to find someone with an ancestor blood dragon. Were they trying to change their fate by force? This was like directly throwing a king bomb. No, it was an atomic bomb. The significance of the ancestor dragon was completely different from that of the ordinary dragon. Although they had only recently learned about the ancestor blood dragon, this did not prevent them from understanding its horror. Because there was absolutely no doubt that any ancestor dragon was extremely powerful. Judging by the intensity of the 9-colored light, this ancestor blood dragon seemed to be a very powerful one. This light was too dazzling, and the stronger the light, the stronger its origin. Seeing this light, the director and Wei Liang's expressions sank completely. This revelation was mind-blowing. For the sake of an ancestor dragon, there might be new changes in the internal department again. The team might also have to change once more. This ancestor dragon was of great significance to Yulong Gymnasium. They should not forget that bloodline restrained the dragon pets, which meant that ancestor blood dragons were inherently stronger than other blood dragons. He has passed the test, registration is no problem, but bloodline pets are banned. He's still not in compliance with the rules, isn't he? Wei Liang said again despite knowing how ridiculous he sounded. After knowing that Subai's pet was an ancestor blood dragon, even if it violated the regulations, the gym would fight for a correct identity for him. Look at this. Qin Miao indifferently produced the proof. Oh, then it's fine. He was a little speechless. God Dragon Division had really come prepared this time. It seemed like the curator position had aroused a lot of people's attention, and even the alliance had taken action. At this time, the director spoke. Is anyone willing to challenge Subai? The core disciple can be challenged, and there are so many rewards for winning. The group of disciples around stared at the director blankly. Did he really think that they were brainless? Only when their brains were broken would they challenge this kind of big guy with a promising future. They were only eager to curry favor with him now. They all liked showing off but would not fight a losing game. What a bunch of cowards. The gym's disciples are really getting worse each year. The director waved his hand and left angrily. Subai walked in with Wei Liang, filled out the form, and successfully completed the registration. He officially became a chief disciple of God Dragon Division. At the same time, the present curator of the gymnasium, who had been silently observing in the distance, turned around and told the person next to him, "Go find some disciples to try his strength. Maybe everyone would like to see a masterless ancestor blood dragon." This was one of the top 10 pinnacle gyms with countless masters inside. There were definitely big shots with emperor pets in the younger generation. You're right, but you're only 17 years old, you're impressive enough. It's hard to imagine that a young man without a backing could grow to this level. As for some people in the gymnasium, take your time to win them over. The curator's period of contention is very long, and the current curator's term still has several years to go. We're in no hurry. What you have to make sure of is to win the support of more disciples and compete with the giant dragon division for the position of the core disciple. The chief disciple of the gymnasium is completely different from the chief disciple of a division, but in terms of status, it is equivalent to the dean of the two divisions and can mobilize a lot of resources. According to the rules, the next curator must be a core disciple of the gym. This is your goal here. Qin Miao spoke at length with a smile. The reason why she had rushed all the way so anxiously was that she wanted to catch the curator and the others by surprise, or else it would be really troublesome if they had already set something up. Okay, I understand. Subai nodded. Since he was now part of Yulong Gymnasium, he would do his best to become the next curator. You don't have to think about those things now. We have to meet one of our masters first so that we can arrange a place for you. Eventually, the disciples of our gymnasium will be summoned to explain your status as a chief disciple. At the same time, we have to accept some unavoidable challenges. Right now, the curator and the others should have recovered from their shock. They'll definitely instruct their disciples to challenge you, so you fighting others will definitely be unavoidable. Qin Miao waved her hand and said. This means that I won't need to meet God Dragon Division's dean and the seniors, right? He asked curiously. You've already met them here today. What else is there to see? As for those seniors who went out to guard space cracks, you won't be able to see them for the time being. You can just meet those seniors who have similar strength to you. Qin Miao breathed out a smoke ring and said. Subai was startled by these words and looked at this blonde woman with his eyes wide open. Are Senior Qin and Chen San perhaps the dean and deputy dean of God Dragon Division? Although he had asked Zhu Lingen and third sister Li Shui to investigate both of them, no one really told him about this. Did they think that he already knew their identities? He was speechless. Didn't you know? Qin Miao looked at him in amazement. I'm the useless dean of God Dragon Division, and Chen San is the vice dean. The two who died before were also vice deans. Hello, dean. I really didn't know. He hurriedly saluted, feeling a little scared. Fortunately, he had been very well behaved along the way. He had neither put on big airs nor done anything to court disaster. D*MN. He really should thank Ice Phoenix. Since when was it so alert? Perhaps it had discovered Qin Miao's strength a long time ago. As the dean of the God Dragon Division, she was definitely a pet tamer of the Heavenly King grade and at least had 2 or 3 or even more sovereign pets. He would have absolutely no power to fight back in front of a Heavenly King pet tamer. Subai cheered inwardly. Fortunately, he had not provoked this pet tamer who could pinch him to death with a single move. Wait, he seemed to have hung up her phone call aggressively before. He suddenly felt a little panicky. Are you thinking about whether you've offended me in the past or not? Qin Miao glanced at him and waved her hand. Then let me tell you, I wasn't offended by you. You don't have to worry about it. Next time, just remember not to hang up my phone first. Yes, Dean. He nodded immediately. However, her answer really relieved the tension in his heart. Go inside with me in a bit and you can just salute your headmaster, Qin Miao said when they were outside the forest garden. Okay. He glanced at this manor called Bailing Garden. Walking inside the manor, he saw the so-called headmaster in a pavilion next to a pond. When he saw the headmaster, he almost blurted out, "Is this really the headmaster?" Seated in a swing chair by the pavilion was a woman dressed in a black and white sailor suit, stockings, and small leather shoes. Judging by her face, she looked of a similar age to Qin Miao or maybe even younger because of the sailor suit. While chewing on melon seeds, she was playing with an amber-eyed tabby cat. A tablet sat on the table, and although it was paused, the screen showed a TV series that was currently on air. Subai recognized it as the show Chen Ruoxue was watching. Although he did not imagine the so-called headmaster as an old man with a white beard, he thought the headmaster would at least be an uncle or a woman in her 30s or 40s. If it was a man, he should be wearing a Chinese tunic suit, exuding calmness and rigidity. If it was a woman, she should be wearing a cheongsam, with an elegant and noble demeanor, looking full of wisdom. However, this headmaster's style was really astonishing. It was hard to believe that she was already over 100 years old. It seemed like this was the correct way to be a headmaster, though. Master, this is Subai, the owner of the ancestor blood dragon I told you about yesterday. He's the core disciple of our God Dragon Division. Qin Miao pointed to him casually and said, "Hello, headmaster." He hurriedly bowed and saluted. The young headmaster looked at him, and the pupil of the tabby cat on her desk shimmered. He felt like all his secrets had been spied on. "You really picked up a treasure this time. This kid is amazing," said the female headmaster while eating melon seeds. "A treasure? You mean his ancestor blood dragon?" Qin Miao asked doubtfully. No. This kid hides too deeply. His contract book mutated. It's now the rare contract book of life. It's not a simple thing at all. Still, that's nothing compared with the divine skill he now possesses. The headmaster shook her head and smiled. That should be the Blood Moon divine skill, which has caused a big hoo-ha recently. Blood Moon divine skill? Qin Miao was startled. Her eyes widened, shocked by the unimaginable possibility. Su Bai was actually the owner of the Blood Moon divine skill? How had he accomplished this? How had he easily survived the test of the Blood Moon world? It's because of the ancestor blood dragon, right? Asked the headmaster. Yes. Su Bai nodded silently and glanced at the tabby cat calmly. Was it this cat that saw all his secrets? On his shoulder, Purple Jade also stared at the tabby cat quietly, but its claws were trembling a little. As for Ice Phoenix, it was still at the gate of the manor in the distance. It ran out after it came in halfway through. Very good, I'm optimistic about you becoming the new curator. If there are no accidents, your future will be boundless, of course. The condition is that you have no accidents. Let me give you a gift for our first meeting. The young headmaster took out a piece of green jade and threw it to him. Thank you, headmaster. He received the jade and quickly thanked her. He recognized this stone as soon as he got it in his hand. It was a gem containing the law of life. Indeed, the headmaster was deserving of her reputation and was extremely generous. I won't disclose the secret about your Blood Moon divine skill, and neither will Qin Miao, so don't worry about it, said the headmaster once again. Yes, I understand. Su Bai nodded immediately. Okay, you can go out and wait for me. I'll join you in a bit. Qin Miao glanced at him and said. Okay, Dean. As if a huge weight had been lifted off his mind, he quickly slipped away. Howl. That cat is so scary. I don't know what level of existence it is at all. After leaving the garden, the cub dared to speak through its spiritual voice. That cat is an immortal existence, the ultimate body on the path of evolution, he replied through his spiritual transmission. That cat's data was too scary. There was no way to comprehend the horrors of an undead level if it had not been reached yet. This headmaster should be the legendary epic grade Pet Tamer, which was countless times stronger than the Heavenly King level. Quack, bye, can't we leave yet? This is the scariest place I've ever been to. Ice Phoenix shrank under his feet and quacked. No, you have to wait a while more. He shook his head. After a long time, Qin Miao came over. She took a deep look at him, then smiled, and said, Don't worry, I won't tell a second person about this. Let's go out. I'll instruct someone to arrange a place for you, along with the other things that a chief disciple of one of this gym's divisions should have. Okay. He nodded and followed her out. After going out, she asked the logistics department manager, who was in charge of food, clothing, housing, and transportation for disciples, to arrange a house for Su Bai. You can get acquainted with the situation in the gymnasium first and communicate with the other disciples. I'll let someone inform everyone of the meeting held at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to announce your identity, Qin Miao said. Okay. Su Bai nodded and followed the logistics department's male manager. Hello, senior brother, my name is Xia Ang. You can find me if you need anything in the future. After Qin Miao left, Xia Ang reached out his hand for a handshake. Hello, thank you. Su Bai shook hands with him and did not refuse the title of senior brother. Just like how the status within a company was based on position, the status within the gym was based on strength. Although Xia Ang was older than him, from the perspective of his career as a civil servant, his strength might just be an elite pet tamer. Senior brother, you don't have to be polite. This is what I should do, Xia Ang quickly waved his hand and said. After the polite remarks, he started talking business. Senior brother Su, because it's too sudden, the decoration hasn't been changed yet, though we did finish moving all of our former senior sisters' stuff away from the house. Please live there first. I'll let someone redecorate the house according to your style. It's all right. I won't live here often. Anything will do. Su Bai waved his hand. Although the disciples of the gymnasium were all concentrated in one place, they all had single apartments with complete facilities. Each house was more than 80 square meters, with complete facilities and exquisite decorations. The core disciple's apartment was bigger than the others. It was a full 150 square meters, and he had to be led inside by Xia Ang. The apartment was on the 9th floor. The top 10 floors had always been empty. What greeted him first was the big living room and the large floor-to-ceiling windows. The whole decoration was modern and simple. This originally belonged to the former core disciple, but now it belonged to him. Except for some of the furniture that had been moved in the room, it was not possible to see how many people had lived here. This is fine. Just help me add some other furniture and arrange everything neatly, Subai looked around and said. Okay, apart from this apartment, Senior Brother also has an exclusive spiritual field with a number of 3,129. You can enter the spiritual garden through a spatial door. The spiritual plants in the gymnasium are all in the spiritual garden. Senior Brother, you have completed the registration, so you can enter with your Pet Tamer certificate, Xia Ang added. Okay, thank you. Xia Ang gave him more information about the gymnasium, asked him about the size of his clothes and shoes, and then left. Subai sat on the sofa and turned to look outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. The entire gymnasium seemed to be endless. As one of the top 10 peak gymnasiums, Yulong's pavilion had been developed for more than 100 years and covered an area of over 100,000 acres. The various internal facilities were also very complete. Of course, these 100,000 acres did not include some small worlds, or else it would be even bigger. The entire gymnasium was shrouded in a giant, dome-like shield, and there was no way to snoop in from the outside. It was also because the gymnasium was too big that it seemed a little less crowded. In fact, there were many disciples. Just the headquarters alone housed tens of thousands of disciples, not to mention the countless disciples in other branches. Quack. It's not bad here, it's quite safe. Ice Phoenix patrolled around and nodded in satisfaction. Howl. Bye, once you're the curator, will all these be ours? The cub asked, tilting its head. If no accident occurs, it should be so. He nodded. Okay, then. We have to work hard for you to become the curator. The cub's eyes lit up. Yes, work hard. Subai sighed. This matter still had a long way to go. He summoned his contract book, then raised his hand, and placed the jade containing the law of life given by the headmaster on it. The jade formed a chemical reaction as the law of life flowed into the contract book. The contract book emitted a dazzling white light, changing from gold to diamond, making it look like a contract book carved out of diamonds. On the surface of the book, apart from a crystal 5-point star, there were some mysterious patterns that could not be discerned. His contract book had officially been promoted to Diamond 1 star. Everything did not end here, however. His Sea of Spirit also underwent unprecedented drastic changes. All the Sea of Spirit condensed quickly and finally turned into a golden star, which exuded the breath of life. 6 stars of different colors and sizes orbiting around the golden star. Subai understood that the 6 stars represented purple jade and the other 5 pets. His Sea of Spirit looked like a miniature galaxy for a while before disappearing, leaving only the blood-colored shield, which still protected his Sea of Spirit. That was the bond skill of him and his pet dragon, Dragon Soul. It could protect his Sea of Spirit. This heavy change on the Sea of Spirit was called the change of the starry sky. It seemed to be a manifestation of the accumulation of mental power, which was conducive to improving the wisdom and thinking speed of the summoner. It also promoted the Pet Tamer to some extent. As far as he knew, it had no effect on the summoners themselves. The only difference seemed to be that those who had completed the transformation of the starry sky generally lived longer. He naturally hoped that he could live longer and was, thus, elated about this change. Roar. Bye, has your contract book been promoted? The pet space has become so big. Little Tyrant's spiritual voice suddenly sounded in his mind. At this moment, he saw the dino rolling around in its contract space. The size was hundreds of times the size of its complete body. When he moved his mind to connect with purple jade, he saw a completely different world. The senses of pets were 1,000 times stronger than his, and the world they perceived was also very different. That was right. He could actually share senses with his pets, which was also a function of the diamond contract book. Are you sharing my senses? The cub turned its head and asked him. Subai saw his face with the cub's senses. Even in its vision, he still had a handsome face. What now? He tried to share his senses with the cub again. Howl. Bai, is this the world you perceive? Is this a 2G network? The cub widened its eyes and complained. To it, his eyesight and hearing were practically blind and deaf. Subai, it's okay. I'll let you use my senses in the future. Feeling like this was too heart-wrenching, the cub jumped over and patted his hand reassuringly. You're right. Compared with your vision, mine is worse than a 2G network, he said. His current body, which had received the backfeeding of his pets multiple times, could be considered Superman. However, compared with Purple Jade, it was almost the gap between an abacus and a computer. He did not feel inferior, however. Tigers and lions in nature were stronger than humans, but were they not still ruled over by humans? With the sense-sharing function, it would be much more convenient in the future. The pet space has also grown. Would you like to go in and try it? He asked. Howl. Yes. The cub raised its paws. Quack. I want to see it, too. Ice Phoenix raised its wings as well. Nodding, Subai put them in and then released the dino. Coming to the gymnasium this time had given him such a big gain. The headmaster really was generous. Sure enough, it was best to follow heavy-laden wagons. The big shots throwing a little something out made him be full of gains. Roar! This is Yulong Gymnasium. The dino looked around and asked in confusion. Yes. Subai nodded. He then got up to take some pictures of the room, preparing to show them to Chen Ruoshua tonight. It was a pity that it would take a few days for the furniture to be ready, or else he would like to bring her over to stay for the night. Not long after, he released Purple Jade and the others again. After resting for a while, he got up and said, let's go eat. Having busied himself all morning, it was now past 12 p.m. It's not very tasty. Why don't you take a bite of my meat? Anyway, it'll recover instantly, said Little Blood Dragon on the table. Subai. It's really not delicious. It's just a sub-dragon's meat. You're an ancestor dragon, you may really be delicious. Oh, there's Ice Phoenix, too. It won't be a bad idea to taste the difference between phoenix meat and chicken meat, said the cub as it looked at its siblings. Raw Tilda, I've never eaten my own meat, let me try it today. The dragon nodded obediently. Quack. Can I not participate? Asked the phoenix weakly. Subai was speechless. What kind of brain circuits was this? Okay, let's not discuss this matter. I won't eat any of your meat. He ended this topic directly. The pets were very open about it, but he found it unacceptable. In fact, cooking the meat of these high-level monsters would waste a large amount of effort. Even if it was dead, the resistance on the corporeal body was still intense. After eating, he was about to leave when a man in sportswear came over and said hello with a smile. Hello, senior brother, I'm Ouyang Du, one of the core disciples of God Dragon Division. Senior brother, do you have time? I want to talk to you. Subai glanced at Ouyang Du. This guy was obviously wearing sportswear, but he had a bald head, which was very rare for young people. The core disciple meant that he was the division's inner disciple. Disciple levels were generally divided into three: ordinary, elite, and core. The chief disciple of a sanctuary or a division and the chief disciple of the gymnasium were not counted among them. The core disciples of Yulong Gymnasium must be town hall grade pet tamers. That was, they must have diamond contract books and monarch pets. Generally speaking, a town hall grade pet tamer with a pureblood dragon pet could directly become a core disciple, while a pet tamer with a subdragon pet needed to complete some tasks first. However, it was not difficult to pass the assessment. Summoners without even subdragon pets would find it extremely difficult to pass the assessment and become core disciples. However, there was no other way. This museum was called Yulong Gymnasium, so the dragon pet was naturally one of the important assessment conditions. Thus, in the eyes of the disciples, it was only right for Subai to become the gymnasium's core disciple directly. After all, he had an ancestor blood dragon. No problem. Let's go out and chat. Nodding, he walked out and went out to the garden outside. The two people found a stone table opposite to sit down. Tell me, what's the matter? Are you here to challenge me? He looked at Ouyang-du and asked. Of course not. In fact, it doesn't matter even if I win against you in a battle. The other shook his head. I'm here to take refuge in you, senior brother. On behalf of our entire group, we will try our best to help you fight for the position of a curator in the future. On behalf of your group? Subai asked curiously. He knew that even in the gymnasium, there were many factions and small groups. Everyone gathered together for various reasons, be they interests or beliefs. What I represent is the group of pet tamers who don't have subdragon pets. Our dragon pets can't be promoted to the subdragon bloodline for various reasons. We are considered a group of people who have been excluded from the core power of the gymnasium, but in fact, the strength of our group isn't weak, and we just don't have good dragon pets. Our group isn't too big, but it's not small, either. We have nearly 1,000 people. The so-called icing on the cake is simple to do, but it's difficult to send charcoal in the snow. We just want to come and send charcoal in the snow for you. Although you have become the division's chief disciple, there's actually no one at your disposal, is there? Ouyang-du said slowly. You're right, but you have no proof. Why should I believe you? Why did you choose me? Just because you want to take a gamble? Subai carried purple jade in his arms and asked blankly. Yeah, it's just a gamble. In case you win, we can obtain some real power in the gym, as well as some good dragon eggs from the dragon nest. You have an ancestor blood dragon in your hand. As far as we know, every one of them has extraordinary abilities and can purify the same bloodline. That's how it is, we just want to take a gamble. In the end, Ouyang-du directly confessed and explained everything because he found that Subai was not the type who liked hearing sugar-coated words. Subai thought about it while playing with the cub. I heard that there's a special monster called the Metal Core in the depths of the Heavenly Abyss space crack. Its whole body looks like a liquid metal ball. There's also a monster called the Planet Core, which has a unique color. If you catch them for me within 3 days, I'll believe you. Since it's a gamble, you should take some bets as well, Subai stood up and said. Planet Core. That thing is too rare, and it's even in the depths of the crack. 3 days is too short. Ouyang-du frowned. If you can't even accomplish this, how can you send charcoal in the snow to help me? He retorted before turning to leave. Although there were many people in groups like Ouyang-du, they were far worse than other core disciples who had subdragon pets. As the chief disciple, he was in charge of many things concerning the disciples, including the arrangement of positions. Some spacecrack guarding tasks had to be passed through him, too. This chief disciple was not a false job, and the elders of the gymnasium had to give him some resources deliberately to let him allocate them. When he succeeded in competing for the curator position in the future, he would arrange for the director of God Dragon Division. Given his position as chief disciple, to a certain extent, the disciple would have to face him and flatter him regardless of their willingness. Senior brother Su, can you tell us what we can get? Ouyang-du asked. This is just a test. If you want to get more cakes through me, shouldn't you show your sincerity? I just want to say that if you get my trust, you will never lose out. Believe it or not, it's up to you. He shrugged and left. Ouyang-du stood with his eyes down for a long time. He finally sighed, then turned and walked back. He returned straight to a training hall where a group of people were gathered, all of whom were leaders of their group. How did the talk go? Seeing him, several other people clamored to ask. He showed a bitter smile and spread his hands. Things aren't as simple as we thought. He's not stupid. He wants us to show our sincerity and grab the planet core within 3 days. The planet core in 3 days? How's that possible? One of the women in denim stood up and asked loudly. Yes, that thing is deep in the crack, and it may not even be there. He wants it in 3 days. Doesn't he know how difficult it is? It's almost impossible to complete, right? Another big bronze-skinned man stood up. Did he say what we can get by accomplishing this task? Someone else asked. Ouyang-du spread his hands and said helplessly, he made no promises. Only when this is done can we qualify for some gains. As soon as these words came out, the others immediately looked furious. Is he taking us for monkeys or as tools? Let's cancel this plan. I've never thought well of him, but I can't believe he's so arrogant. I really want to see how far he can jump. The meeting is adjourned. Whoever wants to go can go to the depths of the abyss. Does he even know how many people are going to die? The others got up and walked outside as they cursed. They had already endured all these years. It was fine being cast aside, at least, it would not cost them their lives. In the end, only 2 people were left in the training hall. One was Ouyang-du and the other was a girl in black tights. Han Wei, aren't you leaving? He asked with a smile. Aren't you leaving, either? She countered coldly. Then are you going to do this? Of course, I want to get more resources. How can I become stronger without resources? I think that Su Bai is worth the investment. They may not know what the ancestor blood dragon means. If they want to obtain resources, how can they be unwilling to lay their pride down? Is there such a free meal in this world? Han Wei sneered. From beginning to end, she had not said a single thing earlier. Yes, I used to place too much importance on my pride, too, just like them. Actually, pride is nothing. It seems that we have a common goal, let's think of a solution together. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Most of the disciples of the God Dragon Division were gathered on the square. Qin Miao and the elders of the gymnasium sat on the rostrum, while Su Bai sat next to Qin Miao. When the people were almost there, the meeting began. First, it was a memorial service for the dead, where they routinely said some false and empty big words as they drew a big pie in the sky for the deceased disciples. Next, Qin Miao announced 2 new positions for the vice president and a group of new core disciples. Whenever people passed away, someone else would always take their place. Death seemed to be normal to Pet Tamers. The last thing is to announce the candidate for the new chief disciple. I think everyone already knows who it is. Yes, he is Su Bai, the owner of an ancestor blood dragon. He'll be the chief disciple of God Dragon Division from now on. That is, he's your senior brother. He'll assume all the rights and responsibilities of a chief disciple. If you have any opinions about him, you can raise them now. Otherwise, this matter is so determined. Qin Miao announced the last thing. Although the disciples were somewhat dissatisfied with this, they did not express it. Having an ancestor blood dragon already established his immovable position. Dean, I want to challenge senior brother Su. I don't think that he's strong enough to be the new chief disciple of our division. A blonde woman spoke out. This Pet Tamer was He-Yu, one of the core disciples of the gymnasium. She had a good relationship with the former chief disciple. She owned a 6-winged water dragon, a subdragon pet. As long as it evolved again, it could become a pureblood dragon. She originally thought that her position was stable, but this young man, who had fallen from the sky, directly broke her illusion. All right, then. Since you want to challenge him, go to the fighting arena. Qin Miao glanced at He-Yu and sighed. The group of people walked toward the fighting arena while discussing this matter. Although many people did not dare to stand up, they were still very keen on watching this bout. However, this time, there was no such thing as them siding with one person, for many of them still had no idea of Su Bai's strength. They, of course, hoped that He-Yu would win. After all, she was beautiful and gentle, so the disciples naturally favored her as their new chief disciple rather than a stranger whom they did not know. In the center of the fighting arena, both combatants stood. Senior sister you can do it, shouted many disciples to cheer the woman on. He-Yu exhaled and looked at the young man before her. I won't cheat you. Let's compete with our dragon pets. Let me see if you're worthy of being our new chief disciple. If you convince me, I'll help you. If you can't convince me, then I'm sorry, even if I don't become the chief disciple, I won't listen to your orders. Actually, I'm fine with you mobilizing all your strength. No, I said we'll compete with our dragons. Okay, then. Shall we begin? Su Bai exhaled and asked helplessly. He was actually a little annoyed. There were more things to handle in the gym than he thought. Let me take a look at how strong you are. He-Yu released her 6-winged water dragon, an aquatic blue pet with 6 transparent wings on its back and a body length of more than 100 meters. It looked like a giant and was a peak high-level monarch. Subai raised his hand to release his pet dragon and said casually, "Attack until it's unable to fight back." Blood dragon also grew to more than 100 meters in size. It glanced at the six-winged water dragon and directly rushed over, but it did not actively launch any attacks. Instead, it waited for the opponent to launch an attack first. How arrogant. Water dragon, get rid of it. Hiyu showed a hint of shame, feeling that Subai was too arrogant. Roar. The six-winged water dragon let out a deafening roar, bursting forth with infinite spiritual power. It flew directly to the blood dragon and spat out a blue dragon's breath with its big mouth. With a bang, blood dragon did not evade and just passed straight ahead. It flicked its tail to meet this breath as it drew onto the opponent's head. The opponent was directly thrown to the ground and rendered unconscious. The scene was silent. The disciples were shocked, while the dean and the other elders were calm. Hiyu was frozen in place. She stayed silent, but the expression in her eyes changed, and she was lost in thoughts. "I told you to use your full strength. Did you really think my ancestor blood dragon was just powerful in name?" Subai glanced at her. "The real arrogant one is you. Do you want to keep fighting? If not, I'll go back now." In fact, his true strength surpassed even the core disciples. Hiyu insisted on competing with their dragons. Was she not displaying her slight skills before an expert? The bloodline's restraint on the dragon attribute was very great, and Subai had a blood dragon. It was even an ancestor blood dragon, so the result was already doomed from the beginning. "Then get ready to fail." Hiyu glared coldly at him. Her diamond contract book opened, and 5 terrifying monsters at peak sovereign flew out. Following her order, they began to show their true strength. Their coordination with one another was perfect. Some specially rushed to attract the attention of Blood Dragon, while some focused on control as others went for rear output. Facing this series of assaults, Subai was silent for a while and then slowly said, "Cross-blood killing mark." Infinite blood mist spread, condensing crimson cross rays of light. Immediately afterward, the flickering disappeared. Only the sound of flesh and blood could be heard, and as the blood dissipated, Hiyu's 5 pets were all seriously injured and had fallen to the ground. "A consummate skill," someone exclaimed. All of the disciples present were surprised and shocked beyond words. It turned out to be a consummate skill. This was incredible. Even Qin Miao and the others did not expect Subai's pet to have mastered a consummate skill. Hiyu looked at all this in a daze, and it took her a long time to recover. She took a deep breath and gazed at the young man. "I lost. I've finally witnessed the power of a consummate skill." This was her worst loss ever. She was completely defeated and had been defeated by one move twice at that. The biggest reason was that she did not understand his strength at all and had not predicted that he would have a consummate skill. Having been defeated soundly, she had nothing to say. As Subai said, she was careless and had not taken him seriously despite knowing that he had an ancestor blood dragon. She had been too arrogant. Hiyu walked off the fighting arena, leaving Subai there. He looked around and asked nonchalantly, "Anyone else wants to challenge me?" The spectator stand was silent, and no one came forward. The amazing performance of the ancestor blood dragon moments ago had greatly shocked them. For a while, they looked at Subai's eyes and seemed to see the changes in him. They had felt repelled by him before, but now, some people were already thinking in their hearts that it would be good to have him as their chief disciple. Not to mention their future, taking refuge in him now should get them a lot of resources. If he really became the curator later, they could even get a good position. With this assumption, the mentality of many people changed. It seemed like this new senior brother was very good. This meant that the original resources could now be redistributed. In the end, no one challenged Subai. "Well, in that case, I officially announce that Subai is the chief disciple of our division." Qin Miao stood up and said. "Hello, senior brother." The disciples greeted him in unison. "Hello, junior brothers and seniors." Subai smiled and waved his hand. He said a few things they liked to hear and won a round of heavy applause. In fact, he had been a little scared earlier. If someone else challenged him, the outcome would be more unpredictable. The more things he exposed, the more flaws he would have. This was why he had not hesitated to expose his pet dragon's consummate skill. Compared to exchanging moves and winning the battle after much difficulty, it was most straightforward to kill the opponent in seconds. The final result was as he expected. No one else challenged him because they were all stunned by the blood dragon's consummate skill and its defeat of the opponents in seconds. In fact, Subai's overall strength was completely inferior to them. His pet was not omnipotent, and once it was encircled by the opponent in a planned way, it could at best ensure a safe escape but would find it impossible to win. This was especially so if the other party came prepared. However, after this battle, his senior brother's position was temporarily stabilized. At the end of the meeting, he followed Qin Miao to the dean's office to conduct some handovers, which also made him understand his power and responsibilities. Yes. Most of the disciples in God-Dragon Division were there at the time. There can be no mistake in this matter. It is said that his pet dragon used cross-blood killing mark and instantly silenced the 5 pets of the same level. No one dared to challenge him afterward. Shuxiu nodded vigorously. Nodding, Xiao Yulong narrowed his eyes and looked ahead, deep in thoughts. President, Subai shouldn't stay for long. We all thought that he at most had the strength of a low-level monarch. Now, it seems that his combat power has reached the mid-level emperor grade. It's not as exaggerated as you said, his true strength may not be at the emperor grade. Those people were just frightened by the momentum of his spike, but they'll soon be able to turn around and figure it out. He waved his hand, feeling that this man was a little stupid. I don't have time to target him for now. Just keep an eye on him and enter Yulong Gymnasium. Some people in Giant Dragon Division are already targeting him. By the way, have you checked the things I asked you to check? He exhaled and asked. According to my investigation, there's indeed a major event in the Blood Moon world before the birth of the divine skill, and it's even a large-scale event. The same thing happened in the other 12 parts of the Scarlet Wilderness. What event? Say it quickly. Xiao Yulong stood up, feeling very close to the truth. Ever since his return from the Blood Moon world, he had been investigating the major events that happened there before the birth of the divine skill. This was because, according to his investigation, being able to progress so fast in the Blood Moon's trial must be cheating. However, it was only possible to cheat in that place with the help of the original will of the world. According to the general situation and the data of divine skills a long time ago, there were only a few cases where a world would help out. Either the person in question was a creation of the world will or their strength was terrifying enough to make the whole world tremble. It could also be that they represented the heavens and earth or the origin of all beings. It now seemed likely to be the third situation. According to our investigation, near the end of July and August this year, many special flesh devourers suddenly appeared in the Scarlet Monster wildernesses. They kept devouring other monsters, after which, they produced a kind of scarlet ashes. These ashes greatly can improve the blood monsters and are deeply loved by the blood pet tamers. The young man in front of Xiao Yulong briefly explained to him. Have the scarlet ashes been eaten by many wild monsters? It should be the case. The flesh devourers will spill the ashes everywhere. I got it. It must be because of that thing. Xiao Yulong clenched his fists, feeling even more hurried. He just wanted to find the person who had robbed him of the divine skill and kill them for doing so. Sure enough, his painstaking efforts had paid off, and he had finally found something that gave the person away. Are those flesh devourers still alive? Xiao Yulong asked. I don't know about that. It said that they are extremely unstable and must swallow things continuously. As long as they stop, their bodies will quickly turn into scarlet ashes. Most of the fields in the wild have withered away. I don't know if any organization has caught and raised one alive, but the scarlet ashes are very easy to find. Shuxiu said with his hands cupped in obeisance. Okay. Find me some scarlet ashes first. I'll look for someone who can study their properties. Give them to me at any cost, be it through buying or snatching away. You must find a way to get me that special flesh devourer. Do you hear me? I understand. Shuxiu nodded, turned, and left the classroom. D*MN thief, I'll definitely catch you. Xiao Yulong gnashed his teeth in anger. In his mind, It was his blood moon divine skill that had been robbed. He was not robbing others at all. In this world, the powerful and rich could assault at will most of the time, much less do things without logic and morality. On the other side, many students left their classes via school-owned large flying mounts. They were headed for the Heavenly Abyss spacecraft today, September 28th. The Pet Alliance had united with various gymnasiums, pet universities, and pet management bureaus to seal the super spacecraft. Of course, today was just the beginning. Whether the sealing would be successfully done or not depended on everyone's speed. However, from their analyses, it should not take too long. At least, it was like that in the eyes of the elders. On the back of a giant white crane, Subai and his classmates flew to this place with the professor of the pet tutorial class. The professor was a title holder Pet Tamer with an emperor pet. His term of address was Scorpio, named after his main battle pet. Sigh. We're really unlucky to have become freshmen when the situation is like this. We haven't even had our fulfilling college life yet, Lu Shuang whispered to them. The teams were arranged according to dormitories, so Subai was very close to the other three. You should feel fortunate that we're only freshmen. The parts of the spacecraft we are in charge of guarding aren't particularly terrifying. At most, we'll lose a few pets. It's said that the parts of the spacecraft guarded by our seniors are all very dangerous. If they aren't careful, they may even lose their lives. Liu Yong waved his hand and said, "Don't be so discontented. Let's discuss how to face the next thing. The Heavenly Abyss spacecraft is already in front of you. I don't want to discuss it, I just want to play around. I don't want my pets to die in battle. If not for anything else, just a single main battle pet has a sky-high price. Anyway, the place we're guarding isn't dangerous, we can just loaf around. If our main battle pet dies, it'll be too much of a tragedy. It's costly, laborious, and time-consuming to cultivate another one. This wasn't the college life I envisioned at all. I haven't even found a girlfriend yet. It's too difficult to be faced with life-and-death situations." Feng Ming murmured and complained, emphasizing the last point about missing a girlfriend. Subai nodded lightly, agreeing with him. "Fortunately, I have a girlfriend. We're quite near the Imperial Dragon Club, so I may even bump into her." Feng Ming, the other two also felt heartaches in an instant. At the thought of having to fight hard while this guy got chummy with his girlfriend, their mood fell at once. "Haha, I was just kidding. We're here, be careful." Subai chuckled. There was discipline here, and there was a high probability that he would not see Cheng Ruoxue without any special circumstances. Yesterday, he left after learning about the rights and responsibilities of the chief disciple with Qin Miao at the Yulong Gymnasium. This was already the end of the month, so he did not need to do anything. Next month, he would start redistributing some things. Originally, he could come to Heavenly Abyss spacecraft directly with the gymnasium, but after thinking about it, he decided to return to school first. Compared with the school, Yulong Gymnasium was too dangerous. There were not only external dangers but also internal ones. Although he had the ancestor blood dragon, it was actually very difficult to protect himself in such a place. The sky has darkened. This is my first time at the bottom of the Heavenly Abyss spacecraft, Lu Shuang exclaimed. As the big white crane flew down, the view at the bottom of the abyss gradually became clear. Chapter 220 Increasingly angry, pushed Purple Jade down. "How did this happen?" he asked curiously. Having been delayed by the affairs of Yulong Gymnasium, he did not have time to investigate the situation here. "Hee. You must not know about this. In fact, under our feet is an ice planet. It's said to be a dwarf planet that the frost dragon moved from outer space to seal the spacecraft. But because a layer of soil fell on it, you can't see it now." Lu Shuang chuckled and said, "This place is a treasure land for ice combat pets, for there'll be bonuses." "Okay, I was wondering why the situation is so different." Subai nodded. At this time, the white crane was about to land on the ground. Subai and the others could see a huge ice cave, about 5 kilometers in diameter, not far in front. This was the place they were going to guard this time. There was also a huge space crack on the cave wall, and it was exuding a dark aura, just like a huge eye carved on the ground. Countless monsters incessantly emerged from it, spreading toward the surroundings. As their group's mount swooped in, some flying monsters rushed over to attack them, but these monsters were all easily killed by the leading professor. While Su-bai and the others were chatting, the professor stepped on a bald eagle and flew forward. His goal was a huge mountain in the distance. Look, the professor has taken out his emperor pet. I wonder if he's also dispatched Scorpio. Feng Ming pointed to their professor as he said this. It should be. A contract book flew in the sky, and a purple Scorpio with a body length of more than 500 meters appeared. Its whole body was like an amethyst, and its size was similar to that of an ordinary scorpion, but the difference was that it had two tails, one ice blue and the other fiery red. Both of its tails contained terrifying poison. If stung by one of them, most of the existences of the same level would be unable to resist. Even if they were giant dragons or god dragons, they would lose their combat effectiveness provided that they did not have high resistance. If one was stung by two tails at the same time, even if they were of the same level or below, they would either die on the spot or be left with a single breath. Even monsters a few levels higher than it could not fight back at all. This was the horror of a Scorpio. As soon as this Scorpio appeared, everyone felt a sense of horror, and the monsters on the ground also began to flee. Its huge scorpion tails burst out with rays of light as this battle pet landed on the ground, directly freeing up space. As soon as its giant pincers lifted, a sharp light flashed out, and the mountain in the distance was cut off by a third. A large platform was instantly carved on top of the mountain. There was an ice ball under the mountain, so the insides were filled with grey rocks instead of magma. Okay, go down, all of you. This is our camp for the next few days. Get ready to set up a tent to live in, said the professor. The white crane landed on the platform, and Su-bai and the others descended in an orderly manner. Their professor first threw a shield generator around the platform, propping up a good defensive shield. He then released a high-level monarch electromagnetic satellite monster and countless small ones. The large one was connected to a terminal in this area, which could be used to communicate with other areas outside in real time. Meanwhile, the small one was mainly used to check the surrounding situation and to pass all the information back. It was processed by the large electromagnetic satellite monster and then integrated into a terrain picture. Su-bai and the others only had to open the special software for Pet Tamers to obtain all the information. After more than 100 years of development, mankind was already familiar with how to deal with monsters and capture the enemy's territory. Of course, this information was approximate. Many monsters had very good hiding abilities, and ordinary electromagnetic satellite monsters could not detect them. I'm really envious. I want to have a Scorpio, too. It's really invincible in a solo battle, Lu Shuang said while setting up a tent. Isn't your ice ghost an ice poison dual attribute pet? Feng Ming rolled his eyes. Su-bai ignored them and released Purple Jade and Ice Phoenix to help set up a tent. Quack. Bai, I can feel that this is a good place. There must be a lot of ice attribute treasures. The phoenix batted its eyes. As an ice phoenix, its perception of ice was unmatched. Then do you want to go hunting for treasures? He asked. No, I want you to go hunting for treasures and help me bring some. I'm too afraid. It shook its head. Su-bai, he felt exasperated, but he really wanted to go hunt for treasures. The aura in this place was so impressive that any bone could be nurtured into a treasure, so it should be relatively simple to look for treasures. If he could go under this ice planet and reach the place where the real seal was, there would be more treasures there. Raw. This place is really annoying, it's so cold. The dino complained. Being a fire attribute pet, this place was not ideal for it as it could not go along with ice. Hull tilde bear with it. I'll send you 10 tons of ore when I go back. We still need to rely on you to keep us warm. The cub glanced at it, afraid of the cold. Raw. Sister Jade is so generous, you're the best. The dino's eyes lit up and it immediately hugged the cub's thigh. Jade, you already have so much money. You can even afford 10 tons of ores. Su-bai asked curiously, not knowing when it had saved so much money. 10 tons of ore that the dino would eat would cost at least tens of millions. I don't have them, of course, you'll be the one paying for them. You can't possibly ask a cat like me to pay, right? Where would I have the money? Do you want me to work at a cat cafe? Are you willing to let me be touched by others? The cub spread its claws and looked up at him matter-of-factly with its bright, purple eyes. Subai, he was speechless. Except for Chen Ruoxue, he did not even want other women to touch the cub, let alone passers-by in a cat cafe. However, at the thought of paying for the cub while the dino thanked it, he suddenly felt angry. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He directly carried the cub, rubbing it until its body weakened. Howl tilde you. If you do this again, I'll turn to my humanoid form. It bit him and howled angrily. Upon hearing this, he let go. It was interesting to have a cat, so it was better to have a cat form purple jade. After the tent was set up, the professor called for them to gather. After they gathered, he arranged their future tasks. Today, everyone can rest first or explore the surroundings. Starting tomorrow, we will formally clean up the monsters around, driving the monsters in the space crack and killing them all the way into the seal. I'll wait until the time comes for specific details. Now, everyone can move freely, but you must keep in touch, instructed Professor Scorpio. The electromagnetic satellite monster had just been deployed, and detection would take time. Naturally, there was no way to organize an effective attack today. Subai glanced at the cub lying weakly on his shoulder, then turned around, and walked back, preparing to have a meal and explore the surroundings. Subai, let's explore together. You can rest assured that we won't ask for a split of the gains. How about it belongs to whoever gets it? Feng Ming and the three people walked over and found him. All right, but I have to go and eat first. He thought for a while and nodded. Yeah, I don't know what's going on in the abyss. Anyway, there's a high probability that no materials with other attributes are outside. It's too difficult for us, and neither of us has ice pets. Feng Ming spread his hands and sighed. They had set out from the gathering place and explored for more than 10 kilometers. Most of the materials they found along the way had ice attributes, and other properties were almost non-existent. To these two who did not have ice pets, there was not much fun in exploring this place. Don't worry. The ice attribute materials can be sold for money. When we go under the seal layer, there must be other materials to be found. There's no doubt about that, Lu Shuang said with a smile. There were many kinds of spiritual plants and other materials produced in the heavenly abyss space crack. The reason Su Bai and the others could not find them was that they had come from the ice ball. There were a lot of treasures with other attributes in the edge zone and under the seal layer. However, those things were more difficult to obtain. They must go under the ice sheet. Sigh. Let's keep walking around. We'll find more materials and sell them for more money. These years, professional pet tamers seem to be glamorized, but in fact, we don't have much money in our hands. We're all worried about money for pet food. If I don't make more money, my pet won't have medicinal cakes next month. Feng Ming shook his head and sighed. They walked for a few kilometers while talking. Their strength was at the monarch grade, and the monsters they encountered along the way rarely bothered them. Quack. Bai, be careful. We seem to have entered a dangerous place. I can feel a deep danger under the ground. Suddenly, Ice Phoenix shrank behind him as it gave this warning through spirit transmission. Howl. I can feel it, too. The cub also nodded. Subai quickly tapped into their shared perception and sensed that there was a deep source of danger underground not far ahead. It was the kind that hit his heart directly. Seeing him stop, the other three obviously noticed that something was wrong and stopped slowly. Let me check the situation, Lu Shuang whispered and turned on his phone. The electromagnetic satellite monster doesn't have any exploration here. There are two cases that can explain this. Either it's a mistake or the electromagnetic satellite monster that entered this place is dead, so the news hasn't been transmitted. Not long after, Lu Shuang relayed this. They had also seen this information through their mobile phones. It must be the second type. Electromagnetic satellite monsters don't run away casually. They scatter outward according to instructions. This situation shows that it's unusual. Liu Yong shook his head. Then should we go in? Feng Ming asked. Of course, it's hard to find such a special place. We must explore it no matter what, or else we would have come out here in vain, Lu Shuang said. I also want to continue exploring. There may be some special treasures here. This is the heavenly abyss, after all. There are bound to be treasures here, Liu Yong said. How about you, Su Bai? What do you think? Feng Ming hesitated and then asked. Of course, I want to go in and see. Su Bai walked in without hesitation. The others also followed suit. Not far away, many crystal flowers appeared on the ground. Some of them were ice blue, blood red, and amethyst, all looking gorgeous and colorful. They seemed to have come to a crystal world. They're good materials. Let's come back and dig them all. They can be used as spirit crystals. Lu Shuang let out his ice ghost and continued exploring. This ice ghost was very unique and was difficult to kill with a normal attack. Haven't you discovered it? The magnetic field disorder in this place is extremely serious, and the strength of the magnetic field is also very high. Feng Ming took out a compass and said, only to see that the needle of the compass was in a state of crazy rotation and could not stop at all. Su Bai had actually discovered this phenomenon long ago but had not yet found the cause. There were many situations in which super-strong magnetic fields could be generated. Even though he had a golden finger, he could not be sure. Look, isn't that an electromagnetic satellite monster's corpse in front? Liu Yong suddenly shouted at this time. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and saw a silver-white electromagnetic satellite monster with a diameter of 2 meters on the ground. It had long lost its breath of life. After several rounds of trials, Su Bai and the others discovered that this place was not dangerous. How did this guy die? Asked Feng Ming solemnly. If it were killed by the field strength and magnetic field, you'd better not release metal and electric pets. Su Bai narrowed his eyes and said. At this time, Lu Shuang received news of Ice Ghost's exploration and turned to look at everyone. Guess what is in front? What? Don't scare me, I'm too timid. Feng Ming widened his eyes. It's a bit unexpected, but it's reasonable. Lu Shuang nodded and continued speaking. There's a small space crack in front, but no monsters are coming out. It looks like an abandoned space crack, but things don't seem right. I see. We can go and take a look. The magnetic field strength is good, and it can be avoided by opening an isolation shield, Liu Yong said. The others were silent for a while and also chose to move forward. Since they were already here, it was impossible to leave without even looking at the space crack. They moved forward cautiously, but surprisingly no accidents happened. They walked to the space crack safely. This space crack was not permanent. It looked like glass that had cracked on one side and got embedded on the icy surface of the cave wall. Except for a 30-meter gap in the middle, the space crack was surrounded by sharp shards with uneven heights. Although nothing out of the ordinary was visible to the naked eye, through the perception of his pets, Su Bai could clearly perceive that this was a temporary and slowly shrinking space crack. Are we going in? Lu Shuang began to hesitate at this moment. Feng Ming and Liu Yong also looked at Su Bai, obviously wanting him to make a decision. Everyone should make their decisions. I'll go in first. He told the others before jumping in with Ice Phoenix and Purple Jade. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. The other three gritted their teeth and finally decided to go exploring inside. If there was any danger, they could just escape. Quack. Bai, I don't want to go ahead, it's too dangerous. Ice Phoenix hid behind Su Bai, but it was kicked and thrown forward by him. No, don't. In the end, it succumbed and walked forward with a shrunken head. Go to the place you perceive. Rest assured that I won't let you die. He comforted it as he shook his head. This phoenix was still too afraid. According to his observations, it was unlikely that this place would be particularly dangerous. However, it was hard to say whether there were any treasures in this place or not. It just so happened that he was separated from the other three after coming in, giving him a good time to hunt for treasures alone. Under his urging, the phoenix finally crept forward. There were some holes in the ground, leading to other caves. Su Bai did not choose to drill these D*MN caves but, instead, let the phoenix directly break the ice. Hiss. As the ice wall was broken open, a huge cave appeared, followed by a bunch of strange bugs. There were all kinds of these insects, and they looked weird. They all rushed toward Su-bai with hideous voices and sharp claws. Upon closer inspection, these insects were made of ice and various strange metals. As they rushed over, they all emitted electromagnetic and laser rays. These rays were terrifying and seemed to have some pollution ability. Quack. Bye, let's run away. These monsters have a replacement function. The phoenix shrank back and seemed not to care about his safety at all. He glanced at it and narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you sure you want to run away again? No matter what danger you encounter, you just run back without a single care. Can you solve it by yourself? The phoenix paused for a while and then ran away without looking back. Ice Phoenix, you probably don't deserve the words cautious and brave. You're just a monster with severe paranoia. If you leave, don't come back. I declare that you're free, and when my contract book is promoted to a point where I can voluntarily terminate your contract with me, I'll terminate our connection directly. He looked at Ice Phoenix, which was running away, and said in a deep voice. When the terrifying insect monsters and their attacks were approaching Su-bai, infinite flames soared in the sky, which turned them into ashes. The dino looked at its owner and lightly blew at his claws. This fire attribute Pet did not bother with Ice Phoenix. The former was unhappy with the latter, especially after seeing it flee. Purple Jade remained on Su-bai's shoulder, while Blood Dragon stayed on his wrist. Neither of them stopped Ice Phoenix. In their opinion, it was no longer their partner. Fleeing in the face of danger, without regard for their master, meant that it was not worthy of his nurturing to the present level. Let's move. He released Mewling Fox and motioned for it to lead the way. Roar. Bye, I'll protect you. The dino patted its chest and protected him on the left side, while Mewling Fox guarded him on the right. Ice Phoenix stopped and turned to look at his figure, silent for a long time. In the end, it resolutely turned around and left. Roar. A giant golden bear, bursting with infinite electric light, rushed over. It was a high-level commander with a terrifying aura. The dino glanced at it and burst out with lava purgatory all over its body. It unleashed jet flames as it rushed over. As the flames disappeared, the monster turned into a puddle of golden water on the ground, spreading into a thin layer. Su-bai stepped on it and continued to move forward. He encountered many monsters along the way but kept moving forward as if walking on the ground. Onum. Blue Sea Kraken opened its mouth and swallowed all the surrounding monster corpses, including a lot of ice. Su-bai had forgotten about the Kraken for a while and only released it now to swallow the monsters. After walking a few steps, he stopped. Below him was a huge underground space, and in the center of the space was a silver-white metal ball, which was suspended in the air and was only about 1 meter in diameter. Electric light flashed on this metal ball. It could be seen that the strong magnetic field was being emitted by it. Around it, a large group of special monsters, combined with various special metals and ice, floated in the air. They felt the breath of him and rushed over. He narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Kill them all, including the silver-white metal ball in the middle. They're afraid of fire. Roar. I'll destroy you." Little Tyrant roared and flung blighted fireballs at the monsters, engulfing them in a boundless sea of fire. These monsters made of ice and metal soon died, and their bodies evaporated and melted, leaving nothing behind. Only the silver-white metal ball at the center was left. It could not hold on in the sea of fire. It lost its mobility and could not move easily at that moment, too. "I surrender. I'm willing to admit defeat." In desperation, it let out a spiritual voice. He ignored it and let Little Tyrant continue burning this monster. This guy was actually a mutated electromagnetic satellite monster. It could generate a strong magnetic field when it was passive, which could be transmitted along electromagnetic waves. This was the legendary magical skill that could hit people along the network cable. Now, it was an existence that could be slaughtered because it had just swallowed a special monster. Hence, it was temporarily unable to move and release its skills and could only create these special monsters to protect itself. At this time, the monsters were all killed, and it had only a dead end. Su-bai was indifferent to its cry for help, and it eventually disappeared in flames, leaving behind a palm-size, silver-white metal core. He put it away. This thing could be used to make a special electromagnetic satellite monster, which was a good thing. Seeing that Subai had taken away the good stuff, Pee-Pee Kraken opened its mouth and swallowed everything else. It would not refuse those who offered themselves to it and was even prepared to swallow the whole planet. Onum. Suddenly, a spiritual vortex appeared around the Kraken's body, and it directly broke through to a mid-level warlord. Moreover, its body also underwent partial evolution. The blue horn on top of its head became an ice-like white horn. It could even emit ice rays. Onum. Blue Sea Kraken turned its head and looked at Subai, batting its eyes, seemingly asking him for credit. You want to swallow everything here? He stared at it with wide eyes. The Kraken nodded quickly. Impossible, but you can casually swallow some here. He rolled his eyes. Upon hearing this, Pee-Pee Kraken opened its big mouth and gnawed at the surroundings. Dozens of squares of the ice layer disappeared. Let's go back. After allowing the Kraken to swallow the space for a while, Subai put it away and then put the pets on the ground. This time, the gains were not good enough. He had only obtained a special electromagnetic core and nothing else. Because of this, he even lacked a divine pet, the Ice Phoenix. However, he did not regret this. He really did not feel wasteful to part with an Ice Phoenix that was reluctant to fight and only knew how to escape. Raising it was a waste of his medicinal cakes and potions. In fact, the Ice Phoenix probably did not like to follow him. From his perspective, he felt that it had already left in a direction away from him. It was obvious that it did not miss him, either. The F***CK. How impressive. You actually found so many ice hearts. I only found a dozen of them, Fengming exclaimed. He originally thought that he had found the most. As they continued talking, only Subai remained standing there expressionlessly, without saying a word. He had kept all his pets in his contract book except for Blood Dragon, which was currently wrapped around his wrist, and Purple Jade, which was sitting on his shoulder. Its whole body was snow white, and it would blink its big purple eyes from time to time, looking very lazy. Subai, what's the matter? Fengming noticed that something seemed off about him. It's nothing. He shook his head and turned to leave. Let's go, it's time for us to return. In fact, he was wondering if he had done something wrong in abandoning Ice Phoenix. It was not to blame for its paranoia because the special memory left by its mother had fixed its worldview and personality right after birth. Bye, I don't think your decision was a mistake. Ice Phoenix wanted to leave long ago, and it often attacked you, too. It didn't treat you as a partner at all, the cub said through its spiritual voice. He shook his head and did not want to harp on this matter anymore. Ice Phoenix had always wanted to leave, so this time he had only fulfilled its wish. Brother Bai, the source of the intense magnetic field below has disappeared. Did you do it? Are there any treasures for us to see? Lu Shuang chuckled and asked. Yes, I did it. It's a special electromagnetic satellite monster, but I killed it. He glanced at the other and replied casually. I want to see pictures. Do you have any? Lu Shuang was quite unwilling to give up. He felt that the core monster was not just an electromagnetic satellite monster. You don't believe me? Subai glanced at him. No, how could that be? I just want to see what a special electromagnetic satellite monster is like. Lu Shuang waved his hand quickly, feeling that the other had misunderstood. He did not covet anything and was purely curious. I'll show you when we get back. It's not a big deal, Subai said. Aren't we going to continue exploring? Liu Yong was a little reluctant. He was unlucky this time and did not obtain anything. We can take another path on the way back and look around again. It's getting late. Subai took out 4 cans of beer from his backpack and threw some to the other 3. All right, let's go. The 4 of them took a few sips of beer. There was not much gain on the way back, and nothing was particularly good. Everyone gave the gains to Liu Yong. Brothers, thank you so much. Let's toast with this bottle of vodka. Liu Yong took out 4 bottles of vodka and handed them to the 3. The 3 people were speechless. What are you afraid of? We're all pet tamers, so we won't be drunk with this little alcohol, all right? The 3 thought about it and reckoned that it made sense, so they all toasted with him. Back at the camp, Subai first reported the situation and then returned to his tent. The sky in Heavenly Abyss was much darker than outside, but it was all right for pet tamers who often entered various dangerous places. Okay, let's see. Shall we? Lu Shuang stopped him on his way to the tent and said with a smile. Subai was a little helpless. He thought that the other should have forgotten it by now, but apparently not. For lack of a better option, he took out the palm-sized, silver-white electromagnetic core and said, I didn't take a photo. This is the core of that special electromagnetic monster, and it can be regarded as its crystal nucleus. Let me see. Lu Shuang took it from his hand and examined it. He then threw it back to him. It doesn't seem to be special. Feng Ming and Liu Yong shook their heads slightly. They were quite speechless about Lu Shuang's behavior, thinking that he was really dense. Shrugging, Subai turned and returned to his tent. He silently decided in his heart to only take risks on his own in the future. Howl. That guy is really annoying. Others would think it belonged to him, Purple Jade said contentiously. Don't be angry. Look at it from another angle, and you may think that he's actually a good person. He shook his head, feeling no need to be courteous. The cub tilted its head. What angle? Subai just shook his head again and remained silent. He then took out an electromagnetic satellite monster, which he had asked from Professor Scorpio moments ago. The electromagnetic satellite monster was very special. It was originally an electromagnetic monster, but because of its super high attainments in electromagnetic waves, it was transformed by human scientists into an electromagnetic satellite that integrated many functions, such as detection and communication. It was equivalent to a living satellite. It was already a very common tool in human society, and pet tamers could generally contract one by themselves once they were at a certain level. Although Professor Scorpio had released numerous electromagnetic satellite monsters, in fact, only the largest one, the Monarch electromagnetic satellite, had a contract with him, while the others were wage earners. Although they were not contracted with humans, they were still willing to work for humans in exchange for the food and resources necessary in their lives. Hello, powerful Subai. I am F-1314, an electromagnetic satellite monster. I am very happy to meet you. I am willing to sign a contract with you and become your partner through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Lines of text appeared on the display of this electromagnetic satellite monster. After signing a contract, you're not allowed to go back on your words. He touched it. This guy was spherical, but its spherical surface was connected by small hexagons. There was a display screen on its chest as it was a man-made object. 8 mechanical claws protruded from its lower body, which could be used as a support or to grab things. Of course, it is my honor to be able to sign a contract with a human. Every electromagnetic satellite was eager to sign a contract with humans. They were not evolutionary, and the most talented electromagnetic satellites could barely reach the Monarch level, so there was no way to advance further. It was only a low-level warlord now, and it was unlikely to break through to a commander in this life. Hence, F-1314 was already very happy to sign a contract with a human. That's good. Don't worry, I have enough food. Subai chuckled. He opened his contract book, selected a blank contract page, and released a contract law to envelop the electromagnetic satellite monster. An emerald light flashed, and the contract was completed. Hello, Master. F-1314 will serve you from now on. Please give me a new name. A new line of text appeared on the display of the electromagnetic satellite. Then, let's call you 1314. This name sounds pretty good. It means for the rest of my life in Chinese. You can call me Bai. All my pets call me that. He laughed. Thank you, Bai. A mechanical female voice sounded in his mind, and no text appeared on 1314's display this time. Hey, aren't you genderless? He asked curiously. Yes, so the voice of 1314 can be changed at will. What kind of voice would you like to hear, Master? This one is good. All right. Let me introduce you to the others. This is Purple Jade, your eldest sister. These are your other siblings. You'll get to know them later. He picked up the cub and kissed it before rubbing it affectionately. Hello, Sister Jade, greeted 1314 obediently. Howl. Hello. Follow our bye and good days await you. The cub raised a paw to say hello. Putting the cub down, Subai took out the white electromagnetic core he had obtained before and looked at his newly contracted electromagnetic satellite monster. Do you want to become stronger? Can I? According to scientific data, I've reached the limit of my evolution. The monster's display showed its specific data. It's okay, I have a way. There are endless miracles in this world. He laughed. I, 1314, am willing to believe in miracles. Please help me, Arbai. The text on the display refreshed. Come and fuse with this. He pointed to the electromagnetic core in his hand. This was actually a combination of that special electromagnetic satellite monster and the metal it was devouring. What it swallowed was a rare active metal. After fusion, it could change its appearance according to will and could possibly become a transformer. However, the only disadvantage was that it could not move when the active metal was swallowed, let alone launch an attack. That was why this thing was so easy to hit the street. How do I swallow it? Activate your electromagnetic satellite to activate it, and then it will merge into your body by itself. He explained. Okay, I understand. An invisible electromagnetic wave burst out from the electromagnetic core of 1314, then the electromagnetic core exploded with an even more terrifying electromagnetic force, which formed a powerful magnetic field. The electromagnetic core and 1314 twisted around each other for a while, picking up speed before finally knocking against each other with a loud bang. The silver-white, electromagnetic core flickered to form an electromagnetic shield, which isolated everything. It seemed like there was no way to complete the fusion for a while. Unable to comprehend this, the cub looked up at Subai and grabbed him with its paws. You haven't finished talking about changing the angle. What do you mean? Sigh. Must you insist on getting to the bottom of it? He asked helplessly. He did not want to dwell on Lu Shuang and the others anymore. Of course, don't you know that cats are very curious creatures? The cub looked at him. You're not a cat, though. You don't even know how to meow. He also turned to look at it. Purple Jade. Meow tilde, are you satisfied now, stupid Abai? Okay, it sounds good. I wanted to find a cat, but I guess it's not necessary now. You're enough, little cutie, he nodded and said. The cub's cat cry revealed a touch of charm, melting his heart. You're a scumbag, stupid Abai. The cub widened its eyes and bit the hand that was touching it. D***it. Was it not enough for him? Just because it did not know how to meow, he actually wanted to find a new pet? What a scumbag. Ouch. Don't bite me. I won't find any other pet, alright? Subai pretended to be in pain, but it did not actually hurt at all. Howl. The cub refused to let go, but in its heart, it was thinking whether it should learn how to meow more in the future. What if its owner really went out to find other cats? D***it. The cub was not even a cat, but it actually wanted it to learn how to meow. The more Purple Jade thought about it, the angrier it got, and the more it wanted to bite him. However, because of the contract, it could not hurt its owner. This fact angered the cub even more. Subai shook his head, letting it bite his arm, as he slowly explained, in fact, it's nothing, but I kind of suspect that the three of them might have been arranged in advance to share a dormitory with me. But I don't think it's possible. Abai, it sounds quite reasonable. If it's been arranged long ago, then it's terrible. Backstabs from acquaintances are the easiest to succeed. I must guard against them in the future. The cub widened its eyes and let go of his hand, feeling that his words made sense. Hey, no. Why should I protect you? The cub shook its head again. You're a scumbag. Why would it think of protecting you immediately? Subai smiled slightly and caressed his pet's head. I was just joking. I won't find another pet just because you can't meow. The cub turned its head and ignored him. It had figured out why it wanted to protect its owner. It was because, ever since its birth, he had stood in an unshakable position in all its memories, and its life seemed to contain nothing else except him. Let's eat. Subai took out the energy medicine cakes and potions before letting the other pets out to feed them. That night, when he was about to sleep with the cub in his arms, 1314 suddenly completed the fusion. It became a silver-white sphere, suspended in the air. I've actually reached the commander grade. This is incredible. His new pet's voice rang in his mind. Name: race, electromagnetic satellite monster. Gender, none. Level, low-level commander. Attribute, electricity, metal. Features: passive, electromagnetic transmission. It can be transmitted through electromagnetic waves, so it can reach wherever electromagnetic waves can reach. Instantaneous transmission. It can transmit information from other electromagnetic satellites or electromagnetic equipment instantly. Deformation. It can change into any shape, but the shape is still metal. This cannot be changed. Skills: powerful geomagnetic storm, restrained, water attribute, wood attribute, weakness, fire attribute. Introduction: this is a special electromagnetic satellite monster. Although it will not evolve and cannot upgrade its level easily, it can be transformed into any shape freely. It also possesses a powerful magnetic field. The communication between it and the equipment or other electromagnetic satellites marked by it is not limited by space and can be reached almost instantaneously. This is a very loyal monster. It has high computing power, equivalent to a computer, and can provide a lot of help to the owner. Not bad. You're very strong, he said with a smile. I'll leave my communication to you in the future. I have a lot of things that I don't want others to know, so you can block this information for me. This was the basic function of the electromagnetic satellite monster. It was equivalent to a conscious computer and could help him handle many things. With its surveillance, no one could snoop on his information through the internet. If anyone really dared to do so, 1314 could even follow the network cable and teach that guy a lesson. In addition, whenever Subai hunted monsters, he always relied on electromagnetic satellite monsters to record information and finally send it back. The Pet Alliance would know how many monsters he had killed and gave him the rewards he deserved. During this process, some of his battle scenes would also be sent back as data, under the orders of the Alliance. However, with this electromagnetic satellite monster, he did not need to worry about this. It could intercept those pictures and only transmit the killing data. I am happy to serve you. When I go back and load some fighter information, if someone spies on your information, I will track it along the network to deal with the person. 1314's body floated, turning into a silver-white figure and bowing to him. Haha. Thank you. He touched it happily. Although 1314 was an auxiliary pet, it was really likable. The most important thing was that his privacy would not be invaded with it. There was no way for the Pet Alliance and various organizations to invade his privacy. They could not possibly refuse him of their services unless he gave them his private information, could they? Did they think Pet Tamers had no temper? Even if he did not dare to kill them, he could still do some damage to their businesses. The people of this generation were not without the strength to truss a chicken. There were shadow sharks that could teleport and like to sneak in front of Pet Tamers. There were terrible murderous monsters that could kill 1,000 and only destroy 800 of themselves. From time to time, there would be demons and undead army, which would rush out like crazy. As long as someone dared to stand in front of them, they would fight with their lives at stake. On the battlefield, the elf held its staff high and the ground got covered by boundless thorns domain. Any existence that dared to approach it would be entangled by these vines and killed after being sucked of their vitality. At the heart of the domain, the elf waved its staff as it activated skills to kill some more troublesome monsters. Subai stood within Thorn's domain. On his flanks were Mewling Fox and the Little Tyrant, both were on the edge of Thorn's domain. The dino grew to a height of 10 meters, occasionally throwing out its skill to deal with the monsters coming. On the other end, Mewling Fox's skills were fancier. It unleashed changing metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and dark skills. After growing to the commander level, it could already use its characteristics proficiently. It learned and comprehended the profound meaning of fantasy from the 12-tailed magic fox, then its strength caught up with the rest of its siblings. On the battlefield, it relied on its fantasy system or created illusions to shield the opponent's perception or confuse them. It did not injure them like the dino did but always used the most suitable skills to hit and restrain monsters, particularly with high efficiency. The most important thing was that it could learn other people's combat skills. In the sky was the electromagnetic satellite monster, which had excellent detection capabilities. Subai grasped the situation of the entire battlefield by sharing its perception. The entire battle was slowly advancing under his control, approaching the space crack in the center. He deliberately maintained a speed similar to the others and did not choose to show off. In fact, if he were to exert all his strength, they could reach the edge of the space crack in a few hours. At this time, taking it easy was the best choice. What no one found was that most of the monsters killed by the cub were caught by the vines and sent behind Subai before being thrown into a blue whirlpool hidden by the vine whip and the fantasy. This blue whirlpool was naturally the mouth of the kraken. Because its evolution was full of uncertainty, he would feed it as and when. Whatever it could evolve into would depend on its fate. Be careful. There are gluttons in front. Be careful not to let them swallow the corpses. These guys have terrifying physical power. Jade, you can attack from a distance. Find a way to use the intermediate absorption to absorb their vitality. Tyrant, you can support with remote firepower. Subai reminded his pets. From the field of view of 1314, he found a group of 50 or 60 gluttons rushing to this side. These guys did not have a uniform shape and had heads. Some were a cross between humans and pigs, and the others had various animal traits making up their appearances. Their only uniform feature was that they were huge in size and had golden muscles on their bodies. They did not use spiritual power to attack and were extremely sensitive to dead bodies. This was a conventional method of judgment, and there was still a possibility of misjudgment. However, to Subai, misjudgment did not exist, and he knew the information of these guys at a glance. After these guys rushed over, they suddenly split into 3 groups. 2 groups ran toward Lu Shuang and Fengming on the left and right of Subai. There were undoubtedly more monster corpses at their side, and the appeal of that to these gluttons was undoubtedly greater. This was why only a dozen of them rushed to him. Fengming, Lu Shuang, be careful, there are gluttons heading your way. He asked 1314 to connect to the communication device, then he passed a message to the 2 before focusing on dealing with the monsters on his end. Leave one alive and get rid of the rest. He instructed and let his pets attack. Hing. Fantasy fluctuations erupted from Mewling Fox's body, and it smashed over with its fixed body skill, relying on tyrannical mind power to hold them off. The reason why it did not use other fantasy control skills was that the gluttons did not have souls, so any control skills against souls were basically ineffective. The elf waved its staff to launch a withered skill. The skill fell on the gluttons, and it seemed like time had accelerated. Their bodies rapidly aged, and their vitality quickly withered. When the fixed body skill was lifted, these gluttons wanted to start swallowing the corpses around, but all of a sudden, Thorn's domain suddenly rose from under their feet, and with a wave of the elf staff, these gluttons were bound by the metal-like dark green vines. In the form of limitless beauty, the elf stood at the center of the domain with the staff gripped in its hand. It looked like a peerless queen, glamorous and noble, as if it had the right to live and kill everything in its domain. Roar. Don't these guys seem to be too strong? Instead of using dead cocoon, the dino bombed the gluttons to pieces with blighted fireball. Only one rabbit-shaped glutton, which was protected by the elf, was kept alive. Mewling Fox, seal it up, Subai said. Yes, my master. The fox flicked its tail lightly and sealed the glutton with a special spiritual seal. At this time, Subai noticed that the glutton on Lu Shuang's side seemed to have grown up. It was a humanoid monster with a pig head, which reached the height of more than 30 meters after swallowing the corpse of a monster on that side. Moreover, its breath had also reached the monarch grade. Now, its breath was becoming more and more terrifying, such that it seemed able to absorb the flesh and blood of dead monsters out of thin air. Oink, oink, it let out a pig cry and hit the ground with a punch. A crack spread toward Lu Shuang. Lu Shuang saw that the situation was not right and released 2 main battle pets again. However, after the improvement of the glutton's physical body, the speed of this guy was too fast, and it almost came to the front in the blink of an eye. In close combat, Lu Shuang's pets steadily retreated. The all-brawn monarch monsters were too strong, and the most terrifying thing was that they had begun to absorb the monster corpses from the entire battlefield, causing their aura to rise continuously. The pig-headed glutton smashed the air directly with a resounding punch and hit the ice ghost, which was trying to release its control skills. The ice ghost of the ghost attribute did not have time to become an apparition and was directly severely injured. If not for its ghost characteristics, it might have already become a corpse at this time. Roar! The pig-headed glutton burst into a red light again, directly absorbing all the dead corpses in the area where Lu Shuang was located. Its aura rose again, almost reaching the Emperor grade. Help! Lu Shuang sent a call for help directly on the public channel. How? Are we going to save them? The elf turned to look at Su Bai. I already asked Professor Scorpio for help. Too many monsters are surrounding us, I can't make it through them. He showed a skeptical look. If you get hurt, the loss will be too great for me. I understand. The elf glanced at him and nodded. Not long after, he saw a red starburst came out of Scorpio's tail as it flew over from the distance. Feeling a fatal threat to its life, the pig-headed glutton turned around and ran. It filled a distance of several kilometers in an instant. Unfortunately, it failed to avoid the red starburst. It turned its head, and the red starburst pierced its heart. The dark red flame burned, turning the glutton into ashes as it writhed and roared in pain, leaving only a dark red crystal nucleus in the end. Impressive. The dino's eyes widened as it stared at this scene. It's okay. You'll be stronger than this in the future. He glanced at it and said with a smile. Now that this matter was resolved, everyone began to push forward the encirclement, but the monsters in the crack seemed endless. They could not be killed no matter how hard they tried. As it went on, the monsters seemed to increase further, and it became impossible for the pets to fight them endlessly. However, the Pet Alliance seemed to have realized this. When it was dark, another university was sent to replace them, and the two teams rotated. F***CK. I'm exhausted. The Pet Tamers rushed to camp while complaining. If this carries on, I don't know how we can end this. This time, the situation appears to be a little different. Lu Shuang walked over and said. I also think something is wrong, let's wait a few days to see the situation, Fengming said. Yes, let's wait for them to seal the space crack first. Liu Yong agreed. Let's go back to camp and rest for a while. Su Bai also felt that something was wrong, but it might just be because the monsters in Heavenly Abyss were originally different from other monsters. As soon as he got back to the tent, an unfamiliar number called his phone. Although they were in the sky, the signal was not bad because of the electromagnetic satellite monsters around. Bai, I received the signal. According to my detection, the caller is less than 10 kilometers away from us. His electromagnetic satellite monster reported. Okay, I understand. He thought about it a little and had a guess on who it was. Hello. He answered the call. Big brother, it's me, Ouyang-du. We brought the planet's core that you want, and it's not far from your camp. Please come out and accept it. The man's voice came through the phone. Okay, I understand. I'll come out soon. You can wait for me on the iceberg in front of you, he responded. Ouyang-du froze for a moment, wondering how the other knew his position. Yes, I understand. However, he stopped thinking about it and just quickly responded. Su Bai hung up and walked out, finding an excuse that he would look for an animal to eat. Howl, what are we going to do next? The cub asked curiously. You'll know when you go, but this matter has nothing to do with you. It has something to do with the dragon, he said. Roar! Me! Blood Dragon's voice sounded in his mind. Yes, you. I'll need your help later, just listen to my arrangements. Su Bai nodded. Okay, I understand. He rode on the cub and quickly arrived at the rendezvous point. He went up the mountain and directly found Ouyang-du, who was hiding halfway through. However, what surprised him was that a girl in black was beside the man. Hello, big brother. The man first greeted him and then pointed to the black-clothed girl. This is my partner. The core of the heterochromatic planet here was obtained by the two of us. We lost a lot of pets for this. Hello, Han Wei. Su Bai glanced at the girl and said casually. Hello, big brother. Han Wei nodded slightly and bowed. After exchanging greetings, he looked at the two and asked, "Can you release the planet's core?" The two glanced at each other, nodded, and took out a transparent glass ball the size of a basketball. At the center of the ball was a tied golden liquid metal ball. Subai took a look and was sure that it was the core of the alien planet. Usually, a planet's core was of a mass of solid metal, and only this heterochromatic one was a mass of liquid metal. A planet's core was said to be a special monster formed by the falling of stars, and all had the possibility of being transformed into a planet again. The liquid metal ball was more useful as it could change its shape at will. After learning some knowledge, it could complete various mechanical equipment and various weapons with its special abilities. Subai also knew another function of a planet's core through photos. It could blend into the core of a planet and control its movements, including some of its conditions on the surface. However, this was an ability that could only be achieved after evolution to reach a high-level planet's core. The reason why he said that he wanted this thing was so he could study it. "Very well. I'm very satisfied. You two have passed the test. I believe in you now." He took the planet's core, nodded, and said, "Thank you, big brother. This is our responsibility." The two nodded and waited for him to go on. Subai looked at the two people, pondered for a moment, and then said, "I'll give you two choices now. 1. I'll give you a simpler disciple assessment difficulty, which can change you from an elite disciple to a core disciple. 2. I can help you convert your dragons into blood pets. It's not a problem to make them purebloods with the ancestor blood dragon's ability. In this way, although you can directly become core disciples, you will be tagged with me. You can think about your decisions and tell me. I'll give you 3 minutes." "We choose the second option. We want a pureblood dragon pet. We're also willing to follow you and help you to compete for the curator position," said the two in unison after thinking for a while. They both understood that if they did not have pureblood dragons, even if they became core disciples, they would still be excluded from the circle. Instead of this, it was better to go directly to Subai and then enter the most advanced circle of disciples in one fell swoop. Although there were lots of risks, even if they lost, it would be nothing more than being excluded from the core rites, which was of no pity for the two of them. "If that's the case, then you should release your dragons and let me see their conditions." Subai nodded, satisfied with their choice. It did not have the noble, powerful, ancient, and mysterious feeling exuded by pureblood dragons. "This is the 3-horned green sting dragon, my second pet. It's a pet egg I painstakingly obtained in a space crack and has the blood of a green dragon. When I asked someone to help identify it, he said that it has the potential to evolve into a green dragon. I relied on it to join Yulong Gymnasium. Unfortunately, after an error while it was evolving, it became like this. There's no possibility of further evolution, and I've lost the opportunity to enter the inner circle of the gym." Ouyang-du touched the head of his pet, his expression bitter. Subai looked at the pet's data. Indeed, as Ouyang-du said, it should have evolved into a single-horned green sting dragon. Only in this direction could it evolve into a full-fledged green dragon. In fact, this kind of thing would happen frequently, and sometimes the wrong kind of catalytic material might be the reason for this outcome. Furthermore, single-horned green sting dragon and 3-horned green sting dragon had very similar evolutionary forms, so the possibility of error was even higher. "And yours?" He turned to Han Wei. The girl summoned her contract book and released her dragon pet. The dragon was pure black, with no flesh on its body. The 2 purple flames in its hollow eyes proved that it was still alive. This was a dragon entirely formed by bones. It had 4 claws and a pair of large bone wings. The bones on its body were extremely sharp, which meant that it could use any part of its body as a weapon. Its whole body looked hideous and terrifying, just like a peerless dragon king walking in the dark world. It's a giant bone dragon, a very rare pet with 3 attributes. 2 of its attributes are darkness and undead. It's now a high-level monarch. It's my beginner pet. When I was hiking in spring, I accidentally picked up a black spine. After careful inspection, I realized that it's a spine containing the origin of the giant dragon. I fused this spine with my soul stone, and finally my first pet was born. I also chose to join Yulong Gymnasium because of my pet. Step by step, I went from being an outer disciple of the branch to becoming an inner disciple of the main branch. It's a pity that I didn't use a giant bone dragon's crystal nucleus. There were too few bones and only a spine. Even with the essence of the soul stone to make up for it, its evolutionary potential has still reached its limit. Its bloodline is stuck at the subdragon level and can't reach the pureblood dragon level. It'll reach the emperor level at most in the future. I guess that there's no way for it to break through to the sovereign level and above. Her voice was very cold, and it gave off a deterring aura. Even while asking for his help, she remained very calm and did not act coquettishly or cutely. After the two talked about their pet situation, they looked at him blankly and waited for his next words. Subai pondered for a while and then said, I have 2 ways to help you. One is to improve their bloodline directly. My ancestor blood dragon has this ability. However, they'll be transformed into blood dragons. It will add a blood attribute to them, allowing their blood to reach the level of purity. After the ancestor blood dragon becomes stronger in the future, they can be given the power to evolve again, so they'll have a possibility of evolving further. The second method is to retrain a dragon pet. As long as there's dragon blood, preferably in the form of a pet egg, my ancestor blood dragon can directly transform it into blood dragons. The future potential is endless, and they can reach a pureblood state at birth. Think about which one you'll choose and then tell me. You have 3 minutes. Still, no matter what you choose, you're considered to be on my ship, and it's more difficult to get off. He found a place to sit down and waited for the two to think clearly. As for how his ancestor blood dragon could control their pet's life and death upon transforming them into its blood descendants, he naturally did not reveal this fact. There was no need to say it. This was because, as long as they did not betray him, he would never let his pet act on theirs, so there was naturally no need to say anything. Can't I choose both? This makes me feel very tangled, I can't make choices. As soon as he sat down, Ouyang-du walked forward and asked this. Of course not. At least not now. Subai shook his head. Ouyang-du's eyes lit up. This meant that it would be all right in the future. I choose the first one. Please help raise my dragon's blood level directly, he immediately said. His dragon, which grew to the size of 100 meters, was entrenched in the mountain cavity. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Tell your dragon not to have any resistance mentally, or it'll be very difficult to transform it. Okay, big brother, I understand. Little dragon, it's up to you, do as I tell you. Subai raised his hand, and his pet, which was wrapped around his wrist, flew out and grew 100 meters in size. After it appeared, the 3-horned green sting dragon stepped back subconsciously. It was intimidated by the ancestor blood dragon's aura. Once it was pacified by Ouyang-du, blood dragon began to act. Roar. It let out a low, deterring roar as it opened its blood mouth. A scarlet dragon's breath came out and landed on the 3-horned green sting dragon. 3-horned green sting dragon instinctively wanted to resist but found that it was not an attack. Instead, the breath felt warm and comfortable. It was like soaking in hot water and was more pleasurable than mating. Slowly, it stopped resisting and became immersed in it, instead. The dragon's breath lasted for about a minute and then stopped. It could be seen that the body of the 3-horned green sting dragon was undergoing drastic changes while it was being showered by the dragon's breath. First, some dark grey tissues came out of its body, then it became covered with a layer of green scales. The 3rd horn on top of its head also disappeared. When the dragon's breath stopped, the original 3-horned green sting dragon had disappeared. What was floating in the air now was a green dragon with a body length of more than 300 meters. Except for its double horns, which were blood red, the other parts of this dragon seemed to be indistinguishable from any ordinary green dragon. It's done. Subai spread his hands. Remarkable. Ouyang-du exclaimed. His eyes had been fixated on this scene the whole time, watching 3-horned green sting dragon complete an evolution under the dragon's breath. Han Wei was also shocked speechless. Now, she finally understood why the deans, including those of the royal dragon families, were so interested in the ancestor blood dragon. This was indeed an ancestor dragon, it was so powerful and magical. It's your turn. Have you chosen? Subai did not respond to Ouyang-du but turned to look at Han Wei, instead. In fact, what Blood Dragon had just done should be called semi-optimizing and semi-evolving. The level and evolution of the three-horned green sting dragon were too high, and Blood Dragon did not have the ability to transform it completely at this moment. I also chose the first one. Please help me, senior brother. I'll always follow you in the future, the girl bowed and said. Okay. Actually, it's a little special in your case. Because it's a bone dragon, it doesn't have flesh and blood. The ancestor Blood Dragon needs to use more origin for it, so you don't want it to resist. He glanced at Giant Bone Dragon and said. The abilities of his Blood Dragon were best for creatures with flesh and blood, so it was more troublesome when it encountered creatures made of stones and bones. I understand. My pet is very obedient. You can just start, Han Wei said. Subai remained silent and glanced at Blood Dragon, indicating that it could start. This time, it took a lot of his pet dragon's origin and a full 3 minutes to complete the process. At this time, the size of Giant Bone Dragon had reached 300 meters. Its black bones had many mysterious scarlet lines, and its aura had deepened and become more terrifying. Thank you, senior brother. The girl looked at the dragon with surprise on her face and turned to thank him. Subai waved his hand. He was not in a hurry and waited for them to get acquainted with their dragons first. After about 3 minutes, the two people returned to normal. They then expressed their loyalty to him, promising to do their best in helping him. After you go back, apply directly to become core disciples. You'll then be responsible for uniting the outer and inner disciples who can't become core disciples. Also, tell them that I can help them fulfill their dreams. Gather the disciples and I'll then arrange some tasks for you. When the task is completed, you can choose some trustworthy ones and recommend those with credit. I'll help them improve their dragon pet's bloodline. That will be all for now. I've already selected the tasks for you. They're really good ones. The rest will depend on you, he said. We understand, senior brother. Don't worry, we'll definitely handle this matter well. We're very skilled at this kind of thing. With your help, we'll definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Ouyang Du and Han Wei nodded in unison. Okay, work hard. If I'm satisfied, I won't treat you badly. You have to believe that I can give more than you think. Subai patted their shoulders. Both seemed to feel a little uncomfortable being patted on the shoulders, but they did not move and only nodded seriously, leaving him to do as he pleased. Subai asked 1314 to mark their mobile phones indirectly before saying, if you have anything else later, just tell me directly. Now, the connection between us is no longer restricted by space. The two glanced at the special silver-white electromagnetic satellite monster next to Subai in surprise. Senior brother, we'll bid our farewells first. After that, the two nodded and got up to leave. Oh, by the way, please check someone for me. This person is from the Liu family of the Imperial Dragon Clan. The name is Liu Yi. If you find out about this person, tell me. He remembered one thing and called the two back. Any other things? The two wrote down the information and asked. No, you can go. He waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. Little dragon, are you all right? Once the two were gone, Subai asked his pet quickly. I'm fine. I have many blood subordinates now. I'll make up for the loss in a few days' time. His pet shook its head. That's good. Subai took out a few more bottles of medicine to feed it, and when it was done, he got up and walked back. Howl. Bye, is it done now? Yes, that's that. I'll take it slowly. He nodded. This kind of thing had to go slowly. He now only relied on Blood Dragon, and most of the resources of the gymnasium were occupied by God Dragon Division, so he could not obtain them for the time being. There was no need to rush, and he would take it step by step. Back in the camp, he took out the planet's core and tried to communicate with it. After a period of communication, he found that this guy's wisdom was much lower than he expected. He thought for a while and finally decided to implement another plan. 1314, try to integrate your body into this planet's core, he said. The planet's core fed on metal, wandering aimlessly in the abyss, absorbing all the metal it could sense. Since 1314's body was made of various types of active metal, as long as it actively fused with it, the planet's nuclear wisdom was sure to eat it eagerly. At this time, 1314's consciousness could come to occupy the magpie's nest or swallow it directly. It was feasible according to the information he had glimpsed. First, the two were of the same origin. Second, the consciousness of metal life was actually very easy to transfer. Coupled with his external guidance, the success rate would definitely be greater. Okay, bye. The electromagnetic satellite monster understood his meaning. It moved along the gap in the seal opened by him and turned into a silver-white liquid, which seeped into the golden sphere of the planet's core. Subai released Mewling Fox to help hypnotize and soothe the planet's core, preparing to boil the frog slowly in warm water. However, the process was longer than he expected, and it took him a full week. During this period, he went to the battlefield several times to encircle monsters. However, Heavenly Abyss was indeed one of the 10 major cracks on Blue Planet. This space crack was very small, yet their effort did not bear fruit even after such a long time. It was said that the situation on the main cracks was the same. I succeeded. I merged with its consciousness and inherited its memory. More precisely, it has now become part of me. That night, he was about to go to bed when a voice sounded in his mind. His expression changed. Quickly walking over, he glanced at the planet's core. A silver eye appeared on the core of the originally golden planet. The pupil of this eye was half golden and half silver, just like a yin-yang symbol. Aside from this, the appearance of the planet's core had not changed much. Subai checked its data again and confirmed that the two had truly fused. Even the pattern belonging to the electromagnetic satellite monster in the contract book had become the core of the current planet. This thing should be called the Planet Eye. It was a fusion of the two, and their original abilities had merged together as well, so both their potential and strength had increased by several-fold. Subai lifted the seal, and the Planet Eye became a basketball-sized float. It batted its eye at him. Meeting Arbai is really the luckiest thing in my life. I have never felt so good. Subai's voice was transmitted to his pets' minds, and through the Planet Eye floating in the sky, he knew everything happening on the battlefield. Following his order, the liquid metal sphere of Planet Eye first changed into a few thick muzzles, and then a round of particle shells shot out. Most of the sulfuric acid bugs were blown to the ground and then directly exploded, corroding the ground due to the violent chemical reaction. Planet Eye was very peculiar. After fusing with the electromagnetic satellite monster, its combat ability had become much stronger. The consciousness of the electromagnetic satellite monster could turn its body into various shapes and could also launch powerful skills, such as missiles and lasers. It could also learn many skills of electric and metal attributes. Coupled with the supercomputing power of the electromagnetic satellite monster itself, Planet Eye could completely innovate and release a variety of different skills. It was just like a huge war fortress. The plasma cannon launched moments ago was actually a variant of the electric attribute skill. After a burst of fire, not many sulfuric acid bugs left. Purple Jade could easily deal with the remaining ones. Subai looked at the 100-meter liquid metal ball in the sky with a bit of surprise. He did not expect his unexpected actions to create the prototype of a war fortress. It was only at the commander grade right now, and its true size was only 500 meters in diameter when revealed, so its strength was not necessarily strong. However, when it evolved and absorbed more special metal in the future, even after it turned into a living planet, its deterring power would still be terrifying. At that time, Subai would sit above Planet Eye. Coupled with Little Tyrant and Purple Jade, was the universe not at his beck and call? With a battle star the size of a movable planet, Subai felt that no matter how dangerous and dark the sulfuric acid universe was, he could go for a stroll. He forcibly suppressed these happy thoughts and concentrated on the battle in front of him. This battle to seal the crack was much longer than they thought. Today was the 10th day that Subai had spent here. The outer periphery of this 5-kilometer space crack had been cleaned up, and they were now at the last stage. Their group only needed to drive back the monsters into the space crack and then they could arrange a sealing device to seal it. Subai's biggest gain in the past 10 days, except for the Planet Eye, was probably the blue sea kraken. By continuously swallowing things, Its strength had reached a high-level warlord. Its power was so strong it seemed about to evolve. Just as everyone reduced the battlefield bit by bit, the ground began to vibrate, making them feel panicky. Subai quickly shared his vision with Planet Eye, but he did not find any anomalies. He could only observe the extremely terrifying energy fluctuations erupting in the space cracks at the central area. Roar. Bai, a big boss is coming out. This battle is too difficult. Let's get ready to escape. The dino raised its head and looked at the central area before reporting his discovery to him. The next moment, Professor Scorpio's voice rang about. Everyone, retreat. It's expected that an emperor monster will come out soon. Hearing this, everyone retreated by several hundred meters with their pets. The next moment, a silent roar stung everyone's eardrums, and then a pillar of light burst into the sky from the central space crack, which was directly torn bigger. The same was true in other areas within the heavenly abyss. Some terrifying beams of light directly tore through the space crack, and even the sealed ones were torn apart again. Through his shared perception with Planet Eye, Subai saw a huge purple octopus with a diameter of more than 2 kilometers coming out of the central space crack. The first thing that came out was its long tentacles with suction cups and then its entire body. It glanced at the world with a pair of dark green eyes and let out a silent subsonic roar. Following this roar, an electric light burst out from its body as it ran into the distance. At this time, Professor Scorpio dispatched a low-level Emperor Spirit, the Gem Eye, to attack the big purple octopus. This Emperor Gem Eye was very terrifying, especially because its mind attacks were unclear and were difficult to perceive. At that moment, just when the big octopus and Gem Eye were inextricably entangled, the Scorpio, which had been ready for a sneak attack, suddenly appeared behind. Its two red and blue scorpion tails pierced the body of the big octopus at lightning speed. There was another supersonic roar, and then the octopus's body writhed in the extreme poison of ice and fire. Soon, the tissues in its body turned into liquid. However, Professor Scorpio's expression did not relax at all. Instead, he directly informed everyone through an electromagnetic satellite monster, "Hurry up and retreat to the camp. Prepare to evacuate. The development of the matter has exceeded our predictions." Subai and the others did not hesitate when they heard this. They all turned around and left quickly. F***CK. What's the situation? On the way to retreat, Lu Shuang leaned over. It seems like there's a high probability that the octopus is only the first. There'll probably be monsters no lower than Emperor grade coming out soon. Liu Yong said with a palpitating heart, sigh. I wonder if it'll turn into the same situation as 100 years ago. I don't want the order to collapse again, but the situation seems to be getting worse and worse. Fortunately, we've developed after more than 100 years, so there should be a way to deal with it. Faced with these monsters 100 years ago, we could only wait for our deaths. Now, we have so many pet tamers. Technology has also advanced to such a degree. Dealing with those monsters should not be a problem. It might just be that the Pet Alliance and other countries haven't reacted yet. Feng Ming shook his head. He felt that order would not collapse. After all, they had been continuously improving for over 10 decades. Let's just leave quickly. Subai did not comment on their guesses. He shook his head and left on Planet Eye. In fact, he did not agree with Feng Ming's words. 100 years ago, people were able to triumph because mankind had no power and only death awaited if they left Blue Planet. Now, many people and forces already had the ability to take care of themselves. If what had happened more than 100 years ago happened again, it would be hard to predict the outcome. Once there were other options, it would be harder to make people work together than to reach the sky. Just as everyone withdrew to the camp, which was located a few kilometers away, another noise came from within the space crack, and 3 big octopuses emerged. All of them exuded a terrifying emperor aura, which was no weaker than the one that had just died. Sigh. It looks like our action will end in failure. Seeing this, Liu Yong sighed. They had never encountered an emperor monster in their previous battles because the deep seal had not been lifted, and the emperor monsters could not come out. It was like a piece of cloth with a small hole in it. Small fish could come out, but big fish could not. At this moment, The appearance of these emperor monsters meant that a big hole had been made in the cloth, so the big fishes could finally come out. If they took one step further, the whole piece of cloth would be shattered, and they would be dead meat. Professor Scorpio obviously also recognized this problem. He let Scorpio and the few other monsters next to him attract the attention of the 3 octopuses. Seizing the time, he threw a silver-white metal ball down. The metal ball fell to the place where the space crack was and exploded, forming a chaotic space storm. The space crack was torn apart and turned into a deadly chaotic mass. There was no sharper knife than space, and the chaotic crack was an invisible meat grinder formed by space. Roar tilde hiss. As the space storm spread, countless terrible roars, screeches, and hisses came from its depths. Abundant blood splashed out of the space storm. Temporarily solving the matter of the space crack, their professor turned around to deal with the 3 emperor monsters. Look, what did I tell you? Professor Scorpio actually had space wind prepared. This shows that these situations have been predicted by the Spirit Alliance, Fengming said. The space wind was one of the strategic weapons of the Pet Alliance. It could directly cause chaos and instability in a space crack. Generally speaking, the emperor monsters would also find it difficult to escape from this kind of space crack. Alas, this thing was a symptom rather than a permanent cure, and the space cracks would eventually stabilize. It was just like putting a cup of boiling water into half a cup of cold water. After a long time, the water would still be cold. With this kind of thing, it could only be said to be a delaying strategy, and it was not meant to solve the crisis completely. The 3 big octopuses could not withstand the professor's bombardment and were eventually beheaded. Everyone, stay in the camp first. Wait for the Alliance's further orders. Professor Scorpio flew back with his pet and said this to everyone. Subai and the others could stay put in the camp. Can we leave this place? Asked the cub once they were inside the tent. Roar. I want to leave this place, too. It's too cold here. Little Tyrant hugged its body and exclaimed in dissatisfaction. I don't know, but it should be almost done. Subai nodded. Little Tyrant was on the verge of evolution. If not for the environmental impact of tens of degrees below zero in the abyss, it would have evolved in an instant and might have even reached the monarch grade. However, letting it settle for a while was also good. This time, he had gained a lot of merit points by hunting monsters. After returning to exchange materials, the strength of his pets could be raised to a new level again. Especially Peepee Kraken, it could immediately form combat strength. Afterward, he would have one more trump card available. If the Ice Phoenix had not left, he would have had more trump cards. Of course, what he lost on the swings, he gained on the roundabouts. The future of Planet I was much more promising than Ice Phoenix. About half an hour later, Professor Scorpio asked the students to pack up as they would leave Heavenly Abyss tomorrow morning. In addition, he issued a special mission, and it was to enter Heavenly Abyss through some mini passages to check the situation. There were no requirements for the mission. As long as they participated, they would obtain an Emperor Monster's crystal nucleus with their chosen attributes. There were no restrictions on this task, so they would not be forced to do anything. They only had to go down and investigate the situation inside. No matter how many materials they obtained, they would have rewards and receive support upon their return. I'm going to participate in this mission. Subai told the pets after thinking about it. Of course, he was not participating for the sake of the mission. He wanted to go in and get to the bottom of the matter. Although Heavenly Abyss was dangerous, it was not full of horror. He knew this very well. The most important thing was that he wanted to find a place where no one was around so that he could use the attribute light balls to improve the strength of his pets. After careful consideration, he felt that the depths of Heavenly Abyss were definitely the ideal place for his objective. Wherever the aura and laws were strong, it meant that there were more attribute light balls. Therefore, it would be more convenient for him to take action in such a place. Howl. Since you have decided, I'll naturally follow. The cub nodded. Roar tilde as long as it's not as cold in our destination, I don't really care tilde Little Tyrant said, too. The pets almost always unconditionally abided by his decisions. He would often explain his decisions to them as well. Subai packed everything and went up to Professor Scorpio's side. Before leaving, he did not notify Lu Shuang and the others. Even on Chen Ruoshua's end, he just said that he had to perform a task and would not go back for the time being. When he came over, there were already a dozen people on Professor Scorpio's side, but his arrival surprised the man. They already knew that he had become Yulong Gymnasium's core disciple. He should not be short of resources, but he still chose to take the risk, which was really hard to understand. However, the professor did not say much. What surprised Su Bai was that he saw Lu Shuang in the dormitory with him. Lu Shuang also looked at him in surprise. The two nodded in greeting and did not move to talk to each other. When it was time to begin, he said, "You can choose to leave now. If not, just sign the electronic task list on your mobile phone, with both your fingerprints and pupil identification. You have to fill in the information about the Emperor Monster's crystal nucleus after signing, and it will be sent to you when the mission is over." In the end, 3 people chose to quit, and a total of 8 people were left. Professor Scorpio released a flying pet and set off with the 8 people. On the way, he said, "This mission has a very high degree of freedom. There are no restrictions on whether you want to form a team or act alone. It's all up to your preferences. In a while, I will send you to the entrance of the space crack. The rest is up to you. What we can guarantee is that the space crack you enter will never cause problems and won't be overrun by monsters." Everyone nodded, indicating their understanding. After a round of discussions with others, they decided to form a team. Su Bai stood still and stayed motionless, thinking about his own affairs. "Hey, do you want to be together? It's better to have support with more people." Lu Shuang came over and asked. "No, I want to act alone." He shook his head and rejected him. "Okay, then." The other helplessly spread his hands and returned to the team. The original 8 people were suddenly divided into 2 groups. Su Bai was alone, and the other 7 were in one group. The 7 people did not ridicule him or say anything. They just treated him as air. In a short while, they arrived at their destination. It was a cat-eye-shaped mini space crack about 100 meters in diameter. When Su Bai and the others came over, there were already some people present, and a camp was built nearby. The cracks had been patched, so at least no monsters could come out. "What other materials do you need? You can get them here. They are all free." "I'll go inside half an hour from now," Professor Scorpio said. Everyone's interest was piqued upon hearing that all of the stuff here was free. In line with the principle of free prostitution, everyone went in and took some. Su Bai took some spiritual fruit and meat, and then he waited for his turn to go in. He was looking forward to what the other of Heavenly Abyss's space crack was like. "Okay. Everyone, get ready to go in and be careful." When the time came, Professor Scorpio took them to the edge of the space crack. Their group first used their internal breath skill, then they opened a shield for themselves and simultaneously activated their night vision skills. They rode their pets and went in one after another. Su Bai stepped on the body of Planet I and slowly entered the space crack, brimming with curiosity about everything that might be seen inside. In his perception, it took about 10 hours for this transmission power to disappear completely and for them to arrive at the real Heavenly Abyss. This is the Heavenly Abyss. It really is the same as the legend says. The others in front stared at this world in awe. Shocked senseless, they looked at everything around them with fascinated eyes. The same was true for Su Bai. He had heard a lot of legends about Heavenly Abyss, but it was not as shocking as when he really saw it. "Howl! What a great place. I feel so comfortable here," the cub exclaimed. "Raw tilde, this is definitely a good place. I like it here tilde raw. Bai, I feel a very ancient aura. This place is definitely very, very old. According to my inspection, the gravity here is weak, the radiation is diffuse, and all kinds of rays are flooded. The atmosphere in the space crack is weak, and most are hydrogen and helium. Humans can't survive here. Bai, please be careful." An electric light radiated from 1314's body, blasting away to analyze the surroundings quickly. This place inside the Heavenly Abyss was actually so huge that they could not see the end of it. The whole area was very dark, and gray and black were the main colors here. There was no gravity and the surroundings were extremely empty. Occasionally, meteorites flew by, Some floating planets could even be seen in the distance. Some of them were broken as if they had been eaten by something, leaving only half behind. It was too dark to see further, but it felt like a starry sky, infinitely large and boundless. In fact, this was a starry sky of unknown size. The Alliance internally referred to this place as the Abyss Star Territory. It was said that the 10 largest space cracks on Blue Planet, that was, the space fissures, which were as famous as Heavenly Abyss, actually led to this Abyss Star Territory. It was just that this Abyss Star Territory was too dangerous, and no one had ever fully explored it. The deep space seemed to be empty, but in fact, there were all kinds of terrifying monsters cruising around. Even the Heavenly King-level Pet Tamers could hardly guarantee their safety here, let alone explore this place freely. Up until now, people still did not know whether there was intelligent life here or that intelligent life was such a monster. Anyway, they had been desperately drilling toward Blue Planet all these years. Some people said that it was because the Star Abyss territory had been eaten by these monsters and was about to be destroyed, so they were tirelessly attacking Blue Planet, wanting to obtain a new world. It was rumored that great terror had befallen Heavenly Abyss, so these monsters were escaping out of fear. However, in fact, there was evidence of this. Because of emotion detection, most of the monsters that came out of the space cracks were found to be terrified or seemingly fleeing. However, there was no way to find out what they were afraid of. Even if people looked at memories, they could not find anything and only knew that the fear was bone deep. All right, everyone. Turn on your concealment skills and prepare to go. Let's be careful. It should be fine if we don't go too deeply, the leader of Lu Shuang's team said, preparing to begin exploring the surroundings. Lu Shuang waved to Su Bai before he turned and followed the others away. Let's go this way. Standing on 1314, he looked at the gloomy starry sky in the distance. After going some distance away from the others, he released Mewling Fox and Peepee Kraken. Currently, the Kraken had a body size of 100 meters and was on the verge of evolving again. Bai, this place looks too empty, there's nothing here. The cub complained after they had flown around for a long time. This is normal, it's like this in space, he said. The emptiness in the universe is very large, and there's very little physical matter. His goal this time was to detect a broken planet about hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from them through Planet I. It was indeed a bit empty along the way, and he did not encounter any meteorites. At this moment, Planet I suddenly reported to him. There is a meteorite floating over from ahead, it is about 5 kilometers. Would you like to go up and take a look? Is there life on it? He asked. I am unable to make a preliminary detection. Let's go over and take a look. Mewling, Dragon, activate your perceptions and check the situation, he instructed. The pets agreed and headed toward the meteorite together. After several preliminary detections, they determined that there should be no monsters on this meteorite. As they approached it, the dino took the lead in jumping up. Su Bai took the pets and landed on the meteorite as well. The meteorite was only a few kilometers in diameter, and the gravity was too weak, so it was a little difficult to land on it. Fortunately, his pets lent him a helping hand. Roar. Unfortunately, this looks ordinary except for it being a little old. Little Tyrant spread its claws. Su Bai shared its perception and found that this was the case. Although he was somewhat disappointed, he understood that this was also normal. If he did not research it, meteorites like this would be useless to him, and if he did, its research value would not be that high. Let's leave. It's a pity that 1314 hasn't evolved yet, and your detection ability isn't strong enough, or else you would know this without us coming up. Su Bai sighed and was about to leave. Then can I eat it? Floating in the starry space, the Kraken smacked its mouth. It wanted to eat this even though it was just a stone. Okay, eat. Do it fast. He glared at it. With a flick of its tail, the Kraken cruised to the front of the meteorite. It opened its big mouth, and then a deep blue vortex spread. Soon, this large meteorite was swallowed by the Kraken. After it was done eating the meteorite, they all continued moving forward. Along the way, their group encountered many meteorites of varying sizes, some of which were useful, while others were useless. As for the useless ones, he did not care and let the Kraken swallow them. This meteorite is a bit weird. Why does it look like it's a part of something? Subai studied the young meteorite, which was directly over 2 kilometers long, and thought that it looked like a plate. Raw. It's useless and it can't be eaten. Little Tyrant took a look and groaned. Onum. The kraken motioned that it could eat the meteorite and would swallow it to show the dino. With a flick of its tail, it swam over and directly swallowed the meteorite. Subai wanted to stop it, but after thinking about it, he let the kraken be. Anyway, there was no way to take the space rock back, and it might even experience some changes after swallowing it. He had just checked with his golden finger that this was a meteorite with some miraculous power. It was said to be the stepping stone of an eternally miraculous beauty. However, the power of this miracle was too weak to collect, and he did not have the conditions for collecting it. Just after the kraken swallowed the meteorite, Subai discovered something unusual. A golden spot drilled out of the meteorite and integrated into his pet's body. The kraken's appearance then began to change drastically. First, its body shape soared from 100 meters to 3 kilometers. The blue and white light on its body dissipated to reveal black scale armor. In addition to the original white horn, 2 black long horns emerged from the top of its head, forming a line with the original horn. Its fins also became extremely sharp. All in all, the kraken suddenly turned into a scorpion that Subai did not recognize at all. It now looked like a fighter machine. Special evolution, starry omnivore kraken. Name: race, starry omnivore kraken. Monster: gender, male. Level: middle level. Servant: attribute, water, darkness, space, swallow. Features: passive, swallow, exclusive feature. It does nothing but swallow and can swallow everything to gain the power of evolution. Star water curtain, passive characteristic. This is manifested as the blue and white star streamer circulating on the surface of the kraken. There is always this layer of streamer that can offset half of the psychic attack. Also, any psychic attack on its body has only half the effect. Darkness characteristic. This was obtained through the power of miracles. Activate this characteristic to enter a dark state, which is extremely conducive when hiding in dark places. Even a second-tier detection monster will be unable to find it. When the kraken is motionless, there is no way to find it without mastering detection skills or deploying some extremely special monsters. Skills: water splash, water wave, dark wave, extreme omnivore, restraint. Weaknesses: there are no obvious weaknesses in its attributes, but its current attributes are slightly weak. Evolutionary direction: krakens do not have a fixed evolutionary direction. Its current possible evolutionary directions are Starry Spirit Shadow Kraken and Dark Devil Kraken respectively. Introduction: Kraken King's egg, full of origin, male, love to eat. The universe is very big, it will only take one bite. It was originally a blue sea kraken, which had a high probability of evolving into a mountain sea monster kraken, but because it swallowed too many monsters and gained a bit of miraculous power, it had evolved and mutated into a starry omnivore kraken. Its darkness characteristic can make it an unparalleled killer in the dark starry space. This evolution was unexpected for Subai. Looking at the 3-kilometer-long terrifying guy in front of him, he was at a loss for words. This bit of miraculous power was so fierce. Now, the kraken had directly surpassed the body length of the blood dragon by 1 kilometer and was the largest one among his pets. Although it was still extremely small when set against the starry space, it was already a large monster to him. The most impressive thing about it was its darkness characteristic, which was really formidable. He wondered what change would the rest of eternally miraculous beauties alter with its miraculous power, bring the starry omnivore kraken if it swallowed that. It was a pity that this was unlikely to happen. The starry sky was too big, so unless Lady Luck shone on him again, it would be almost impossible for him to locate the altar. The dino, fox, and his other pets stared at the behemoth in front with frozen expressions. Sigma, _raw. I've become a small dino beside brother Pee-Pee Kraken. Are you really our sibling? Why did you become like this in an instant? Little Tyrant was in disbelief. Purple Jade's eyes also widened. F***ck. Mewling Fox, Little Blood Dragon, and Planet I were all at a loss for words, too. Onum. Bye. I've become stronger. The starry omnivore kraken looked at him and flicked its tail. No, you're still a warlord, scum. Quickly turn on your darkness feature and let's set off. You can eat anything you like on our way. He rolled his eyes out of anger. Who would have thought that such a terrifying behemoth would not even be at the commander grade? He directly led his other pets to land on the kraken's back after it activated the darkness feature. Meanwhile, Planet I flew out to check the situation ahead. Although the darkness characteristic was impressive, he could not stand that the kraken was still only a warlord. At present, they could at most remain undiscovered by monarch monsters. If there was an emperor monster, they could be discovered. Planet I would detect the situation and would stop and stay still upon finding an unknown risk. The immobility of the darkness skill was truly amazing. As long as there was no monster with detection skills, it would remain undetected. This might be the horror of the power of miracle. No wonder so many people were keen on finding the eternally miraculous beauty. Subai understood now. A bit of this miraculous power was already so terrifying, so it would be even more formidable if he obtained the entire eternally miraculous beauty. However, he had never heard of a pet tamer having seen the eternally miraculous beauty. No, it should be said that no one had seen the 4 creation pets. At most, they had seen their altars and statues. Along the way, they encountered many meteorites. Most of them entered the starry omnivore kraken's stomach. Some contained spirit crystals or source crystals, and these were collected by Subai. All the energy light clusters were given to his pets to strengthen their skills. At present, the dino's fireball skill, the cub's vine whip, the fox's power of mind, the dragon's crush claw, and the kraken's water splash had strengthened. Planet I had not tried it yet, and Subai currently did not know which of its skill should be strengthened. However, it should be a basic skill if nothing went wrong. Subai had become accustomed to this. He was already fortunate enough to have a plug-in and could not ask for too much. 10 days passed, and he realized that he had not reached his destination yet. Something is wrong with the group of monsters ahead. They seem to have humans among them. As he sent a message to Chen Ruoxue, Planet I passed this message to him. Humans? Could it be another team? He murmured. In the vast starry space, the probability of encountering other human teams was really harder than winning the 100 million lottery. Don't let them find us. Check what they're doing, he instructed. Okay, I understand. He first stopped his kraken before passing a half-eaten canned fruit to the cub for it to hold. He then shared Planet I's perception and checked the situation. Howl. Open your mouth, I'll feed you. The cub grabbed the can with its spiritual power and fed him. Subai watched the situation while he ate. After seeing everything clearly, he was dazed for a long time and then wondered aloud, are they looking for death? For death? Although they were indeed space bugs, given their size, they were all giants compared to humans. Subai checked their information. These insects were called black scale ants and went around in a swarm. The black scales on their bodies were actually a special type of metal, which had varying degrees of immunity to spiritual attacks. The most valuable parts of these space bugs were their crystal nuclei and scales. Their crystal nuclei were also black metal, different from the crystal nuclei of other monsters. It felt like these monsters were some metal living from Cybertron, the home planet of Transformers. Needless to say, the target of these people must be the large amount of black metal in the black scale ant's nest on the meteorite. However, what Subai did not understand was which daredevil was taking the lead. Did they not know that black scale ants could merge? A single black scale ant might not be their opponent, but a swarm of them could fuse into a black scale ant emperor. That kind of behemoth was a few kilometers in diameter, and even the emperors dared not provoke it easily. If the black scale ants had enough cardinal numbers, they could reach the sovereign grade or even higher levels by merging. This was a social species, and the cardinal number was very important to these space bugs. In addition, they were immune to spiritual attacks and must be killed in close combat. Ants were invincible in close combat, however. Just look at how ordinary ants on Blue Planet could pick up things dozens or hundreds of times heavier than themselves, and one would understand how terrifying this type of monster was. In fact, Most insects were killing machines, but they were too small, so people were used to ignoring them. Once they became bigger, they were really difficult to deal with. This had long been verified. Subai estimated that this group of humans absolutely did not know this, or else they would never do such a stupid act. Planet I, is there any information that black scale ants confuse in the Alliance Illustrated book? He asked spiritually. There's no information about that. Black scale ants seldom appear, so there's not much record of them, responded Planet I. This is its new information, you can record it. Subai repeated black scale ants information and made Planet I update its database. Aren't they looking for death like this? What should we do? After updating the database, Planet I immediately understood the seriousness of the matter and knew why Subai had such a serious expression. Of course, we watch. What can we do otherwise? We can't beat them if they are integrated. It was impossible to risk his life to help, and there was no way to pass the message at such a distance, for the other party had not released any electromagnetic satellite monster. They might even think that he was coveting the special metal in the black scale ant's nest. In fact, he was coveting the metal in the black scale ant's nest. The best way to deal with these space bugs was to eliminate them as soon as possible before they could merge. Pee-pee, move over slowly and hide well. We'll take action any time, Subai said through his spiritual voice. He was ready to take action when the time was right and to rob the black scale ant's nest before escaping. The black scale ants were powerful when together, but their individual strength was not particularly strong. In their group, it was even difficult for a single black scale ant to break through to the Emperor grade. This was also why the 5-person group dared to do this. Chances were that this colony of black scale ants did not have an Emperor grade existence, and there were not many monarch ants, so it was not considered difficult for pet tamers. As the number of black scale ants hunted by these 5 people increased, the black scale ant queen finally became angry and mobilized a large number of ants to merge. Not long after, a terrifying black monster with a length of 7 or 8 kilometers appeared. It was shaped like an ant, had 9 tails, and was so big that it blotted out the surroundings. It opened its mouth and jet black energy spurted out. 2 pets at the side were swept by this black energy and evaporated instantly, causing 1 death and 1 serious injury. F***CK. What kind of monster is this? Run. The 5 people were shocked to see this unprecedented form of the combined black scale ants. Their expressions froze for a while as their hearts became filled with fear. However, they were pet tamers who had experienced many battles, after all, so they would not stand still like ordinary people when frightened. They quickly retrieved their pets, took out life-saving pets used for escaping, and fled in 5 directions without a second word. However, the black scale ants had already been angered, and their resentment was overwhelming. Even if the pet tamers split up and escaped, the merged black scale ant emperor chased after them. To these bugs' opinion, this matter would only take a few minutes to be settled. The starry space was so big, could someone possibly steal their house while they were away? In the universe, this probability was too small, not to mention that even if someone stole their home, the black scale ant queen could quickly return. Their nest was a black meteorite with a diameter of nearly 20 kilometers. Who could steal it all at once? Pee-pee Kraken, it's up to you now. Catching the right time, Subai gestured to the starry omnivore kraken below his feet. Now that most of the black scale ants had left their nest, this was a good time to steal it. On 'em. With a low roar, the kraken hidden in the dark backdrop moved. It unleashed a dark wave, and a layer of black streamer appeared on its body. With a flick of its tail, it shot out like a sharp sword and opened its blood basin mouth to bite on the black scale ant's nest. It launched its special darkness skill, directly wrapping the lair and hiding it. The kraken then dragged the nest away. The remaining black scale ants in the nest felt the crisis and rushed out to attack desperately. At this time, the blood dragon and the other pets took action. Roar. The dragon flew out of his wrist, grew rapidly to 1 kilometer in size, and fell on the meteorite as a peerless dragon. Its sea of blood with a diameter of 6 or 7 kilometers spread directly, drowning countless space bugs. As it overturned the river several times, these black scale ants were killed directly. At the same time, the dino and the cub descended into the bug's nest. Having turned into limitless beauty, purple jade unleashed an oasis within 1 kilometer, where countless vines quickly cleared the black scale ants inside. Mewling fox and the dino cooperated in eliminating some monarch ants. Little Tyrant transformed into a complete body and unleashed its lava purgatory, showing its true auxiliary ability as it aided the fox. On this meteorite, it killed all that stood in its way, completely unstoppable. Subai stood on Planet I as it condensed many electromagnetic cannon tubes, seemingly intending to issue an endless plasma bombardment, which fully embodied the famous standard of its range. In lower than 5 minutes, the black scale ant's nest had changed owners. The space bugs were almost all wiped out or wounded. Facing off against Subai's abnormal pets, they had only one dead end. 1314, start collecting treasures such as black metals, and use your powerful magnetic field to quickly divide this black scale ant's nest, he said. Okay, bye. Planet I quickly rotated. Its body burst forth with the metal attribute's sharp properties and powerful magnetic field as it began cutting and searching the spacebug's nest. Meanwhile, Purple Jade and the Blood Dragon disposed of the remaining black scale ants while they collected useful treasures. They were all civilized pets, which knew how to use an illustration machines, and were also little masters when looking for treasures. Regarding some of their small actions to fill their own pockets, Subai closed one eye and ignored this. On another end, facing the Emperor Black Scale and Queen, even though the 5 Pet Tamers escaped separately, 2 were killed in a short time. When the third person saw the ants approaching and thought that he was bound to die, something changed suddenly. Hiss! The black scale ants suddenly let out screeches, turned around, and rushed to their nest. They ignored the Pet Tamer in front. What happened? This person looked dumbfounded. He was let go of just like that. Impossible. Has its home been stolen? This person thought of a possibility, but he shook his head and decided not to probe into this. Turning around, he fled as far as possible. Black Scale and Queen returned to its nest and froze. Where was its nest? Why were there only a bunch of broken meteorites left? The black scale ants and eggs in the nest had all disappeared. Hiss! It uttered a silent screech, its mouthparts widening to an extremely hideous degree. A wave of power erupted from its body, but everything was useless. Although the probability of this kind of home being stolen was extremely small, it had encountered an unreasonable human. In fact, Subai was not far at the moment, but the darkness skill of the starry omnivore kraken kept them hidden. Come and drink this. He fed a bottle of high-concentration spiritual potion to Mewling Fox. Hing tilde thank you, bye. The fox let out a weak cry, then opened its mouth, and directly sucked dry the spiritual potion. After drinking it, a spiritual vortex surrounded its body. As it slowly compressed, a stream of light burst out. Its body seemed to have become smoother, and its fur seemed to have been softer as well. Its pair of bright eyes seemed to contain more aura as they brimmed with seduction. It had broken through to the mid-level commander, and its strength was gradually catching up to the pets of the first echelon. Hing tilde thank you, bye. Mewling Fox licked his palm happily. Haha. Good job. Sure enough, this place is more suitable for you to break through. I think I've made the right decision by coming. He caressed its head and chuckled. Raw. I feel that I'm one step away from evolving. If there's a fire environment, I can definitely complete the evolution soon. Little Tyrant patted its chest. Regarding this, Subai did not deny that, if the ice environment on the surface of Heavenly Abyss had not hindered its evolution, it should have evolved by now. However, after coming to the Abyss Star territory, he could obviously perceive that the aura of his pets had become much stronger. Purple Jade also seemed able to promote to the Monarch grade. He was going to advance in this direction for the time being and use his abundant resources to improve their strengths. Howl. Bye, what should I do with these things? The elf pointed to a few treasures. Most of them were black scale ant larvae, as well as a white egg. The second most abundant treasure was the special kind of black metal. Almost the entire black scale ant's nest was made of it. Some other treasures were discovered, such as the veins of spirit crystals collected by black scale ants, source crystals, various spirit plants, monster bones left after being eaten, and so on. The most valuable thing was a special black-purple crystal-like metal in the center of the nest. This was the golden marrow of the black scale ants, which was transformed by the combined crystal nuclei after the deaths of the previous generations of queens. It had some extremely special functions. The injury-free attribute was only one of its functions. The most important thing was its split wisdom attribute. This attribute allowed the metal life, which had merged with it, to split into clones that had singular intelligence. Subai was caught off guard by this thing, but it was an unexpected joy. Planet I, these black metals and the black scale and golden marrow are for you to merge with. I'm looking forward to your changes. He looked at Planet I and said. Okay, bye. Planet I had been longing for it for a long time. Upon hearing this, it swallowed and absorbed the metal eagerly. Pee-pee, you can swallow these black scale ants' corpses. He gave starry omnivore kraken some more food. He then walked to the 3 spirit crystal veins scoured from the nest and took out the attribute light balls of the gold veins. He merged them with the blood dragon and the fire veins light balls into little tyrant. Lastly, the wood veins light balls were given to purple jade. He also gave 2 water attribute mineral veins to starry omnivore kraken, but the dark veins were useless, so he threw them for it to swallow. After a while, the pet's basic skills greatly improved, and their power also increased exponentially. Only Mewling Fox did not receive anything. There were too few special mind power spirit crystals produced by the spirit attribute mineral veins, and they were too difficult to extract. As for his pet Planet I, he did not try to find out what kind of attribute light balls it needed. He was going to find some thunder attribute light balls to give it a shot. The fire and dark attributes had proven to be useless previously. Black Scale Ant Queen was about to go crazy in the sky, but its nest had already completely ceased to exist. After being swallowed by Planet I, the pet's appearance changed. The first change was that its size had increased from the original 500-meter diameter to the current 1-kilometer diameter. It still looked like an original golden liquid metal ball, but the pupils in the silver eye sockets had turned into 3 colors of gold, black, and silver, which looked quite weird. Its level had also been promoted from the original low-level commander to the mid-level commander. Name race, Planet I monster, gender, none, level, middle-level commander, attribute, electricity, metal, features passive, electromagnetic transmission. It can be transmitted along electromagnetic waves, that is, it can reach wherever electromagnetic waves can reach. Instantaneous transmission. It can transmit information of indirect electromagnetic satellites or electromagnetic equipment instantly. Deformation. It can change into any shape, but the shape is still metal. This cannot be changed. Planet control. The nuclear characteristics of the planet. This is a nuclear fusion variant of a planet with advanced intelligence. It can grow into a living planet or it can be integrated with other planets to control the planet. Metal fusion. The nuclear property of the planet. It can obtain the properties of the metal by fusing with it. Split, an additional feature. It is the feature obtained by the Planet I after swallowing special metals. It will let Planet I split into intelligent clones. Immunity. It has 20% immunity to spiritual attacks. Skills, powerful geomagnetic storm, plasma cannon, metal break, electric shock, magnetic field control. Restrained, water attribute, wood attribute, weakness, fire attribute, introduction. This is a rare and unique metal life that has undergone multiple fusions. It possesses a powerful magnetic field. The communication between Planet I and the equipment or electromagnetic satellites marked by it is not limited by space and can be established almost instantaneously. This is a very loyal monster. It has high computing power, equivalent to a computer, and can provide a lot of help to the owner. It can become a planet or a base, and its splitting characteristics allow it to divide itself and do many different things at the same time. Subai was already developing the current Planet I as his own base. Because of its special metal nature, it was very suitable, and as it merged with more special metals, its base would also become more terrifying. It was very suitable, be it as a war fortress when dealing with monsters or a survival base when they were traveling in the starry space. If necessary, he could integrate it into a living planet and take the planet to wander in the starry sky. Of course, it did not have this strength yet. However, it had already taken shape by itself. Planet I, in any case, had obtained a cloning ability from the piece of metal it had absorbed this time. After initially grasping this feature in 1314, he directly divided 1/3 of its body and turned it into 1,000 small electromagnetic satellite clones to explore all directions. This greatly reduced the possibility of encountering danger and also increased the possibility of finding more treasures. "Can you only split 1,000 clones at the moment?" he asked curiously. "No, I feel that I can split up to 10,000 clones without combat power, but I haven't gotten used to the feeling of multiple clones. The information they send back is quite confusing. It'll be fine after a period of practice. In terms of combat-effective clones, probably 10 can be separated from me at present, but it'll affect my combat effectiveness." The ethereal mechanical sound of Planet I sounded in his mind. "That's good." He nodded and looked at the broken planet which was still far away. "It's almost time to rest, let's continue moving forward. With the Planet I's detection ability, we can speed up our progress a little." "How? We should have accelerated long ago," the elf also exclaimed. For safety reasons, they had been traveling at a very slow speed. Now, they could finally speed up and hurry forward. With the vast, starry space around them, they only felt anxious when they did not move quickly. "Master, our current speed has reached 70,000 kilometers per hour, which is already my speed limit. Unless I swallow more metal and advance to the high-level commander, or preferably the monarch grade, my speed won't have a more qualitative leap." The ethereal metallic voice of Planet I sounded in Subai's mind. "Then keep moving forward at the current speed." He glanced at the dark, starry space. He gave almost every metal he encountered along the way for Planet I to swallow, but the low-quality metal he encountered so far was not enough for it to advance to the sovereign level. Although Planet I was an intelligent metal life-form, it was quite special, and all its skills were almost unfamiliar. It could achieve the best release state through algorithms, but this did not mean that it could be promoted forever. It still needed to rest and stabilize its breath. Encountering matter in the dark starry space was no less than a miracle, especially in the Abyss star territory, where planets were extremely rare. Subai went all the way and encountered nothing special. He was not bothered by this fact, though. He had already set his target on the broken planet that he could see and was advancing toward. He felt that something extraordinary must exist there. This was because, normally, if a planet lost half of its body, it would not be like an apple, with the rest remaining intact. In the universe, if a planet was cut for some reason, the rest would generally collapse under the universe's gravitational pull, eventually forming a circle or a shape close to that. However, the planet in front could remain intact despite losing its other half. This was very abnormal in itself. "You said Subai had also entered Heavenly Abyss. Are you sure?" Xiao Yulong looked at the person in front of him with a surprised expression. "Yes, Master Long. Many students saw him do so, you can find information on it as well." It was a girl in purple clothes who spoke. She looked at the man before him and nodded. "Not only that. I sent some people to follow him secretly. They're all quasi-heavenly king pet tamers with high-level monarch pets. With them around, it would be very difficult for Subai to escape or even impossible. Even if he can't be killed, we can prepare for his return. When all the cracks in space are closed, no matter how strong he is, he will die." Shishio's words were full of confidence. "No, I want to do it myself." Xiao Yulong stood up. "Prepare yourself, and come with me in a while." "Why does the master want to do it personally? I thought you wanted to find who robbed you of the Blood Moon divine skill." Could it be that? The girl looked at Xiao Yulong with gradually widening eyes. She seemed to have understood something but was still in disbelief. This girl in purple was Ziyi, the daughter of Yulong Gymnasium's curator and the girlfriend of Xiao Yulong. Of course, they were in a genuine relationship and had not been forced by their parents. "You're right. It's Subai. The hidden strength of this person might be beyond your imagination," Xiao Yulong said with narrowed eyes. He looked outside the window and recalled the information he had obtained. Subai really hid too deeply. He never thought that he could do such things without making noise. Although he had likely received help and guidance from some people, it still showed how extraordinary he was. Otherwise, it would not be possible to take away the inheritance with so many people competing for it. Besides Gao An, there must be others secretly supporting him. Therefore, he must retrieve the divine skill as soon as possible, and it could not be delayed further. The longer it took, the more it would improve Su Bai, which would then pose a problem for him, since there was a possibility of him being unable to defeat the latter. I'll tag along with you. I'm wondering what's so special about Su Bai. She stood up, full of curiosity. You'd better borrow a stronger pet from your dad, or else it'll be too dangerous. Ziyi rolled her eyes upon hearing this. Are you teasing me? Ever since he learned that I'm in a relationship with you, he hasn't even let me into the house. Do you think that he still cares about my life and death? Although Zi Wuji, Yulong Gymnasium's curator, wanted to turn the gymnasium into one inherited through family, he was very disgusted with the Imperial Dragon clan and naturally disgusted with his daughter's behavior. In his opinion, Xiao Yulong only fancied Ziyi's identity, but his stupid daughter did not understand anything. Don't worry. Your dad definitely cares. Okay, let's not talk about him. I don't care even if he does, and I'm not going back. He only has my precious brother in his heart. Isn't the high-level Emperor four-colored vine in my hand enough? This is a legendary monster from the nine-colored willow, Ziyi waved her hand and said again. Xiao Yulong thought for a while, then slowly nodded, and said, okay. If you don't want to go back, then I'll go and borrow the dragon from my house. After that, we can set off. Howl tilde Abai, this starry space is too boring tilde the elf complained. It felt a sense of novelty at first, but then it slowly discovered that, with the passage of time, everything was almost static. It's indeed boring, but we're almost there. Just bear with it, the place in front will definitely be very interesting. Su Bai caressed Purple Jade's head and looked up at the strange, halved planet in the distance. After 10 days of journeying, they were only nearly 1,000,000 kilometers away from their destination. Sigh tilde okay. Tyrant, mewling, come and play games with me, it's too boring here. As the elf spoke, it took out a pair of poker cards from the space pendant on its chest. I'll lay down the rules first, you're not allowed to cheat with spiritual power. There's a special situation ahead. A group of people is running toward us, and behind them is a group of terrifying, black monsters. At this time, the voice of Planet Eye rang in his mind, and at the same time, an image was projected on the big screen. The screen showed more than 100 people fleeing wildly on their powerful pets' backs. The weakest of these pets was at the commander grade, and the strongest among them was at the monarch grade. Behind them was a bunch of ferocious monsters in black armors. These monsters advanced toward the humans like shadows, directly hitting them without evading any attacks. Most incredibly, the attacks hit them but were merely deflected. They were not harmed by the attacks at all. On the other hand, once the pets of this group of people were directly torn and eaten by the black monsters, colorful blood splashed out. They were then quickly absorbed cleanly by these wild monsters. Corollary, the eyes of these black monsters became blood red and their speed and power increased further. What sort of monsters is this? They're terrifying. The elf's eyes widened. It doesn't exist in the database. They should be monsters unique to the Abyss Star territory. Abai, do we avoid them, see the situation first, or save the humans? Planet Eye's cold mechanical voice sounded in his head. He looked at the picture on the screen and said after a while, directly use the electromagnetic transmission to pass by them and then head to our destination. With that, an emerald gold contract book flew out. Starry Omnivore Kraken, which had been hiding in the void, was kept as soon as the pages turned. 1314, use electromagnetic transmission. Su Bai glanced at the picture on the screen and ordered indifferently. Okay. Planet Eye responded as golden light enveloped its body. Following the flash of light, the 10-kilometer big Planet Eye disappeared directly from sight. Run or they'll die in vain, the man next to him anxiously persuaded. He looked at the monster approaching and finally chose to flee. By song, didn't you say that there's a creature in front? Why is it still not moving? He yelled while they retreated. By Song was a girl with glasses, whose shoulder sat an elf the size of a palm. After a couple of exchanges, she also showed a puzzled look. The creature in front suddenly shifted to the rear for some reason. It seems to be a group of existences with spatial capabilities. I didn't expect the result to be like this. It's obviously still far away. How did they find it? Ordinary monsters shouldn't leave their territory rashly. It's really strange. Her elf had rare life-detecting characteristics and could sense the powerful breath of life within a certain range. They were originally very safe with this ability, but who knew that they would suffer a calamity and encounter this bunch of monsters with undead attributes? Fortunately, during the escape, Bai Song had used her pet's ability to detect many monsters, making them attract firepower and helping their group escape this far. Originally, they wanted to cause trouble and mislead the monsters, but who knew that the originally powerful breath of life in front would weaken tremendously suddenly? This creature had even used the ability similar to space jump to get behind them, avoiding these monsters completely. She was also very confused about this. It's really bad luck. We didn't get the treasure. Let's run away quickly and not die here. We can't deal with these monsters, screamed the captain of the team as he gave instructions. Wait, I understand now. Senior, help. Senior, help. We're students of Deep Ocean University. Please help. We can give you everything we have as a reward. Bai Song suddenly shouted in one direction. Everyone looked over to see an electromagnetic satellite monster. It was a monster cultivated by humans and did not originate from space. They quickly understood the reason and started asking for help, too. On the other side, Planet Eye had just completed the electromagnetic transmission with Su Bai. This electromagnetic transmission was based on the electromagnetic signal between Planet Eye and its clone. Due to the distance, it instantly consumed all of its reserve spiritual power. Because Planet Eye had mastered the two characteristics of instantaneous transmission and electromagnetic transmission, it was actually equivalent to having a limitless distance covering method. As long as the electromagnetic device marked by it was connected, it could transmit its body to that location. The only restriction was its own spiritual power. Refer to Chapter 227 for feature description. With this ability, Planet Eye could be said to be a god-level pet. In the future, it could even become a dwarf planet or a real planet by swallowing different types of metal. With such a stronghold, the universe was so big that Su Bai could swim almost at will. Bai, one of those people has discovered my clone and is asking for help. Planet Eye swallowed the two metallic mineral veins previously obtained, which helped it slightly recover some of its spiritual power. It then released the scene of Bai Song and the others calling for help. Disregard them. Let's go. Su Bai ignored the call for help. He looked at the huge semicircular planet, which was only a few kilometers ahead. This planet was as he saw from a distance. Although only half of it was left, it did not collapse under the pressure of gravity. It was black all over, emitting a faint light, making it look like it was made of crystals. There were large and small pits on its surface, some of which had black bee pupa-like larvae, as well as some black adult monsters, slowly creeping about. These monsters were those ones that had just hunted down Bai Song and company. When they found Su Bai and his pets, they immediately formed a dense group and rushed over without fear of death. He ignored these monsters, looking at the core of this half-star planet, and his eyes shone and glistened brightly. Bai, the monsters are here. Little Tyrant released two special blighted fireballs. The small fireballs flew out and exploded, forming two small bright suns. They illuminated the entire gloomy space, enveloping the terrifying monsters. Although the dino had not yet evolved into Lava Killer, it had swallowed many minerals in the vast, starry space these few days and had reached the peak high-level commander, the same realm as Purple Jade. The only difference was that Purple Jade had completed the fourth stage of the evolution of Limitless Beauty, while Little Tyrant had not yet completed it. Even so, with the help of Su Bai's golden finger, a large number of attributed light balls were integrated into its fireballs. The power of the blighted fireball had reached the level that even mid-level monarch monsters would not dare to touch them arbitrarily. Otherwise, the terrifying temperature and the power of decay would cause them to be seriously injured and, in some cases, even death. Oh, no. They weren't killed. They're still rushing over. The cub howled anxiously and directly transformed into limitless beauty amid a flash of green light once more. With a wave of its staff, Thorn's domain blanketed the surroundings. Although there was no earth in the starry space, its spiritual power could still unleash vines, but it would consume more energy. Stop it. Just leave this to Pee-Pee, you can't deal with them. At this time, Subai's gentle voice came, and then a huge black monster flew out of his contract book. With its tail flicking, the kraken opened its mouth and formed a large aquamarine vortex. With the formation of this vortex, these flying black monsters were like sheep entering a tiger's mouth and were swallowed noiselessly. On the other hand, the starry omnivore kraken's size grew a little bigger. Meow meow meow. What's going on? Isn't it a high-level warlord? How can it be so strong? The elf looked on with a dazed expression. Sigma turned a little tyrant looked at its claws and then at the kraken with a completely incomprehensible gaze. From beginning to end, Subai looked like he was holding a winning ticket and was without the slightest worry. Because as early as when he first saw these monsters, he already knew their specific information and naturally understood their fatal weakness. They were monsters called the black mantis insects. The black armors on their bodies could naturally launch all spiritual attacks, and they were born at the top of the food chain because of their terrifying power and large numbers. However, what they feared most were krakens, or to be precise, their ability to swallow, which could make their advantages disappear. In a moment, most of the black-armored mantises were swallowed by the starry omnivore kraken. Swallowing a large number of fleshy monsters made its body size grow to 10 kilometers long. At the same time, it was directly promoted to a low-level commander. Onam. Starry omnivore kraken flicked its tail and turned its head to look at Subai. Its pitch-black eyes were filled with purple lights and joy. You actually only advanced by a level, he looked at it and exclaimed. Krakens deserved to be existences that claimed to consume more resources than dragons. If not for the starry space, it would take it much too long to break through to the commander grade. Let's go to the center of the planet. Subai pointed to the center of the planet after adjusting his mood. Upon reaching the center of the semicircular planet, Purple Jade and Little Tyrant raised doubts at the same time. A humanoid creature was locked in the center of this planet. He had disheveled hair and messy Han Chinese clothing. The creature still had a breath of life. Some black transistors were inserted into his various parts to keep him from moving as black liquid was continuously pumped into his body. The source of the black liquid was the black mantis insects upon a closer look. At the same time, a black power was being extracted from the creature, and this power was merged into a demon spar above his head. Arbai, is it a human or a monster? Purple Jade turned and asked. It might have been a human at first, but now has completely become a monster. Subai glanced at this creature and said. Leave him alone. Jade, take out the demon spar. At this time, a spiritual voice rang in his mind. Young man, save me, I can fight for you. I'm the Black Territory Demon, an elf of supremacy, with inexhaustible military strength. As long as I recover a little, I can help you conquer the entire blue planet. Subai glanced at the creature, unmoved, and urged Purple Jade. Hurry up. Wait. You should at least listen to me, or else I'll destroy this magic crystal. The creature suddenly raised his head and spoke. Although he did not speak the blue planet's language, Subai was still able to understand him without obstacles. Go on. Subai glanced at the creature and made the elf stop. I can give you the demon spirit crystal and even sacrifice all of my origin to make it a superb demon spirit crystal, but you have to agree to my request, Black Territory Demon said. What's the requirement? Subai looked at the creature blankly. Help me find a woman and then kill her. Black Territory Demon raised his head, revealing a handsome face. No problem, then you can die now. Hurry up and sacrifice yourself. Subai agreed without even thinking about it. As soon as his voice fell, a black aura flew over from the Black Territory Demon and landed on his eyebrows, forming a special mark. He immediately felt that in the miniature star field in his sea of consciousness, a black light enveloped the golden star, which belonged to his soul residing in the center. He was unsure what method it was, but it actually surpassed the bond skill of him and the blood dragon, directly invading his spiritual sea. Boy, do you know why I became like this? It's all because of a woman. Back then, I just transformed myself into the Black Territory Demon. In order to save this woman, I was sealed here. She promised to save me but has since disappeared, leaving no traces behind. I've been waiting for her for 100,000 years, and she still hasn't come. Sure enough, beautiful women are all liars. Boy, I advise you not to believe in women. They're all liars. They'll only affect the speed at which you become stronger. As Black Territory Demon spoke, he burned with black flames, which turned into wisps of black energy and plunged directly into the demon crystal. The elf sent out a vine to collect the crystal. It then held and looked at the crystal before throwing the item to Subai. Howl! What's the use of this thing? The elf tilted its head and asked curiously. Don't say anything, just leave quickly. This place is going to collapse. He pointed to the semicircular planet. Without Black Territory Demon, this halved planet would begin to collapse under the action of its own gravity. Subai retreated to Planet I with Purple Jade and Little Tyrant. Meanwhile, the starry omnivore kraken opened its mouth, sucking out all the black mantis larvae on the planet and swallowing them. After doing all this, it seemed eager to swallow the remaining half of the planet, but at this time, Subai ordered it back. It looked at him questioningly. This is not something you can swallow. Just stay quiet and don't mess around, he explained. Right as he finished speaking, this halved planet completely collapsed. Originally, this was an extremely long process, requiring hundreds of thousands of millions of years before it could be restored to a circle under the action of its own gravity. However, for some reason, this process had been sped up. After it collapsed, it spun quickly and soon formed a circle. However, the speed did not drop, and it became faster and faster. Let's wait here. This planet will probably take some time to complete the change. He glanced at the rapidly rotating planet and said. Subai looked at the demon crystal in his hand again. It was an incredibly magical thing, something that could not be born under normal circumstances, and it mainly relied on a special power on this planet. Mewling, Jade, inject some spiritual power and fresh blood into this. Whoever is suitable for this crystal can fuse with it. This is a magic crystal, it'll give you a second form upon fusion. He touched it and said. After thinking about it, he still gave the crystal to his pet since it would not be useful if he kept it. Roar! You just believed that creature's words so easily. What if he's feigning his death? Aren't you afraid of being fooled? We should be more cautious. Little Tyrant raised its claw. Don't you think so, too? The Dino sought the blood dragon and the others' agreement. The others exchanged glances and made no comment. Do you think I didn't think of that? Am I that stupid? Subai rolled his eyes. The reason why he did not care was because he had already learned everything through the panel. This Black Territory Demon had long wanted to die. Only with death could he be liberated, or else he would be bound here forever. He was not lying, either. He had indeed been cheated by a woman before being sealed. There was no conspiracy from beginning to end. He did not care about anything as long as Subai helped him kill the heartless woman. Of course, you're so stupid that you can't even chase a girl. Look at me, I've already spread my genes. Little Tyrant nodded matter-of-factly. Subai, he did not know who gave this guy the confidence. After hearing his words, Purple Jade and Mewling Fox did not hesitate anymore. They each unleashed a spiritual force and fresh blood according to his instructions. Howl Tilda, you go first. Tilda, as the eldest sister, the elf let the junior fox go first. Thank you, elder sister Jade. The fox did not refuse and stepped forward. Spiritual power and blood erupted from it. The blood sank in, and the magic spar suddenly shone, indicating a faint posture of fusion with it. Alright, since you can fuse with it, it's yours. It can help improve your strength. I didn't like this crystal much, anyway. The elf glanced at the eager fox and howled generously. Okay, I have no opinion. Subai shrugged. The magic spirit crystal was not suitable for the other pets, and since the elf did not want them, it could only be given to the fox. Howl Tilda, okay, then. It's settled. You can fuse with that thing. The elf nodded. Thank you. After taking a deep look at Purple Jade, the fox still did not say any words of rejection. It was completely attracted to this monster crystal. Swallow the crystal and refine it with this potion. Subai handed the fox a bottle of fantasy potion. Mewling Fox nodded and swallowed the magic crystal. It then raised its head and drank the potion. The rest watched with widened eyes, looking forward to the fox's changes. Hing. Following this loud sound, its body changed drastically.